Travel through the web world. Ling Tian turned out to be the protagonist's good brother. Yi Feng, the protagonist at the beginning, came to ask for help and entrusted. Ling Tian said on the spot, "Brother Feng, I'll help you with this. Aunt Ru, leave it to me, don't worry." "What? Brother Feng and Bai Yueguang school flower, let's also take care of Brother Wei. Brother Feng still has various opportunities. If you are not strong enough, leave it to my brother to keep it." In the end, Yi Feng died with hatred. "Ling Tian, you are not a human being." Since then, the major protagonists have also appeared one after another: the return of the Soldier King, the son-in-law of the Dragon King, the Supreme God, the richest man in Takeaway. However, in front of Ling Tian, they all became green leeks, and they were allowed to be slaughtered. From then on, Ling Tian went further and further on the road of the villain. Chapter 1. Through the internet, I am the protagonist's good brother. In the center of Tiandu, in a luxurious manor of the Ling family, the head of the 4 major families of the Kyushu kingdom. Inside a luxuriously decorated room, in front of huge floor-to-ceiling windows. At this time, a tall and straight man stood with his hands in hands. He is handsome, with a filthy temperament, like a son of a turbid world. I actually traveled to the world of online literature. Ling Tian frowned slightly and muttered to himself. Soon, he sorted out the memory of the original body in his mind. System. Afterwards, Ling Tian called out the traverser standard in his mind. Then, the sound of the system sounded in his mind. Ding! The villain system is bound. The host-related plot is being transmitted. Then, a huge memory flooded into Ling Tian's mind. Every scene that happened in the original plot flashed quickly in his mind. After a while, the void in Ling Tian's eyes gradually disappeared, and it became sharp in an instant. The original body is actually the good brother of the protagonist Yi Feng. However, he is a stepping stone in the original plot, and his only function is to escort Yi Feng. The protagonist's good brother usually has no good end. Ling Tian was no exception. Involved by Yi Feng, the whole family was tragically silenced in the middle and late stages of the plot. The only one left is Ling family's adopted daughter, Ling Ruizu. And the reason why she survived was because Yi Feng was greedy for her body and the property of the Ling family, and rescued her at the last moment. Besides, Yi Feng had long been eyeing Ling Tian's fiancée. When Ling Tian was brutally murdered, Yi Feng could have saved his life, but he just stood by. Not long after, he stood on Ling Tian's grave and swore that he would take good care of his sister-in-law. Inhuman. Since the plot just now was still vivid in his mind, Ling Tian felt the same way. This protagonist not only ruined the original net worth, but also invaded the Ling family's property. I was thinking of bringing him a green hat and dreaming of my aunt and sister-in-law sharing the same bed. All in all, Yi Feng didn't do anything about people. Ling Tian was still calm at this time, but there was an icy coldness in his eyes. System, tell me about your function. Dear host, as long as the host can change the development route of the original plot, plunder the luck and various opportunities of the original protagonist, you can get the villain value provided by this system, and the villain value can be exchanged for various items in the system mall. After listening to the explanation given by the system in his mind, Ling Tian nodded. Now that he has crossed over, of course he can't sit still and use it as a stepping stone for this bullhorse protagonist, and finally end up in ruins. So sorry, Yi Feng. Please go to death. Ling Tian's eyes revealed murderous intent. At this moment, a knock on the door suddenly sounded. Enter. Afterwards, the housekeeper Fu Bo opened the door and walked in with a respectful smile on his face. Master, Yi Feng brought his mother to visit you. Hearing this sentence, Ling Tian's mouth twitched slightly, and his face was full of sneer. Today is the day when Yi Feng came to ask for help. Please take care of his mother. It is definitely impossible for Ling Tian to help Yi Feng directly like his original body. But his mother, Ling Tian can still help him, take care of. Uncle Fu, let them wait for me in the reception room first, I'll be right over. Ling Tian's eyes narrowed slightly, but he didn't look up. Not long after, in an antique living room. At this time, 3 people were sitting upright. Ling Tianggao was in the first place, and Yi Feng was sitting in the second place. And next to Yi Feng, there is a woman who seems to be no more than 26 years old, but is dignified and elegant, with a temperament as gentle as water, like an orchid in an empty valley. This woman is Yi Feng's mother. After Yi Feng and Ling Tian talked and laughed, they finally said the purpose of this trip. Brother Tian, yesterday I made a grudge against the Song family's dude, Song Wei. If he wants to play tricks on me, I'm not afraid at all. But I'm afraid this scumbag will do something to my mother. So I hope that my mother can live with you recently, and I hope you can keep her safe. With a sincere expression on Yi Feng's face, he said to Ling Tian, who was sitting in his upper position. He looked at the man in front of him who was sipping tea leisurely. This could be said to be the most outstanding man he had ever seen. He was born with a golden key, and he is destined to have endless wealth and power in the future. Yi Feng is also very jealous of Ling Tian. He has nothing, he has to rely on himself. I saw Ling Tian slowly put down the teacup in his hand, still with a faint smile on his face. But there is a deep meaning in his eyes that ordinary people can't detect. Don't worry. Brother Feng, Aunt Ru will leave it to me. As long as she is in my Ling family for one day, no one can hurt her. Ling Tian's face is full of smiles, giving people a feeling like a spring breeze. He made a serious promise to Yi Feng, who looked a little urgent in front of him. Then Ling Tian looked at Yi Feng's mother next to him and smiled at her as well. But he was a little surprised. Because the woman in front of her has a dignified appearance, she can't see the traces of the years on her face. What an interesting world, this is a 36-year-old woman. Ling Tian didn't take a second glance, and quickly restrained his gaze. He wouldn't show any ugliness at this moment. However, on the side face that neither mother and son could notice, Ling Tian's mouth twitched slightly. Brother Feng, you are a good brother, I agree. After you die, your mother will raise her. After Yi Feng got Ling Tian's promise, his inner dissatisfaction disappeared instantly. Brother Tian, I will repay this kindness in the future. His face changed to a happy expression, and things finally developed as he expected. As long as the Song family can't do anything to his mother, what fear does Yi Feng have? He is a rebirth. As long as he gives himself time to develop, all the 4 clans of bullshit are his stepping stones. It's just a small Song family. As long as he develops, he can easily kill him at that time. As the worries in his heart were swept away, Yi Feng instantly became high-spirited. You and I are brothers, there is no need to be so polite. Ling Tian's face was full of friendly expressions, as if the two were like brothers. However, the depths of his eyes were completely unwavering, as if he was looking at a dead person. Pay back. Ling Tian sneered in his heart. You 2-5 boy. Is this why you want to help? Take care of your sister-in-law and take all the property of the Ling family. And Yi Feng, who was on the side, heard Ling Tian's words, and at this moment, his heart was actually moved. He even felt a little guilty for his jealousy of Ling Tian. However, her mother Yi Wanru noticed something strange. She used to be a martial artist. Although her cultivation base was abolished, her perception ability was still different from ordinary people. She keenly sensed that Ling Tian's smile seemed to carry some deep meaning. It seems to be hiding something. Chapter 2: The appearance of my sister, Wei Wu's legacy. Brother, you are here. At this moment, a female voice as crisp and sweet as a silver bell suddenly came from outside the living room. Afterwards, I saw a woman wearing a long pink tulle dress with a sweet smile on her fair and delicate face, walking straight towards Ling Tian. She is the adopted daughter of the Ling family, Ling Ruizu. Then she couldn't wait to jump directly into Ling Tian's arms. Brother, I've been looking for you for a long time. Ling Tian stretched out his right hand and fondly stroked her hair. He was also a little helpless to the little sister who had been coquettishly lying in his arms, but just coaxed her softly. Okay, Cher, get up. Brother, are there any guests here? Ling Ruizu knew that her brother was still receiving guests, and she didn't want to embarrass her brother. So he got up obediently, sat next to Ling Tian, supported the table with both hands, held his face tightly in his palms, and looked at his brother's handsome profile like a nympho. However, Yi Feng, who was sitting next to him at this time, can be said to have his eyes straight. The girl in front of her was paler than snow, her facial features were exquisite and perfect, and her figure was even taller and graceful, like a fairy who came out of a painting. Yi Feng even showed Brother Pig's smile directly. At this moment, all kinds of fantasies have appeared in his mind, and the protagonists are him and Ling Ruizu. Cough cough. Yi Wanru let out a light cough. As Yi Feng's mother, she naturally noticed her son's ugliness for the first time. But she didn't expect her son to be so rude. Ling Tian still had a smile on his face, and there was not much change from beginning to end. Yi Feng, a humanoid bulldozer, saw his fairy-like sister. How could he have no idea? Brother Feng, since you like pushing girls so much, my good big brother will naturally arrange it for you. Hope you'll enjoy it then. At this time, Ling Tian already had some plans in his heart. After all, he knew the plot of the follow-up well. Yi Feng also came back to his senses at this time, and his face became a little embarrassed. After all, this kind of thing was seen by everyone on the spot. Even Yi Feng is so thick-skinned, he feels embarrassed. Then he quickly restrained his ugly face at the moment. I didn't expect Brother Tian's sister to be so beautiful. It seems that for Ling Tian, this good big brother, it is necessary for me to further deepen my relationship with him. Yi Feng suddenly had an evil idea in his heart. At this time, Ling Ruizu's face became unhappy, and she also noticed the man next to her. Dressed in tatters, like a street boy. Looking a little delicate in appearance, but he showed a wretched expression to himself, and his eyes were even more like eating himself. And even now that Yi Feng has restrained the movement just now, Ling Ruizu can still feel the greed towards her in the depths of this man's eyes. Humph! Ling Ruizu's pretty face turned cold, she snorted lightly, her eyes were full of disgust, and then she stopped looking at Yi Feng. This time, since he is his brother's guest, he will not care about this wretched man. At this moment, Yi Feng also noticed Ling Ruizu's demeanor and movements, and the expression on his face suddenly became even more embarrassing. But at this time, Yi Feng was also a little angry in his heart. He is a rebirth and is destined to be a big man in the future, but now he is embarrassed in front of so many people. Damn it! How dare this stinky woman slap her face at him? When you have a chance in the future, you must train her well. Yi Feng hated in his heart. With what just happened, the living room also became strangely quiet, and no one spoke. At this time, Yi Feng was on pins and needles. He felt as if he was isolated, and soon Yi Feng couldn't sit still. Even though his actions just now were very rude, didn't Ling Tian not express any dissatisfaction with him? And he didn't think he had done anything wrong, so Yi Feng was ready to leave to do his next thing. Brother Tian, my mother will be handed over to you, I still have something to do, I'll go first. Yi Feng stood up and walked in front of Ling Tian, his slightly immature face was full of smiles, giving people a feeling of incomparable sincerity. Ling Tian knew very well that this was the role of the protagonist Halo. In this regard, he will not be confused by Yi Feng's appearance, this kid is a proper smiling tiger and a white-eyed wolf. However, Ling Tian's face was calm, and he also returned a sincere smile to Yi Feng. Well, don't worry about it. After that, Ling Tian silently watched Yi Feng's back as he walked out. Aunt Ru, you can live here in peace, if you have anything to tell the housekeeper at home. Don't be polite to me, just treat this as your home. After Yi Feng left, with a smile on Ling Tian's face, he turned to look at Yi Wanru next to him. Although Yi Wanru had a smile in her eyes at this time, Ling Tian still saw a touch of sadness in her brows. Hee, are you worried about your son? Don't worry, he will arrange the results of your mother and son anyway. Thank you, young Master Ling. Yi Wanru looked at Ling Tian, who looked like a filthy young master, with gentle eyes, and responded politely to him. She still has a very good impression of the man in front of her. Ling Tian has always treated people and things like a gentleman. Don't be so polite, you are my elder. Ling Tian's face still had that infinitely favorable smile on his face. In his heart, Yi Wanru's frown and frown all revealed the gentle temperament of a good wife and good mother. Let Ling Tian move a little bit. This damn thief addiction. And what happened just now, I apologize to you and your sister for Yi Feng. Yi Wanru's face was full of apology, he looked at Ling Tian and Ling Ruizu, she also felt very ashamed for her son's actions. You know, their mother and son came here today, but they came to seek Ling Tian's protection, but they didn't expect their son to be eyeing Ling Tian's sister. Yi Wanru was a little angry, and she began to feel disappointed with her son. Auntie, it's okay, I'm okay. Ling Ruizu said to Yi Wanru with a smile on her face. Although she hates that Yi Feng very much, she will not take anger on others. Thank you, Miss Ling. After getting the understanding, Yi Wanru's expression became more relaxed. Afterwards, Ling Tian instructed the housekeeper to arrange Yi Wanru. Then he coaxed his little sister who was holding his arm coquettishly, and went back to his room. System, give me a novice gift package. Ling Tian commanded the system directly in his mind. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the initial strength of the profound rank, the Sky Poison Sutra, the Qi Regeneration Pill 3. After that, Ling Tian felt a rush of heat rushing through his limbs, and then he felt a huge infuriating energy in his body. The surface of the body is also due to the breakthrough of the realm, and black toxins appear under the washing of the sutras. After the breakthrough, Ling Tian only felt in good spirits, and his body was strengthened tenfold. Chapter 3 Ling Tian sets up a bureau, watching monkeys in the antique street. Ling Tian's mind moved, his whole body was full of infuriating energy, and he slapped the wall in the air. Infuriating with a sharp air-breaking sound, then a huge hole appeared directly in the wall. In the wall that was blown away, I don't know how far it was flew. Is this the power of the true Qi of the mysterious powerhouse? It's like a rocket. Ling Tian's face was full of smiles. There are not only ordinary people in this world, but also a group of warriors. The initial realm of a warrior is the body-quenching realm. After the body-quenching state is complete, infuriating energy will be born in the body. Martial artists with true Qi are further divided into 4 ranks: Huang, Zan, Earth, and Heaven. Profound level powerhouses are also known as Qi realm masters, and their true Qi can be released outside, and their destructive power is huge. Ling Tian's family is actually a martial artist family. His grandfather Ling Junkai was not only a meritorious veteran of the Kyushu kingdom, but also an aura master who had reached the late stage of the Xuanji. And Ling Tian's father, Ling Zhenyu, is also of extraordinary talent, and his current strength is already in the mid-profound stage. However, Ling Tian was unable to become a martial artist since he was a child due to his physique. However, with the villain system now in place, Ling Tian could no longer be restricted by physical problems. Now he doesn't need to practice at all, he can directly improve his strength through the system. Afterwards, Ling Tian went to the bathroom and cleaned himself inside and out. After all, just after the breakthrough, his whole body was sticky. Not long after, Ling Tian walked out of the bathroom with a relaxed expression on his face, and then he came to his study. System, open my properties panel. Ling Tian called the system directly in his mind. Host close black lens bracket, Ling Tian. Age close black lens bracket, 21. Strength, early stage of Xuanji. Charm, 100. The full value of ordinary people is 100. Luck, 100. The full value of ordinary people is 100. Cultivation method, Sky Poison Sutra. Item, Qi Yan Dan 3. Villain value, 0. System, what is the function of Qi Yan Dan? Ling Tian asked the system again. Respected host, Qi Yan Dan can help warriors in the late stage of body quenching to break through to the early yellow stage. Although this medicine pill has no effect on Ling Tian, he plans to use these medicine pills to train his subordinates. You must know that there is a bodyguard group under him, but there are many warriors in the realm of body tempering. Then, he asked someone to call Qingxi. Soon, Qingxi, the head of his bodyguard group, walked in. Master, do you have any orders? Qingxi bowed respectfully to Ling Tian with a smile on his face, and then asked. Take these 3 pills and share them with your subordinates. This can help them break through from the late body tempering stage to the early yellow stage. When Qingxi heard the words of his young master, he was also very shocked. You must know that such medicinal pills are very rare. I didn't expect that my young master would actually be willing to share them with these subordinates. Qingxi was also very moved at this time, and his loyalty to Ling Tian was even further. Okay, I'll thank you young master for them. Qingxi showed a grateful smile to Ling Tian. Qianzi, there's one more thing. That's why you wait and take someone to stare at Yifeng. He will go to Antique Street this afternoon, and then I will cut off all the antiques he bought. But don't let him find out who you are. Also, you can put the blame on his opponent, Song Wei. Ling Tian sat on the chair, his eyes narrowed slightly, and his index finger tapped lightly on the desk. He has already probed the current Yifeng's strength through the system, and it is only in the late stage of body quenching. After all, the protagonist has just been reborn. He simply doesn't have that many resources to improve his strength, but today Antique Street has his chance. But now Ling Tian will not let him get his wish, so he plans to let Qingxi deal with this boy. With the powerful strength in the late stage of Hadron Wangji, it is enough to easily deal with Yifeng. Okay, young master. Do you need to put this kid directly? There was a smirk on Qingxi's face, and he stretched out his right hand to wipe his throat. Hadron can be the head of the bodyguard, and naturally he knows how to read his words very well. Although before, my young master seemed to regard Yi Feng as a good brother. But since the young master is going to deal with him now, he naturally won't be polite at all. In fact, he was very upset by this kid, and always felt that his smile was very hypocritical, but for the sake of the young master, he could only bear it. Not for now, but you can humiliate him severely. Just don't kill it. Ling Tian also showed a smile on his face. He did not directly agree with Qingxi's proposal. As a result, Yi Feng still has a lot of luck on his body. Although the strong sun is much stronger than him, it is estimated that it is difficult to kill him directly. Someone will definitely jump out to save him. Secondly, Yi Feng, the protagonist, has a lot of good things in him. Ling Tian decided to drain all his value, and finally kill this kid. Moreover, the previous plot really disgusted Ling Tian, and before he was going to kill Yi Feng, he tortured him fiercely, which was regarded as some interest. Don't worry, young master. Guaranteed to let this kid die. There was also a wicked smile on Qingxi's face, but he had a lot of ways to torture people in his mind. At that time, you can test it on this kid one by one. Thinking of this, Qingxi's mood is very happy. Well, then you can arrange it now. Remember, you go straight to stare at him. Never reveal our identities. Ling Tian told Qingxi again. After all, the protagonist's halo is still very terrifying. If you don't let Hadron keep an eye on him, and send other bodyguards who are not strong enough, there may be accidents. Qingxi nodded seriously to Ling Tian, and then he retired. At this time, when Yi Feng left the Ling family's manor, he called a taxi and went straight to the direction of Antique Street. According to his memory before his rebirth, in this antique street today, a warrior opened a long-lost pill for washing the marrow in a dilapidated antique bottle. Although he didn't know the exact time, Yi Feng hurriedly prepared to go to the antique street to check the situation first. However, he is still confident that he will be able to get this washing essence pill in advance. Yi Feng also knows that his aptitude is actually very general. If it weren't for his return from rebirth, he would not have been able to cultivate to the late stage of the body-tempering realm in this short period of time. Suowei Dan. The effect is very powerful. After taking it, it can greatly improve the physique of the martial artist, and make the future cultivation road become magnanimous. After having this pill, my cultivation aptitude will become very strong. It won't take long for me to break through to the early yellow stage. Thinking of this, a sneer appeared on Yi Feng's face. After he broke through, he would personally find Song Wei to settle the account. This Song Wei actually threatened him to send warriors to his house to deal with him. Yi Feng remembers this matter deeply in his mind. Yesterday, if it wasn't for Song Wei, there was a late body-quenching warrior protecting him. Yi Feng may have killed him on the spot. Soon, Yi Feng came to the antique street, which is full of people from the antique world. The streets are full of all kinds of stalls, and all kinds of antiques are on the stalls. But obviously, it is very difficult to find treasures in it. Most of them are all kinds of fakes and imitations. The stall owner with the antique washing pill is a bald old man with a teenage grandson next to him. I'll start looking for it directly at the intersection of this antique street. I'm sure you'll find it after walking around. Yi Feng tried hard to recall the memories in his mind, and then he followed the intersection of Antique Street and compared carefully. He didn't want to miss this opportunity because of his negligence. After all, he only knew the general situation of the stall owner. If he accidentally bought it for someone else in advance, he would probably vomit blood. Damn it! Where are the people? Why didn't you see it? Why didn't my antique show up? Yi Feng, who had been searching for a whole morning, scolded him on the street. He never found the pair of grandfathers and grandsons who met the criteria. Yi Feng's strange behavior in the street instantly attracted the attention of most people next to him. Everyone who came and went looked at this young man like a fool. This guy won't be stimulated in the antique trade, will he? Could he be deceived? I think it's possible. Is there a possibility? He has a problem with his brain. Otherwise, it won't be crazy to output to the air here. Isn't this a fool? Let's stay away from this fool. So as not to be infected by his IQ. Quote. Soon, Yi Feng realized that he had lost his temper. Looking at the strange eyes of everyone around him, and the comments of everyone about him coming from his ears, Yi Feng's face instantly turned red. He felt like a monkey being watched in the zoo at the moment. Damn it. He cursed a few words in his heart. Then Yi Feng hurriedly left everyone's sight. Chapter 4 The Poor, Get Away If You Can't Afford It. Yi Feng, who had calmed down, began to think seriously. Did the original rumors go wrong? Impossible. It is definitely in this antique street that Zisui Dan appeared. It should be that the grandfather and grandson who set up the stall haven't come yet. It must be so. So Yi Feng began to wait patiently, and he decided to stay here today. Anyway, he must get the washing marrow pill. At this time, in a corner that Yi Feng could not notice at all, Qingxi was wearing a pair of sunglasses and smoking a cigar in his mouth. Yi Feng's every move never left his sight. Brother Chang, why did the young master let us stare at this kid? Look at how poor he looks, can he afford to buy antiques? And the antiques bought here are basically fakes. I don't know why the young master asked us to rob the antiques he bought. The younger brother Afa on the side also wore sunglasses and held a cigar in his mouth. He saw that Yi Feng was dressed in tatters, with a mocking expression on his face. But the protagonist, if he wears a little badly, others will look down on him. Passerby did not open his mouth to mock him. How can the protagonist have the opportunity to pretend to be slapped in the face? These are not important. According to the instructions of the young master, we can just take good care of him. By the way, think about it, how should we humiliate this kid? A sly smile appeared on Qingxi's face. Wait a while, but he wants to vent his accumulated dissatisfaction on this boy. Don't look at Yi Feng's sincerity in front of Ling Tian. But for these bodyguards, Yi Feng was very disdainful, and always looked at people through his nostrils. Qingxi has long been very upset. If it wasn't for the young master's sake, Qingxi would have served him with a big mouth. Hey. There was also a weird smile on Afa's face on the side. The time soon came to the afternoon, and Yi Feng was also strolling back and forth in Antique Street, but he did not relax in the slightest. After all, Zisui Dan is related to his subsequent strength breakthrough. Damn it, why haven't you come yet? Yi Feng kept complaining in his heart. But soon, he discovered the suspected target. Above an empty stall before, an old man suddenly appeared there to set up a stall. There is also a child playing with a mobile phone next to him, and it looks like he is playing a game. Yi Feng's observation was very careful. He believed that he would not be mistaken, so he slowly walked to the booth. Boy, take a look at the antiques I have here, they are absolutely genuine. Old Li Tu saw a young man coming over, and a sly smile appeared on his face. What he likes most is such a young man who takes advantage of him. He doesn't have much ability, and he likes to spend money to try his luck. Old Li Tu looked eagerly at the rich boy in front of him. Yi Feng did not immediately respond to the old man, but carefully looked at these antiques on the booth. Young man, this bottle in your hand is from an antique from the Song dynasty. Trust me, you will never lose money if you buy it. Old Li Tu looked at Yi Feng, as if he was particularly interested in the bottles on his booth. The smile on his face became even more eager. Yi Feng was very speechless at this time. He really wanted to give this old man 2 slaps. Of course, he could see that the items in this booth were basically fakes. This was taking him for a fool. However, Yi Feng still suppressed the anger in his heart. After all, what he bought was not an antique, but the purifying essence pill in the antique. Boss, how much does this bottle sell for? There are several bottles in this booth, and Yi Feng is not sure which one has the Zisui Dan, so he can only buy them all. However, he still planned to ask the price one bottle at a time. After all, he really didn't have much money on hand. He was afraid that the old lion in front of him would open his mouth. This is an antique from the Ming dynasty. Less than 100,000 yuan, don't sell it. The old man also saw that Yi Feng seemed to be particularly interested in the bottles on his booth. For such a fat sheep, he naturally wanted to slaughter it fiercely, so he directly offered a sky-high price. I saw the expression on this old man's face that he likes to buy or not. Fuck, this stinky old man. Yi Feng's face darkened instantly, and his expression at the moment was like eating 10 pounds of shit. He feels that he is going to be blown up now, and he has only 200,000 in total. Now a bottle is asking him for 100,000 yuan. You must know that he wants to buy more than one bottle. And even with so much money, he couldn't use it to buy these fakes. If it weren't for the washing marrow pill, he wouldn't even want to give this garbage to himself. Boss, be cheaper. How could your bottle be from the Ming dynasty? This fucking looks like a fake. Yi Feng tried his best to suppress his anger and said to old Li Tu. What? Are you questioning my personality? My old head Li has been in the antique street for decades. It's called the first brother of antique street. I've never sold a fake. Old Li Tu's face was full of blue veins, his face was full of anger, and he was tough to the end. Who is not an acting school? Old Li Tu sneered in his heart, but he saw that this kid valued this antique very much. In this case, how could he sell it to him cheaply? Call. Yi Feng took a deep breath and continued to calm down his mood. However, his expression was full of anger, and he stared fiercely at the old man in front of him. Not because of people coming and going in Antique Street, he just wanted to beat up this old man. It's so fucking deceiving. He took a bunch of fakes to cheat him out of money, but in order to wash the marrow pill, he endured it. What are you staring at? I said, boy, you can't come up with money, right? Say it earlier, a poor man. If you can't afford it, get away from me. I'm wasting your time here, Mr. Li. Old Li Tu's eyes were full of contempt, but seeing Yi Feng staring at him with fierce eyes, he was also shocked, as if he was being watched by some terrifying existence. But this also made old Li Tu very angry. He felt that this damn stinky boy must have no money. That's why I've been messing with him here. Who said I have no money? Yi Feng's face became even more angry. He hates being called poor by others. For a rebirth like him, making money is very simple, and the 200,000 yuan is what he earned in just a few days after his rebirth. I saw Yi Feng threw the backpack on his back directly in front of Lao Li's head. Then unzipped the backpack directly in front of him. When old Li saw this kid's arrogant appearance, he also looked up at the backpack. But what he didn't expect was that it was actually full of banknotes. Ha ha ha, young man, you are full of heaven and your bones are amazing. I've already seen it, you're not an ordinary person. These treasures are related to you. Just now, it was just my aggressive method, don't mind it. Old Li Tu's mocking and disdainful face disappeared instantly, and an old face full of folds showed an amiable smile to Yi Feng. It seems that he has transformed into an expert from outside the world in an instant, and he looks like he appreciates Yi Feng very much. He is also a very thick-skinned person. As long as the money is in place, everything is fine. Then how much do you think is appropriate? Old Li Tu directly talked to Yi Feng about the price. Since this kid has so much money, it is not impossible to sell it to him cheaper. These bottles are mine. The 200,000 yuan in this backpack is all yours. Yi Feng's face was full of aggrieved expressions, and at this time he was too lazy to argue with the old man in front of him. He directly picked aside all the bottles on Lao Latu's booth. He could see that this old man was very greedy. Even if it was cheap, it probably wouldn't be much cheaper. It's better to lure him directly with a lot of cash, and then buy all these bottles. If he bargained with him, it is estimated that the old man would want to speak loudly. Chapter 5 Cut Hu Zisui Dan, Yi Feng fried. Hearing Yi Feng's words, old Li Tu's first reaction was to agree immediately. You know, the garbage bottles Yi Feng just picked out, he only spent a few hundred yuan to receive them. Now it can be sold for 200,000, which is a full hundreds of times. Old Li Tu's eyes stared at the money in Yi Feng's backpack, and he couldn't move his eyes for a long time. And he is also afraid that if he refuses the request of the fool in front of him, what if he is unwilling to buy it? I agreed. Old Li Tu smiled eagerly at Yi Feng, but his eyes looked like he was looking at an idiot. But this is also the first such idiot that old Li Tu met, and he would actually spend 200,000 to buy some rubbish. Young man, wait a moment, I'll pack it for you. Old Li Tu took the bottle on the table in an instant, and was packing it in a hurry. He wanted to complete the transaction as soon as possible. Then he has to quickly close the stall and run away. If this fool regrets it and comes to him to make trouble, he will be in trouble. After all, the bottles he sold were really fake. Soon, Lao Lido was packed, and he handed the antique in his hand to Yi Feng. Yi Feng also showed a relaxed expression on his face at this time, and the Zisui Dan finally got his hands. Yi Feng reached out and wanted to take over the antique. However, what he didn't expect was that a wide palm suddenly stretched out beside him and grabbed his wrist directly. Let him have no way to catch the antique handed over by old Li Tu. Yi Feng turned his head to look. It was a sturdy man with an unfamiliar face. What do you mean? There was an ugly expression on Yi Feng's face, and he was very angry at the moment. After all, he He was about to get the cleansing marrow pill, but someone ran out and wanted to stop him. What's the meaning? Does it mean that I have also taken a fancy to these antiques? The strong man in front of him raised his head high, looking at Yi Feng with arrogance and contempt in his eyes. The words are full of contempt and disdain. And he looked at Yi Feng directly with his nostrils. Yi Feng's face was full of anger at the moment, which was simply too deceiving. Since his rebirth, he has always been able to cut off other people's opportunities, and there are people who came out to cut him off. And the strong man in front of him dared to look at him with his nostrils. Yi Feng could clearly see this man's dark nose hair. At this moment, Yi Feng felt that he had received the greatest insult in his life. What are you? If you have money, you can ask for it directly. If you don't have money, then give Lao Su an honest walk. A poor bastard, pretending to be rich here. The strong man directly interrupted Yi Feng's words. His tone was full of ridicule. Old man, how much do these antiques sell for? I have one more piece than this kid. Did you hear clearly? This sturdy man showed a hideous smile at the old man, and said bluntly. Old Li Tu looked at the ferocious-looking strong man in front of him, and he didn't dare to say no to him. He was very afraid that the strong man would punch himself when he was angry, and he might just burp. After all, this old body can't handle it. What's more, didn't he say it? Bids have always been a block more than this kid. Who is not to sell? Of course, this big brother, you have the final say. I saw Lao Li's face full of apologetic smiles, nodding and bowing at this strong man. Boy, are you still paying for it? Then old Li Tu instantly restrained his extremely flattering expression to the brawny man. Then he put on an indifferent expression and said disdainfully to Yi Feng in front of him. He felt that the boy in front of him should not be able to bid. So there is no more politeness just now. Looking at the tattered clothes he was wearing, the 200,000 may have been stolen from home. What's more, there is now a strong man next to him. Damn old man, who do you look down on? And just now we have all made a deal, and now these antiques are mine. What qualifications do you have to use it to continue selling? Yi Feng was about to be blown up at the moment. This old man was about to make a deal with him just now. Now I regret it again. What? When did I make a deal with you? Boy, do you have any evidence? I knew you were a poor kid. If you can't pay, just get away from me. Old Li Tu's face is full of indifference and ridicule. He will not admit that he has just made a deal with Yi Feng. Now he is a seller's market, and now there is a strong demand. What's more, his antiques haven't been handed over yet. You deceive people too much. Yi Feng clenched his fists tightly at this moment, and his sharp nails pierced directly into the flesh. His eyes were full of bloodshots, and the cantles of his anger were cracked. With a few people quarreling, there are now people who eat melons around. These people are pointing fingers at themselves. This kid can't afford it, so let's be fooling around here. As soon as this kid is dressed in tatters, you know that he is a poor man. Hey, the world is getting worse. A young guy is actually bullying an old man here. Young man, people don't want to sell, so you can't force it. Quote. Yi Feng listened to the people around him giving him some pointers. At this time, he felt that he was about to die. But he didn't have any evidence to prove that the old man had made a deal with him. Now this kind of situation is called speechless. And he was dealing with an old man. This is a fucking underdog. This group of melon eaters is subjectively biased towards this old man. Yi Feng took a few deep breaths and calmed down his mood, otherwise he would definitely not be able to help himself. Yi Feng glared fiercely at the strong man and the old Li Tu, and then he turned and left. He has no more money to compete with this strong man. So Yi Feng decided to take down these antiques without spending any money. That's right, he is going to directly kill the man just now. Then the strong man immediately spent money to buy all these antiques. This strong man is a bodyguard under Ling Tian who has never been seen by Yi Feng. Afterwards, the strong man left Antique Street with the antiques and walked towards a very remote no-man trail. Soon, this strong man came to a dead end. I saw a strange smile on his face. He knew very well that there was already a person behind this alley. Come out. Don't hide, I have found you long ago. With a grin on his face, the strong man said to the entrance of the alley. Did you find yourself a good cemetery? Yi Feng walked towards the strong man unhurriedly, and his face was full of playful smiles. But Yi Feng is a little strange. Why is this strong man running into a dead end? No no no, this place was specially chosen for you. The strong man's face was full of disdain, and he retorted directly. Humph. Yi Feng stopped talking nonsense with the brawny man in front of him, and rushed forward, wanting to kill him directly. Snapped. However, before Yi Feng's figure moved, he was slapped to the ground with a slap. Wow. Yi Feng, who fell to the ground, spit out a mouthful of blood. He took a closer look and saw that there were actually a lot of teeth in this mouthful of blood. Then Yi Feng felt a strong pain on his left face. Almost half of my teeth were knocked out. What? He let out a roar and looked at his attacker. This is actually a strong man with black stockings on his head. These black stockings have 2 holes cut out, revealing a pair of eyes that Yi Feng feels a little familiar with. But based on this alone, Yi Feng still doesn't know who this is. Snapped. Then, Yi Feng's roar was interrupted again. That's right, he was slapped again on the right face. What are you yelling? Be quiet for Lao Su. The brawny man in the hood spoke, but his voice was extremely unfamiliar to Yi Feng, because he used his infuriating energy to change his voice. Damn it. Yi Feng, who fell to the ground, spit out another mouthful of blood, and then he struggled to get up. At this time, Yi Feng's cheeks were high and swollen. The originally beautiful face was directly beaten into a pig's head. And more importantly, now there are only 2 teeth left in his mouth full of teeth, and all the others have been knocked out. Who are you? Yi Feng's swollen face was full of anger, and he roared directly at the hooded man in front of him. He could see that the man in front of him was far stronger than him. But instead of killing him, he just humiliated him. Chapter 6 Torment Wang Ahua. The hooded man didn't answer Yi Feng's question. That's right, he is Ling Tian's head bodyguard, Qingxi. Under the headgear of this stockings, Qingxi's expression at the moment can be described as extremely comfortable. These 2 big mouths, he has long wanted to eat this kid Yi Feng. Today finally got his wish, but he still doesn't feel satisfied. I saw him walking slowly in the direction of Yi Feng. At this time, although Yi Feng ate 2 big mouths fiercely, he would not sit still. I saw Yi Feng took out a dagger from his waist, and hid the hooded man in front of him and rushed up frantically. Although the man in front of him was obviously stronger than him, Yi Feng also saw that the other party would not let him go. Qingxi looked at Yi Feng who rushed up, his face full of disdain. Directly, a sweeping leg kicked Yi Feng's abdomen fiercely. Yi Feng didn't have any chance to react at all, and was kicked out directly, and he even spat out a mouthful of blood in the air. Wow. After falling to the ground, Yi Feng spat out a mouthful of blood again, and now he has severe pain in his abdomen, and his body can hardly move. Bastard, dare you tell me? Who the hell sent you? Yi Feng's expression was full of pain, but his eyes were still very fierce, glaring at Qingxi. How dare you threaten me? Are you worthy? It seems that the lesson I just taught you wasn't enough. Qingxi's tone was full of ridicule, and then, he stretched out a foot and stepped on Yi Feng's face fiercely. Friction. Friction. Until the soles are clean as new. Ooh. At this time, Yi Feng's mouth was blocked by the sole of the shoe, and he couldn't make a sound at all. However, his face was full of endless humiliation, and his body was struggling in pain. But in front of the strong sun who has reached the late yellow stage, it has no effect at all. Although Qingxi didn't use too much power, he was afraid that he would directly trample this boy to death. But it's not very harmful, it's extremely insulting. Seeing Yi Feng struggling in pain, Qingxi was even happier. You will die, I will definitely kill you. After Qingxi's feet were released, Yi Feng's eyes were full of killing intent, and he roared wildly at him. Qingxi actually dared to say harsh words when he heard this kid. Just when I was about to humiliate him severely. Next to him appeared another strong masked man with stockings on his head. This strong man is the bodyguard Afa. You kid won't fall into the cesspool, will you? As Afa walked towards him, Qingxi smelled a very strong odor. Afterwards, Changzi immediately blocked his sense of smell with infuriating energy. That's so fucking stinky, it's disgusting to him. Ha ha ha, boss, just now I don't know which stray dog is actually urinating on the street. I accidentally stepped on it. Afa scratched his head at Qingxi with an embarrassed expression. Gia, it's very happy to see you stepping on your face, boss, I'll try it too. Then there was a strange smile at Yi Feng. Hearing Afa's words, Qingxi also showed a strange smile on his face. Well, it's over to you. Remember to wipe it clean, or don't go with Lao Su. It's fucking stinky, I don't want to be watched. Afterwards, Afa walked towards Yifeng with a wicked smile on his face. In fact, he stepped on this on purpose, and the purpose was to humiliate this kid. Damn it. If you dare to do it, I will kill you. I will definitely kill you. Yifeng roared wildly, furious at Afa's incompetence. The injured body is also desperately moving backwards under the support of the arms. Of course he heard the conversation between the two in front of him, and he also smelled that stench. Ha ha ha. Bring it on. Maybe you'll like it. This taste is very powerful. Afa's face was even more proud, he ignored this kid's threat. On the contrary, Yifeng's resistance made him feel an unprecedented stimulation. Is this what it feels like when a strong man locks a man? So cool. Afa feels extremely happy at the moment. He began to wonder if he also had gay tendencies. Then I saw Afa raised one foot, the sole of this foot was full of black shit. The seriously injured Yifeng didn't have much resistance at all. He watched helplessly as one foot stepped on his face. No. Vomit. Yifeng directly smelled a foul odor that poured into his nose. Because of the reason he kept threatening him just now, he tasted it directly in his mouth. There is an endless humiliation in his heart. I saw Yifeng rolled his eyes and fainted instantly. What? Boss, isn't this kid too fussy? It's passed out. Boss, what should I do now? Afa was actually a little unhappy. He scratched his head and asked Chinxi next to him. Throw this kid on the street. Do it yourself. It smells so fucking stinky. Chinxi pursed his lips in disgust. No interest in being close to Yifeng. Okay, I see, boss. I threw him into a crowded street. Afa's face was filled with a wicked smile again. He didn't intend to let Yifeng go so easily. That's the arrangement, I'll go back and report to the young master first. Since today's task has been almost completed, Chinxi is also ready to take these antiques back to deal with the young master. But today he ran this trip, he was very happy. Especially seeing Yifeng's inability to struggle. Chinxi is even more refreshing in his heart. At this moment, Ling Tian had a smile on his face, he had already received a message from the system. Ding, Jehu Yefeng's Shisui Dan, the protagonist's luck -100, the host's villain value +10000. Ding, Yifeng suffered tremendous physical and mental torture, the host villain value +5000. It seems that Chinxi did a good job. I just don't know what kind of torture this kid Yifeng has suffered. He actually provided him with so much villain value, it seems that Yifeng, this leak, must be cut a few more times. On the street where people came and went, suddenly, a figure was thrown out. Soon, a large group of people came to watch. What's the matter with this man? Why is he lying on the street? Call the police and notify the police to come here. Have you smelled it? It smells so bad. Yes. It seems to be uploaded from this person. Later, an enthusiastic person turned Yifeng over directly, and then everyone saw the black sticky substance on his face. Vomit. This enthusiastic person was instantly disgusted, his body fell back, and he slumped to the ground. The smell almost made him spit out. This is shit. My pussy. This guy's mouth is full of shit. That's disgusting. Doesn't he have that special habit of eating shit? It stinks. Ouch, I'm going to vomit up at lunch, it's disgusting. Quote. Afterwards, the onlookers stepped back several meters. The smell is just unbearable. Then a siren sounded. The people from the police station came here, and the leader of the team was actually a beautiful police officer in a police uniform. Obviously. With bulldozer protagonists like Yifeng, how could there be less beautiful security guards? But because of Ling Tian, this woman appeared in advance. How is this going? Let's go, let's go. One of the onlookers, a male security guard, said. Afterwards, the crowd gave way, and Huang Xia led a group of team members to the middle of the crowd. Afterwards, Huang Xia frowned, the smell was so unpleasant. All the team members also covered their noses. Go and wake him up. Huang Xia said to a team member. With such a stinky smell, of course she wouldn't go directly to it. Wake up. The named team member reluctantly walked towards the man and shook his body vigorously. Soon, Yifeng was awakened by a violent shaking. At this moment, he was a little stunned, and then there was a sharp pain all over his body. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw the crowd around him. Soon, he recalled the memory just now. Smelling the smell on her body, Yifeng was dying of shame and anger at this time. His first reaction was to flee here immediately, to escape everyone's sight. "Young man, come with us to the police station. Someone called the police and said you were eating shit on the street, and that had a very bad effect. It has seriously affected the public security of our city and deteriorated the glorious image of our city," the male security guard said to Yifeng with a serious face. "I do not have. I was framed by someone." Yifeng's face was full of blue veins, and he tried his best to justify with his head held high. At this moment, he pays attention to the eyes of the people around him, all of which are disgusting and disgusting. Yifeng felt that he was full of anger, but had nowhere to vent. Those guys are simply irrelevant. Chapter 7 Entering the game, Yifeng is incompetent and furious. "I don't care if you have it. Or did someone frame you? Let's go to the police station with us to investigate now," the male security guard said directly to Yifeng. Yifeng had an expression of eating shit, and nodded directly to the man in front of him. He would not violently resist law enforcement, otherwise he would not want to hang out in Kyushu Kingdom. And just through the group of people at the police station, he was able to leave this place. His face is sticky now, and his nose smells a stench. More importantly, there were a group of people watching, and some people even took pictures with their mobile phones there. Yifeng couldn't take it anymore. Later, the security guard put handcuffs on Yifeng, although what this kid just said seemed to be true. But he won't believe it directly, he will torture and interrogate it first. Let's take him to a place with water to take a shower first. Otherwise, the car and the entire police station will smell like shit. A look of disgust appeared on Huang Xia's face on the side. She didn't want to smell it all the way in the car. The expression on Yifeng's face at this time was even more ugly, and he just wanted to find a seam to get in. He looked at the graceful and heroic female security guard in front of him. If he had encountered such a superb beauty, he would have approached her long ago. But now, looking at the disgust on this woman's face, coupled with his miserable appearance, Yifeng really didn't have the courage to talk to her. "Okay, Captain. Boy, come with me." Afterwards, the security guard grabbed Yifeng's handcuffs, came with him to a faucet, and then he untied Yifeng's handcuffs. "Boy, wash up quickly. I'm going to stink to death." This male security guard's face is black. He is the biggest victim, and the stench is almost unbearable for him. Listening to the security guard's repair, Yifeng felt that his heart was bleeding. Quickly connect the water in the faucet with your hands and scrub his face vigorously. Yifeng almost didn't rub his face off. Afterwards, the security guards of this team took Yifeng back to the police station. Inside the interrogation room, Yifeng sat down on the seat of the interrogation table in handcuffs. And Huang Xia was sitting opposite him, with a male security guard standing next to him to guard against possible turmoil. "You said that the wound on your face was beaten by several masked strong men in a dead end." Huang Xia had a scrutiny in her beautiful eyes. Staring at Yifeng, whose mouths were swollen on both sides in front of him, there was still a familiar stench on his body. To be honest, although the man in front of him was beaten into a pig's head, the way he looked at her made her very uncomfortable. Huang Xia can clearly feel the greed in this man's eyes. After all, she can often see this kind of eyes from other men. "Yes, those few people don't talk about martial arts. They bully me more and less." Yifeng began to accuse the masked strong men in a hoarse voice. "To know that he will be so miserable today, it is all because of these goddamn guys." Not only was the pulp-washing pill gone, but the mouth was swollen, and the teeth were almost gone. And he was forced to eat ollie, and was finally surrounded by people. It's just so miserable it couldn't be more miserable. "Well, then tell me, why did they beat you up?" Huang Xia won't listen to this man's side words. "Look at his tattered clothes, and he looks like a street boy." She knew that this kid is definitely not a good person. "Because this group of people robbed me of the antiques I just bought in Antique Street. Of course I won't give in." Yifeng directly said a sentence that reverses black and white. Obviously he does not have so much money to compete with others. But anyway, everyone has already run away, and the security guard on the opposite side can't find any evidence. He wants to get out of this damn police station as soon as possible. "I will notify your family. You stay in the police station for a few days now. When I investigate it clearly, I will naturally let you out." Huang Xia said indifferently to the man in front of him. She didn't believe the man's explanation at all. It happened that his eyes made him very uncomfortable. And in this case, he has the right to temporarily detain him. Of course, Huang Xia will not let this kid go easily, he must give him some color. What right do you have to keep me here? I didn't commit any crime at all. Hearing the words of the woman in front of him, Yifeng directly angered. He didn't want his mother to know what happened today. After all, this kind of thing is very embarrassing. Hee, you didn't commit a crime. You've had a very bad impact by eating shit in public on the street. And now you're suspected of fighting. I have enough rights to keep you here. Huang Xia's face was full of indifference, and she didn't give Yifeng any face at all. Then, she turned around and left. Damn it, I didn't eat shit. You stinky woman, come back to me. When the word, eat shit, was mentioned, Yifeng's face instantly turned green. This can be said to directly step on his sore foot. This is probably the nightmare of Yifeng's life. So he directly started the mode of incompetence and fury. But it was useless, Huang Xia ignored him at all. Come on, boy, stop yelling, our captain is one of a kind. A male security guard next to him came over and grabbed Yifeng's arm. Then take him to the prison. At this time, Yifeng, who had eaten the official meal, gradually calmed down. It seems that he can only ask his brother for help. Otherwise, he wouldn't want to leave here easily. This stinky woman is deliberately targeting me, obviously I am the victim. Damn it. Yifeng cursed again. On a balcony in the Ling family manor, Ling Tian was lying on a chaise longue, basking in the sun. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully changing the plot, causing the protagonist Yifeng to enter the prison, the villain value plus 3000. At this time, the system also brought him good news, but he didn't care too much. At this moment, Ling Tian closed his eyes, his face full of enjoyment. Next to him are three beautiful and unusual maids in bunny-maid costumes pressing his thighs and shoulders. You must know that the Ling family, as a chaebol family, has already reached $1 trillion in family assets. And Ling Tian, as the only heir, enjoys a life that is naturally top-notch. A few maids like these are goddesses that others can't reach, whether they are beautiful, stature or knowledgeable. However, here in Ling Tian, any of his requests cannot be rejected. The wealth and power of the Ling family are enough to make any ordinary person in awe. Then, Ling Tian heard footsteps coming towards where he was. Master, according to our Ling family's information, Yifeng has been arrested in the police station. Do you want to release him on bail? The person who came was the housekeeper Fu Bo, and he said to Ling Tian with a kind smile on his face. After all, he grew up watching the young master in front of him, and the relationship between the two is also very close. Moreover, the housekeeper Fu Bo Ziran is also treating Ling Tian as his own relatives. Being not, Ling Tian slowly opened his eyes, a smile appeared on his face, and said to Uncle Fu. How could he go and save Yifeng so easily? He won't do anything that is not good. As for the benefits, Yifeng at this time will definitely not be able to give it. But isn't there his mother? Aunt Ru, you don't want your son to be hurt, do you? Ha ha. Chapter 8 Song Hui's Small Actions. In Tiandu Yundan Hospital, there are the top medical facilities and teams in the country. The staff who come and go are all dressed in decent professional uniforms, with decent smiles on their faces, making people feel at home. And usually the people who seek medical treatment here are the upper-class elites of Kyushu who are either rich or expensive. In an advanced convalescent ward of this hospital, Song Wei had a plaster cast on his leg, and bandages were rolled up all over his body. But at this time, he was surrounded by beautiful women, giving him massage and feeding intimately. Song Wei had a refreshing smile on his face at the moment, and he seemed to be in a very good mood. This is one of his bodyguards who walked in a hurry with a smile on his face. Master, good news. What good news? Song Wei has some dissatisfaction on his face at the moment. This bodyguard is not sensible at all. Don't see him enjoying it. If he can't tell why, he will have to deduct his salary for a month. Master, do you remember the Yifeng who injured you? He was arrested by the police station. The bodyguard was naturally observant, seeing dissatisfaction on Song Hui's face, and hurriedly explained. Okay, what happened to him? A happy smile appeared on Song Hui's face, you know, but this kid beat him so badly. If it weren't for his relationship with the Ling family, his parents wouldn't allow him to rashly act. Song Wei had already sent this kid to the sea to feed the sharks. Ha ha ha, young master, look. The bodyguard took out his mobile phone directly. Ha ha ha. This damn turtle has today too. The video played on the phone was exactly the video given by Yi Feng's mouth full of ollie, and his mouth was swollen. Now this video has gone viral on the internet. Netizens have called Yi Feng the warrior, maggot god. After seeing the video, Song Wei laughed directly. Cough cough. However, it soon affected his injuries, causing him to cough a few times. Master, don't get excited. Body is important. The bodyguard also showed a panic expression on his face, and immediately discouraged him, if it was because he caused Song Wei to have an accident. He was probably dragged into the sea to feed the sharks too. Hoo hoo. After that, Song Wei took a few deep breaths and calmed down his excitement. But he still had a smile on his face. Who did this? Have you checked it out? Song Wei directly asked his bodyguards. I don't know, but it's definitely not what our Song family did. The bodyguard showed seriousness on his face, and answered to his young master. No matter who did it, it can be regarded as a bad breath for me. And you have checked, what is the relationship between Yi Feng and Ling Tian? Song Wei had a fierce expression on his face. If it weren't for the fear of provoke the Ling family, how could he endure such humiliation? You must know that their Song family is also one of the big families in Tiandu City. And he, Song Wei, as a young master, was beaten by a local turtle. This directly made him a laughingstock in the second-generation circle. Master, according to our investigation, Yi Feng and Ling Tian seem to have a very good relationship, and Ling Tian appreciates Yi Feng very much. Now, Yi Feng's mother also lives in Ling Tian's manor. But this time Yi Feng was caught in the police station. It seems that Ling Tian didn't bail him out either. The bodyguards directly reported everything they knew. Using our relationship, let this kid stay in it as long as he can. Since Ling Tian didn't take action, I think his relationship with this kid is normal. It is estimated that Yi Feng was in front of Ling Tian's door. Ling Tian took pity on this kid and took in his mother. Did they really have such a good relationship? With the strength of the Ling family, it is impossible for Yi Feng to be caught inside. Although Song Wei is a playboy, he is not a fool, and naturally he can see something from Ling Tian's behavior. So Song Wei ordered directly to his subordinates. Since he was temporarily unable to move this Yi Feng because of Ling Tian. Then disgust him first, and take a breath for yourself. In the study, Ling Tian looked at the antiques that Qingxi brought back. With his current powerful perception ability, he naturally knows which antique contains the purifying essence pill. Ling Tian's thoughts moved, and these antique bottles exploded one after another. Then, a pill for washing marrow entered Ling Tian's hands. The whole body is crystal clear, and it exudes a faint fragrance. The medicine also contains huge energy. System, will this pill for washing the marrow be effective for me? You know, Ling Tian has been unable to become a martial artist because of his physique since he was a child. Respected host, of course it is effective. After taking this pill, it can let you get rid of the waste body that could not be cultivated before, so as to be reborn and become a cultivation genius. That being the case, Ling Tian planned to take this pill by himself. After all, there are a lot of cultivation techniques in the system mall. As long as you have enough villain value, you can exchange it. And after cultivating these exercises, it can also allow him to exert a stronger strength. In this regard, Ling Tian is naturally impossible to miss. After that, Ling Tian swallowed the marrow-washing pill in one gulp. As soon as the medicinal pill entered his stomach, he felt his whole body start to heat up, and then he felt that all the cells in his body were shaking. Soon, black toxins appeared on the surface of his body again. These were all impurities refined from his body. About half an hour later, Ling Tian felt that his transformation was over. At this moment, he felt that his body was unusually light. The bones in the body became stronger, and the meridians of the whole body were tempered again. Although his martial artist realm has not changed, the speed of the infuriating energy in his body has skyrocketed. So his current strength has improved a lot. A satisfied smile appeared on Ling Tian's face. The effect of this pill is really powerful. System, how much villain value does it take to exchange the essence washing pill in the mall? Ling Tian asked directly to the system. Dear host, in the system mall, a cleansing pill requires 20,000 villain points. After hearing the price, Ling Tian secretly clicked his tongue. This price is still very expensive, and it takes 20,000 villains to exchange for one. However, Ling Tian still decided to wait for his villain value to be enough, and give one to his relatives. After all, with the memory of his predecessor, Ling Tian is a family pet in this family. Since he has enjoyed such treatment, Ling Tian will naturally not treat these people badly. After that, Ling Tian called the housekeeper Fu Bo again. Ling Tian directly took out several prescriptions from the Sky Poison Sutra and gave them to Uncle Fu. Uncle Fu, immediately collect the medicinal materials in these prescriptions for me. I need to use them to make a little medicine. Fu Bo just looked at these prescriptions a little, but many of the medicinal materials in it are poisonous. Although Fu Bo is a bit strange, since the young master needs it, he will naturally collect it. But he still reminded a few words. Master, many of these herbs seem to be poisonous. I know, you can rest assured and prepare. Ling Tian responded with a smile on his face, without explaining much. Then Fu Bo retired and left, ready to collect these medicinal materials as soon as possible. Chapter 9 Visiting the Prison. Not long after, Uncle Fu brought these herbs to Ling Tian's study. Ling Tian looked at these herbs, of course he wanted to make some poison. Ling Tian directly produced 2 kinds of poisons this time. Then, Ling Tian called Qingxi. Master, what are your orders? With a respectful smile on Qingxi's face, he asked the young master who had Erlang's legs crossed in front of him. Didn't Song Wei from the Song family take action? Since that's the case, think of a way to loosen the bones of Yi Feng. Anyway, he will be counted on Song Hui's head at that time. And it seems that my brother Feng likes to push girls. He can't meet a woman in prison alone. I'm afraid he will be lonely. But it seems that there are only men in the prison. A playful smile appeared on Ling Tian's face. With deep meaning in his eyes, he glanced at Qingxi on the opposite side. I understand, young master. Since there are no women, men can reluctantly arrange it. There are quite a few master fencing masters in the prison. We can arrange to meet Yi Feng at that time, and they can learn swordsmanship at that time. Leave these to me. There was a strange smile on Qingxi's face. As Ling Tian's confidant, he naturally knows everything. A lot of things don't need him to say clearly. Well, you can find a professional photographer to record it. When the time comes, I will give it to my brother Feng to appreciate it. Ling Tian thought of a new way to play and said again. Seconds, young master. You still know how to play. A flattering smile appeared on Qingxi's face. Immediately flattered, as the head of Ling Tian's exclusive bodyguard. When it comes to flattering Ling Tian, she doesn't lose to anyone. Here are 2 bottles of poison. These poisons are aimed at the warriors of the body-quenching realm, but they have little effect on ordinary people. This red bottle can make people fall into a state of general weakness, and the lasting effect is about 3 days. Another bottle of poison is a strong aphrodisiac. I don't need to say more about its effect, the effect is about half a day. Take it all and give it to my brother Feng to test it. Ling Tian took out the 2 bottles of medicine he had just made and placed them in front of Qingxi. As for other things, of course, Ling Tian didn't need to worry about it. Otherwise, what is the role of these subordinates? Ling Tian was more at ease about the ability of the strong son. Master, with these bottles of medicine, the rest will be easier to handle. Qingxi took the bottles of medicine with a smile, and his face was now full of a smirk. Come to think of it, I already have some ideas in mind. However, Ling Tian didn't care much about this, as long as the results could satisfy him. Then go down and make arrangements now. Ling Tian ordered directly to Qingxi. Afterwards, after Qingxi and Ling Tian retired, they turned and left. At this time, in a courtyard of the Ling family manor, Yi Wanru's fair face was full of sadness and anger. She just received a call from the police station, and her son was detained for fighting and eating shit in public on the street. She couldn't believe what she heard in her ears. And Yi Wanru just brushed a lot of videos about Yi Feng on her phone. His son's face was swollen and his mouth was full of shit. At first glance, she almost didn't recognize it. Fenger, why have you become like this now? Yi Wanru sighed softly. But she also found that her son has changed too much recently. Originally, he was a shy and submissive person. But she found that Yi Feng was very abnormal recently. Not only does he look high and arrogant every day, but he can't walk as long as he sees a beautiful woman. This made Yi Wanru very suspicious. Afterwards, Yi Wanru rushed in the direction of the police station. Anyway, this is her son after all. Not long after, the mother and son met at the police station. Mom, Yi Feng's face was full of embarrassment, and he showed an ugly smile to Yi Wanru. And greeted her. In fact, he is not very willing to meet his mother now. Because at this moment, his face still hasn't swelled, and he looks very miserable. Yi Wanru could clearly see that there were only 2 teeth left in her son's mouth. And his face and cheeks were swollen high, like a pig's head. What the hell happened to you? Who exactly did you fight with? Yi Wanru's face was very ugly, and she was very angry at the moment. After all, her son was beaten like this. However, she was outraged by her son's behavior today. You must know that his son beat Song Wei of the Song family only yesterday. Make them have to come to Ling Tian for help, in order to ensure their own safety. Unexpectedly, Yi Feng went to fight again today. Mom, I didn't fight with others. I was robbed when I was buying antiques. I was the victim. In the face of his mother's questioning, Yi Feng was of course full of nonsense. However, Yi Wanru directly did not believe what Yi Feng said. Where did you get the money to buy antiques? What antiques did you buy that will be targeted by others? Yi Wanru's face was full of anger and doubt. She felt that she was about to lose her trust in Yi Feng. You must know that your son has no interest in reading since he was a child. He went to a restaurant to serve dishes before graduating from high school. Every antique can be said to be valuable. Where did he get the money to buy what antiques? Yi Wanru felt that none of Yi Feng's words was the truth. Mom, it must be that Song Wei from the Song family is taking revenge on me. I beat him up yesterday, and today he's looking for someone to deal with me. Yi Feng instantly remembered his enemy again, and he threw the pot on his head anyway. Yi Wanru lost her patience as she listened to her son's constant sophistry. She didn't think Song Wei did this. If he wanted to do it, he would have done it yesterday. What's more, with Ling Tian covering them now, Song Wei probably didn't have the courage at all. What's the matter with you recently? I see your behavior getting weirder and weirder. In the end, Yi Wanru directly asked Yi Feng the question she wanted to ask the most now. However, as a reborn Yi Feng, how could he explain such a problem? It is estimated that no one will believe it. Mom, I'm fine. Yi Feng's voice lacked confidence, but he could only force a perfunctory answer to his mother. Also, why didn't Brother Tian come? Damn, why didn't he bail me out immediately? Then he immediately changed the subject. However, Ling Tian did not bail him out directly. Yi Feng was very angry at the moment, and he also began to express a lot of dissatisfaction with Ling Tian. He knew very well in his heart that Ling Tian must have known about the fact that he was imprisoned in the police station. After all, the Ling family is a super chaebol family, and the intelligence network is all over the country. And if the Ling family speaks casually, Yi Feng will be able to leave here immediately. Damn it. It didn't help me with such a trivial matter. Yi Feng directly hated Ling Tian in his heart. If he bails himself directly, he doesn't need to be questioned by his mother like this. Chapter 10 Yi Wanru's Cold Poison Attack. To shut up. Young Master Ling, he has already helped us a lot, otherwise do you think you can still sit here safely? Yi Wanru was also very angry when she heard Yi Feng's dissatisfaction with Ling Tian. His own son was so ignorant. If it wasn't for Ling Tian's reasons, Yi Feng beat Song Wei violently, the Song family's revenge would not be something that their mother and son could bear. Mom, I'm your son, why are you still talking to outsiders? When Yi Feng heard her mother's words, her dissatisfaction with Ling Tian became even stronger. Originally, he was a little jealous of Ling Tian. Why did he have everything when he was born? And now, his mother actually favored him. Damn it! Yi Feng roared in his heart again. You should reflect on yourself in prison. Yi Wanru's face became very indifferent at this time. She was very angry at her son's behavior of such a white-eyed wolf. Originally, she had planned that as long as Yi Feng confessed his mistake sincerely, she would ask Ling Tian to bail him out after a while. But now she decided to let Yi Feng stay here for a few days. Anyway, he is just here to cooperate with the investigation. Mom, don't go. Go to Ling Tian and bail me out. Yi Feng saw that his mother actually left without looking back. He shouted loudly at her. He doesn't want to stay in the prison of this police station forever. Does he have a lot to do? However, Yi Wanru did not respond to Yi Feng, and left the police station directly. Not long after, Ling Tian happened to meet Yi Wanru, who had just returned from the police station in the Ling family manor. Aunt Ru, what's the matter with you? Your face doesn't look very good. Ling Tian naturally knew what was going on. Needless to say, she must have just returned from watching Yi Feng from the police station. However, he still looked very suspicious in front of Yi Wanru. It's as if he doesn't know anything now. I'm fine, young Master Ling. Yi Wanru originally had a very ugly face because of Yi Feng, but after seeing Ling Tian, she forced a smile to him. She was also embarrassed to tell Ling Tian the truth. After all, his son had done such a shameful thing, and he was still complaining about Ling Tian in private. Aunt Ru can tell me anything, as long as I can help. A faint smile appeared on Ling Tian's face. He looked at Yi Wanru who was standing in front of him, his eyes were full of confidence. Although he has nice words on his mouth. But if you want him to take action, it is not so easy, the other party must also give something. Thanks. Hearing Ling Tian's words, Yi Wanru looked at him even more tenderly. She felt more and more that the man in front of her was so caring. I feel much better than Yi Feng. Aunt Ru, did something happen to Brother Feng? Ling Tian looked thoughtful. Well, he fought with people again today and was arrested in the police station. Don't worry about him, let him stay in there for a few days to teach him a lesson. Yi Wanru nodded to Ling Tian. Since Ling Tian had already guessed it, she didn't want to deceive the man in front of her. Because she felt that she and Yi Feng owed each other too much. Aunt Ru, I think Brother Feng must have some troubles for fighting with others. Should I go say hello and let him come out today? At this time, Ling Tian would naturally not miss the opportunity to stir up the flames and sow discord. Of course, not only will he not belittle Yi Feng, but he will try to elevate him as much as possible. As for the reason for this, first, it can greatly improve Yi Wanru's favorability to herself, and secondly, let her see the gap between herself and Yi Feng in terms of life. Young Master Ling, thank you. Let him stay in there for a few days. I'm so pissed at his recent performance. I want to teach him a lesson. Yi Wanru looked at Ling Tian with more and more gentle eyes. At this time, Ling Tian's image became more and more stalwart in her heart. Yi Wanru felt that the man in front of her was so perfect. Whether it is character, appearance or family background, it can be called the top one. She felt that her son was not even worthy of carrying shoes for Ling Tian, let alone comparing himself with him. Ding, congratulations to the host for instigating discord, making the relationship between Yi Wanru and the protagonist Yi Feng further broken. Yi Feng's luck -50, the host's villain value +2000. Ling Tian was in a very good mood when he heard the notification sound from the system. Thinking of being in prison, Brother Feng even gave him an assist. Young Master Ling, I'm going back first, goodbye. Afterwards, Yi Wanru said goodbye to Ling Tian with a smile on her face. Because of Yi Feng, she is now physically and mentally exhausted, and she is not in the mood to continue talking. She just wants to go back to rest early. Ling Tian also smiled and nodded at her, but there was a strange look in his eyes. At this moment, Yi Wanru suddenly let out a painful hum. She knew that the cold disease in her body had attacked again. At this time, Yi Wanru couldn't bear the severe cold on her body, and she almost fell down when her body softened. Aunt Ru, what's wrong with you? Ling Tian's tone was suddenly very urgent, but at this moment, a strange smile appeared on his face. Then he stretched out his hands and directly embraced Yi Wanru, who almost fell to the ground. Hey, I'm just a little cold. Yi Wanru's face was blushing at this time, her heart was very shy, and her voice trembled in response to Ling Tian. Feeling the warmth of Ling Tian's embrace and the strong masculinity on his body made her a little confused. After all, Yi Wanru has never had such intimate actions with other men since Yi Feng was born. Aunt Ru, why are you so cold? Ling Tian naturally knew what was going on. Yi Wanru used to be a warrior who had reached the yellow rank. However, the cultivation base was abolished later, and he was injured by the enemy who practiced cold attribute exercises, and his body was tortured by cold poison. Especially on the night of the full moon, the pain is the most severe. That's why Ling Tian specially picked today's good day to meet Yi Wanru by chance. Aunt Ru, let me take you back to your room. You can't even walk now. Ling Tian looked at Yi Wanru's face as she endured the pain, and I saw the expression of pity, and said directly to her. Well, sorry to bother you. Yi Wanru is of course aware of her physical condition. Soon, Ling Tian carried her into Yi Wanru's bedroom. Then, he put Yi Wanru gently on the bed. Aunt Ru, let me check your body. I know some medical skills. Ling Tian's face was full of concern, and he spoke directly to Yi Wanru. Although the Sky Poison Sutra taught how to use poison, Ling Tian would naturally be able to diagnose the pulse, not to mention it was just an excuse for him. Yi Wanru agreed without thinking much. At this moment, her face was pale, and the cold poison on her body made her extremely painful. Ling Tian also admired this woman a little bit. You must know that she has endured this kind of pain for more than 10 years. Normal people can't stand such torture at all. Aunt Ru, the reason for the cold disease in your body is that there is a vicious cold attribute true qi in your body. Ling Tian was able to directly put 2 fingers on Yi Wanru's soft catkin to feel the pulse, and then he gave his answer. But I have a way to cure you. Ling Tian showed a confident look on his face, and said to the woman in front of him. Really? Yi Wanru's painful pretty face also showed a surprised expression. You must know that the wound on her body was caused by a martial artist. If ordinary people can heal it, she won't have to endure it for so many years. And because she avoided the pursuit of the enemy, and because she had no strength, she did not dare to show up in the martial artist world to find someone to help her. Chapter 11 Yi Wanru's reluctance. Certainly. Ling Tian's tone was full of confidence. Of course it was a very easy thing for him. You must know that he is a martial artist in the early stage of Xuanji, and he can easily remove all the cold poison in Yi Wanru's body. Aunt Ru, those cold poisons are all in your abdomen. I want to touch them directly with my hands, and then force those cold poisons out. Ling Tian said directly to Yi Wanru, who was lying on the bed. Naturally, it can be cured through clothes, but it is obvious that a man will not do this. Hearing Ling Tian's words, the blush that had just dissipated on Yi Wanru's pale face appeared again. If someone else said this to her, she might rather die than let others touch her body directly. However, Yi Wanru now trusts Ling Tian very much. She secretly looks at Ling Tian. At this moment, his face is full of righteousness and awe-inspiring, and he looks like a gentleman. Well, you come. Yi Wanru's voice trembled a little, and she was in a very uneasy mood at this moment. However, the cold poison in her body has tortured her for too long. Now there is a chance to be cured, and she doesn't want to miss it. Afterwards, she shyly pulled up her clothes, revealing her belly as white as snow. Naturally, Ling Tian didn't turn his eyes away, his palms covered it, and his inner qi was circulating, clearing Yi Wanru from the cold poison in her body. Soon, Yi Wanru felt that the pain in her body was slowly reducing. However, she noticed that Ling Tian next to him was in order to help him treat his cold illness. At this moment, his handsome and unparalleled face was covered in cold sweat, which must have been a lot of consumption. Yi Wanru's heart was very moved, and she also began to feel distressed for Ling Tian. Soon, this treatment will be over. Aunt Ru, it is estimated that there will be 3 more treatments in the future. Ling Tian showed a reluctant smile. At this moment, his body was covered with sweat, and his face was a little pale. It looked like he had consumed a lot of money just to treat Yi Wanru. Of course, Ling Tian made this look on purpose to show the woman in front of him. If he was cured easily, how could he still have a good impression? Thank you, young Master Ling, I feel like it's all right now. Yi Wanru's eyes were full of tenderness, and her heart was full of emotion. This man has sacrificed so much for himself. Yi Wanru was very fond of Ling Tian at this moment. That's good. You have a good rest. I'm going back. Ling Tian said directly. After all, the task has been completed. It doesn't make much sense for him to stay here for the time being. I'll give you one. Yi Wanru struggled to get up and wanted to send Ling Tian out of her room in person. However, after experiencing the devastation of the cold poison, she felt her body soften as soon as she stood up, and fell directly into Ling Tian's arms. Feeling the familiar warmth in Ling Tian's arms, Yi Wanru let out a soft moan. At this moment, her pretty face blushed, and she was embarrassed to continue talking to Ling Tian. Okay, Aunt Ru, take a good rest. Ling Tian helped her back to the bed again, and then he left directly. Yi Wanru looked at Ling Tian's tall and straight figure slowly walking out of her room. She felt very reluctant in her heart. Then, Yi Wanru reacted. The face has become more rosy. Yi Wanru. He's your son's good brother, what are you thinking? At this time, Ling Tian, who had walked outside the door, had a strange smile on his face. Brother Feng, it won't take long for us to discuss each other. Ding, congratulations to the host for changing the plot. the protagonist's mother Yi Wanru has secret feelings for you, the villain value plus 5000. Things went better than he had imagined tonight. Of course, this also benefited from the words and deeds of Ling Tian's elegant gentleman. If Yi Wanru didn't have enough trust and affection for him, how could their relationship develop so quickly? Ling Tian began to look forward to what it would be like when Yi Feng knew the truth. Oh, right, and the eternal white moonlight in Yi Feng's heart, Yang Qingshe. In the police station, Yi Feng suddenly woke up from his sleep, and he heard some movement in his cell door. Then he opened his eyes and looked towards the cell door, only to see that 2 security guards walked in with 5 strong men dressed in prisoners. Yi Feng, these 5 people will be locked up with you in the future. I hope you get along well and don't cause any trouble. The security guard warned the 6 people that they had just been transferred from other cells. He didn't know the specific reason, but he still warned these people. After all, if something went wrong, it would be him who would be in trouble. Then, the security guard closed the door and left here. Yi Feng's face was full of vigilance. He felt that the 5 people who were transferred over had no good intentions towards him. And just after he was arrested, someone was transferred to live in the same cell as him. This kind of thing is too coincidental, isn't it? Little handsome guy, how are you? I saw one of the strong men with a shaved head had a very ambiguous voice, and said hello to Yi Feng in a show of anger. What's the matter with you? Yi Feng didn't have the slightest smile on his swollen face, and asked indifferently to the brawny man in front of him. There's nothing special about it, it's just seeing how handsome you are, little handsome guy, people want to get to know you. Yi Feng listened to this strong man's coquettish voice, his goosebumps were about to fall. If this is a superb beauty, it is estimated that Yi Feng will be very excited. But this fucking man is about 1.8 meters tall and has muscles all over his body. Yi Feng suddenly felt a tightness in his heart, this person should not. Probably not. However, he looked at the 4 people behind the flat-headed strong man, and the smiles on their faces were also very strange. Yi Feng's heart was inexplicably flustered. You stay away from me, I'm going to bed. Yi Feng raised his voice and said calmly. He felt that the current self must not be timid, or else these few people would probably have to make an inch. Little handsome guy. It's a long night, how lonely it is to sleep alone. Why don't we sleep in the same bed and keep each other warm? Yi Feng listened to the gay talk in the strong gay man in front of him, and he even stretched out a hand to touch his face. At this time, Yi Feng's face finally turned dark, he could not bear it any longer, and slapped the hand away. You'd better stay away from me, otherwise don't force me to be rude. Yi Feng suppressed the anger in his heart and said in a deep voice, he didn't want to continue making trouble in prison. In this case, he doesn't know how long he will stay here. But if these people insisted on forcing him to do it, he would not be polite. Oh, why do you want to be rude? The burly tattooed man standing behind him stepped forward. He had a hideous smile on his face. As he walked forward, he clenched his fingers and made a clicking sound. Chapter 12 Yi Feng's Tears. I advise you not to do it, or you will be hurt by your fists and feet, so don't blame me. Yi Feng's face is full of confidence, although he was beaten by the black silk hooded man this afternoon. However, the speed of his cultivation was very fast in recovering the injury, and now the injury has recovered nearly half. So in the face of these strong men in front of him, he felt that he could still easily deal with them. He could see that the people in front of him were just stronger ordinary people. However, in a corner that Yi Feng didn't see, a strong man quietly opened the bottle in his hand as soon as he entered the cell, and then a powder without any smell wafted out. Hey, boy, some of our brothers might hurt you too. I hope you can hold on until then. The tattooed brawny man stood in front of Yi Feng, then glanced at the brawny men next to him, a strange smile suddenly appeared on his face. Jia. After that, several other strong men also laughed strangely. Humph. Courting death. Yi Feng can see now that these people are here to target him, so he doesn't plan to talk nonsense anymore. I saw Yi Feng stepped forward with his right foot, and then punched directly into the face of this strong man. A disdainful smile appeared on the strong man's face, he reached out and grabbed Yi Feng's fist directly, and then squeezed hard. What? Afterwards, Yi Feng felt that his fist was about to be cracked, and he let out a painful roar. How is that possible? What about my power? Yi Feng shouted in horror, he is a martial artist in the late stage of the body-quenching realm. At the moment of the shot, He realized that the power in his body seemed to have disappeared at this time, and the fist he swung out was weak. It's you don't talk about martial arts, you actually poisoned. Yi Feng roared at the strong men in front of him. He quickly guessed the reason. It must be where these strong men got some poison, so that he can't exert any strength now. Snapped. What's it called? Please be quiet for lousy. The tattooed strong man's face was full of grins, and he knocked Yi Feng to the ground with a slap. What? Yi Feng roared out again, first because of the anger of being beaten, second because of the shame of being beaten in the mouth, and third because his only 2 teeth were just knocked out by that strong man. Wait for me, I will definitely kill you. Yi Feng's appalling face was full of anger, roaring wildly at this strong man. Hearing Yi Feng's howl, the strong man stepped directly on his face. Boy, haven't you recognized the reality yet? How dare you threaten me? Brothers, hold him down. Let me teach him how to respect the boss of this cell. The tattooed brawny rubbed the sole of Yi Feng's face several times with disdain. Then he licked his lips, and a hideous smile appeared on his face. Yi Feng felt that his limbs were being held down at the moment. The body was turned over directly, and the whole person was lying on the floor of the cell. He was so weak right now. Then, Yi Feng turned his head angrily and looked at the situation behind. He seemed to have discovered something unbelievable, and stared at the tattooed strong man. You dare. Damn, if you dare to do this, I will kill you. Yi Feng struggled violently. He had realized the seriousness of the problem, and was furious at the incompetence of the tattooed brawny man. However, his powerless resistance was useless in front of the 4 strong men. Snapped. The brawny man next to him felt that he was too noisy, so he directly slapped Yi Feng with a big mouth. Give me his mouth. The tattooed brawny ordered directly. He didn't want to wait to provoke everyone from the police station. Then, the younger brother next to him heard the words, took off the smelly socks that he had not changed for 3 months and stuffed them in Yi Feng's mouth. At this time, Yi Feng smelled the strong smell of feet. His heart is full of endless humiliation. Plus he already knew what he was going to face next. At this time, Yi Feng finally couldn't help shedding painful tears. Finally became someone else's shape. The next day, in the Ling family's manor, Ling Tian was lying on the sun lounger on the balcony basking in the sun. He looked at the information in the system with a smile on his face. Ding, congratulations to the host for changing the plot. Yi Feng suffered the shadow of his life, and finally became the shape of 5 people, the villain value plus 10000. Lai Qingxi's action is fast. But I think my brother Feng should have been very happy last night. But 5 people seem a bit small. Then, he called Qingxi. Master, what are your orders? Qingxi bowed respectfully to the young master on the reclining chair. Qingxi, arrange a few more people and let everyone in the prison who is interested give it a try. Okay, the young master will arrange it immediately. Hearing his young master's latest instruction, Qingxi also showed a somewhat stunned expression on his face. You must know that there are hundreds of fencing masters in this prison, and Qingxi only found a few of the stronger ones. I hope that when Yi Feng comes out, it can still be clipped off. Well, that's it, you go down first. Ling Tian commanded Qingxi directly, and after that, Qingxi said hello and turned to leave. Not long after, Ling Tian heard the sound of light footsteps. Then, a tall and graceful figure appeared in front of Ling Tian. Yi Wanru was wearing a light purple off-shoulder dress today, with delicate light makeup on her face, and showed a gentle smile to Ling Tian. Master Ling, thank you very much last night. Yi Wanru's eyes were full of gratitude. She had to know that she had been tortured by cold poison for more than 10 years. Fortunately, Ling Tian's appearance helped her get rid of this nightmare. You're welcome, how are you feeling now, Aunt Ru? Ling Tian asked again. Since this woman took the initiative to come over, of course he would care a few words. Brush up on your favorability first. Just a few words can make this woman very moved, what a simple thing. I feel very good now, my body is more relaxed than ever. It's like going back 10 years ago. A happy smile appeared on Yi Wanru's pretty face, and now she really feels like a new life. Ha ha ha, Aunt Ru, you don't look any different from a woman in her 20s now. Ling Tian also opened his mouth with a smile, slowly narrowing the relationship between the two. Dilute the age gap between him and Yi Wanru, so that the woman in front of her can let go of her burden. After all, she is more than 10 years older than her. Even if Yi Wanru has feelings for her, she will deliberately suppress her impulses because of the age gap. Really? Hearing Ling Tian's ridicule to her, Yi Wanru's pretty face also showed a slight blush. But looking at the smile on her face, she knew that Ling Tian's words were very useful to her. Certainly. Ling Tian had a faint smile on his face, and looked at Yi Wanru earnestly. However, Yi Wanru couldn't resist the pressure of looking at Ling Tian, and she was quickly defeated, her face turned crimson, and she lowered her head. Ling Tian did not take the next step. After all, if he was too eager, he would be too anxious to eat hot tofu. So Ling Tian is going to find another way and continue to brush up on his favorability. Aunt Ru, let me diagnose your pulse again. Hearing Ling Tian's words, Yi Wanru also slowly raised her head, but she still didn't dare to look at him, she just put her hand in front of Ling Tian. Ling Tian directly held Yi Wanru's white and crystal fingers with his left hand, while his right hand stretched out 2 fingers and placed them on her wrist. Chapter 13 One Step Closer. Aunt Ru, I'll go to your room tonight to get rid of the cold poison for you again. Ling Tian's face was filled with a gentle smile, and he said to Yi Wanru, who was a little shy in front of him. Well, then I'll wait for you. As soon as she said these words, Yi Wanru's already flushed cheeks became even more rosy. She felt that this sentence was very ambiguous, as if it was implying Ling Tian. Then Yi Wanru suddenly felt that Ling Tian, who had been taking her pulse just now, actually held her hand gently, and rubbed it gently with her thumb. Young Master Ling, you. Yi Wanru's eyes were full of surprise, she looked at Ling Tian sluggishly, and started to address him, but she didn't know how to continue. Sorry, Aunt Ru. Your hands look so beautiful, they are no different from young girls. I can't help it. Ling Tian seemed to have reacted too. At this moment, his face was full of apology, and his voice was a little nervous and he apologized to Yi Wanru. Then Ling Tian immediately released his left hand that was holding Yi Wan, as if he had really done something wrong just now. No, it's fine. Yi Wanru's face was blushing at this moment, and she stuttered in response to Ling Tian in front of her, but her voice was very gentle. She didn't have any doubts about Ling Tian's words and chose to believe him directly. After all, Ling Tian is only a young and enthusiastic 20-year-old, it is normal to have a little fantasy about himself. At this time, Yi Wanru felt very sweet in her heart. After all, what woman doesn't like to hear men praise her young and beautiful? Especially Ling Tian, who has a lot of affection in Yi Wanru's heart. Ling Tian noticed the change in Yi Wanru's expression in front of him, and felt a little complacent in his heart. The little action just now, naturally, he did it intentionally, the purpose is to further bring the relationship between the two people closer. Ding, Yi Wan is soft and fascinated, and her affection for the host is further deepened, the villain value plus 2000. At this time, Ling Tian also received a message from the system. Yi Feng's mother is indeed very important to him. After all, he can draw so many villain values from Yi Wanru's body, it seems that he has to work harder. Young Master Ling, then I'll go back first. Yi Wanru's face was filled with a gentle smile, and she said goodbye to Ling Tian, intending to leave here. She found that the relationship between herself and Ling Tian became more and more strange, and as long as she was with Ling Tian, she couldn't help but have some thoughts that she shouldn't have, which made her feel very ashamed. Ling Tian didn't speak, just nodded to her with a smile on his face. He naturally knew very well that Yi Wanru couldn't accept the rapid development of the relationship between the two for a while. It seems that we still need to find an opportunity to give her a powerful medicine directly. Ling Tian said to himself. In fact, his relationship with Yi Wanru was only one short of a suitable opportunity to break the deadlock. In the police station, Yi Feng was lying on his bed. At this time, there were many slap marks on his face looked very haggard, his eyes were bloodshot, and there were very obvious tears in the corners of his eyes. Damn Song Wei, I will definitely kill you. And these strong men, wait for me. Yi Feng roared directly. He has already put all the accounts of last night on Song Hui's head. After all, he is the only one who can deal with him at present. And last night he suffered a tragic life, and no security guard came to stop the beastly behavior of those strong men. Yi Feng felt that this must be Song Wei deliberately looking for someone to take revenge on him. Then, he thought of Ling Tian again. Damn it, Ling Tian, why didn't you bail me out? How could I be insulted like this if you bailed me out yesterday? Yi Feng also gave Ling Tian an output from the air, and he already hated Ling Tian in his heart at this moment. Then he looked at the cell where he was alone now, and the 5 people were transferred away for some unknown reason. Thinking of those 5 people, Yifeng thought of what happened last night, and he felt the pain somewhere in his body doubled again. Yifeng, what are you yelling at here? Keep me quiet in the prison. Come out with me now, with the latest findings. At this moment, a male security guard walked in. He directly opened Yifeng's cell door and urged him to come out quickly. Hearing this news, Yifeng thought he could go out and jumped off the bed. What? Yifeng roared out in pain again, just directly involving his pain. What are you babbling about again? Come out quickly, dawdling. The security guard is very unhappy at the moment. This kid has been crying and howling in the prison all day, which has aroused the dissatisfaction of many inmates, which has also made him criticized by his superiors. He really wanted to take off his stinky socks and stuff them in his mouth, to keep this kid from screaming every day. Later, Yifeng was taken to the previous interrogation room. It is still Huang Xia who is in charge of interrogating him today. Looking at this limping man, Huang Xia felt very strange. But she didn't have the slightest affection for Yifeng, and she was too lazy to ask. Yifeng, sit down and accept our investigation. I don't want to sit, I can just stand. Yifeng's face was very ugly and he directly refused Huang Xia's request. He also wanted to sit down, but there was snow in some areas. Huang Xia looked at this kid's face full of slap marks with a very weird expression. She really felt that there was something wrong with this kid's brain. Then she directly opened the folder on the table and began to routinely interrogate Yifeng. According to our investigation, your testimony yesterday was full of lies. We have found out that you did not buy any antiques in Antique Street yesterday. Be honest, who did you fight with and why? Huang Xia's pretty face was full of indifference at the moment, and she hated this man full of lies even more. I didn't fight, I was surrounded and beaten by a few strong men with black silk hoods, and I was the victim. Yifeng roared again and again. After all, what happened to me these past few days was really tragic. At this moment, his heart is filled with endless grievances and confusion, but he is a rebirth. How could it be so miserable? After an interrogation, Huang Xia did not get any useful information. She can only lock Yifeng back. She is going to go out herself to investigate this matter. And according to the previous investigation results, this leaf maple is not normal. He is just a waiter in a bar now, but he can pull out 200,000 in cash. Huang Xia felt that the money was definitely black money, that this kid didn't know where to get it. Chapter 14 Bai Yueguang Yang Qingshe. After returning to the prison, Yifeng immediately wanted to contact his mother and let him go to Ling Tian to fish him out. Originally, the security guard inside didn't want to pay attention to Yifeng. He was very dissatisfied with this kid, but he couldn't bear the stalking and screaming. Mom, I'm Yifeng. Yifeng had an expression of a mask of pain on his face at this time. After connecting the phone, his voice trembled. Hurry up and let Ling Tian get me out. I was bullied every day in prison by others. Yifeng originally thought that if he complained like a mother, Yuanru would feel sorry for her, and immediately asked Ling Tian to bail him out. She was her only son. And thinking of what happened last night, Yifeng almost couldn't help crying. You cooperate well with the investigation. I asked that Captain Huang, as long as you explain honestly, it will come out soon. Yuanru was also very angry at this time, because she already knew that her son did not know where he got 200,000 yuan. Where did he get so much money? Afterwards, Yuanru immediately hung up the phone. She had to teach her son a hard lesson, let him stay inside for a few more days, then he would go to Ling Tian to bail him out, or he would definitely go astray in the future. Hey, Mom, don't hang up. What? Hearing the busy voice coming from the phone, Yifeng exploded with anger, and threw the phone directly on the table. Boy, how do you destroy public property? The security guard next to him was also pissed off by Yifeng. He knew he wouldn't let this kid come out and make a phone call. Later, Yifeng, who had been criticized and educated for vandalism, returned to prison. But seeing the new inmate in his cell, Yifeng's face turned green again. This time, it was actually 10 burly men. Yifeng has already noticed that things are not good. I want to change cells. Quickly change my cell, I don't want to live here. He yelled again at the 2 security guards next to him. What cell to change? How can there be so many cells to change for you? Hurry in. Naturally, the two security guards would not be accustomed to him, and they took out the electric baton in their hands and pointed at Yifeng, who was incompetent and furious next to him. Call. Yifeng took a deep breath and went in obediently. He knew that if he dared to make trouble here, he didn't know when he would be locked up before he could go out. After returning to his cell, Yifeng immediately returned to his bed and lay on his stomach. But he suddenly felt that someone was touching his butt. Yifeng turned his head and saw that it was a new cellmate with a weird smile on his face. What are you doing? Do it. Yifeng, a big man with 10 people's stinky socks stuffed in his mouth, shed painful tears again. At this time, next to a red sandalwood tea table carved with dragons and phoenixes, Ling Tian was drinking tea with a comfortable face. Ding, the protagonist Yifeng suffered inhuman torture again, the host villain value plus 5000. Afterwards, Ling Tian opened them all in the system, and he spent 10,000 villain points in exchange for the first 3 chapters of God Control. With this special exercise, Ling Tian can briefly control the minds of everyone below the Huang rank realm. This can be said to be one of the stunts of slandering people and making trouble. Later, Ling Tian came to the underground garage. At this time, the bodyguard Qingxi was already waiting for him here. Master, are you here? When Qingxi saw Ling Tian's figure, he immediately showed a respectful smile and opened the car door next to Ling Tian. Let's go. After Ling Tian got into the car, he spoke directly to Qingxi. Hadron nodded, got into the driver's seat, and drove directly into the world's unique Lamborghini custom sports car worth hundreds of millions of dollars. This sports car has a silver-gray appearance, a streamlined appearance, and a sense of technology. Then a roar sounded, and the sports car rushed out instantly. Soon, Qingxi came to a somewhat secluded street according to Ling Tian's instructions, and then stopped here and waited slowly. Qingxi didn't ask too much. Since the young master asked him to wait here, he must have his own plans. Not long after, a girl wearing a loose school uniform and riding a bicycle slowly drove in the direction of Ling Tian. I saw her beautiful locks of hair fluttering slightly, her eyebrows were slender, her nose was straight, her cheeks were reddish, her thin lips were crystal clear, and her delicate eyes were as crystal clear as jade. The whole person exudes a unique temperament that is beautiful and refined, and does not eat human fireworks. Seeing that the person he was waiting for finally appeared, Ling Tian's mouth twitched slightly. As expected of my brother Feng's white moonlight. Ling Tian felt that the girl in front of him was top-notch in terms of temperament and appearance, and then he opened the system to investigate. Target close black lens bracket, Yang Qingxi. Age close black lens bracket, 18. Strength, ordinary people. Charm close black lens bracket, 99. Air luck, 900. At this time, Yang Qingxui's face was full of pure and sweet smiles. While humming a song, she was in a very good mood just after school. Well, let's go to mom's flower shop first. Yang Qingxi thought to herself. After all, it is very hard for her mother to run a flower shop alone, so she will help after school. However, when he was about to approach Ling Tian, Yang Qingxi suddenly felt a trance. The front of the bicycle started to deviate, and then a long trace was scratched on Ling Tian's sports car. What? Yang Qingxi let out a coquettish cry, and fell to the ground, with a wound on her leg. The pain in her body made tears well up in the corners of her eyes, and it looked particularly distressing. Yang Qingxi slowly helped her car up, and then she looked at the sports car next to her. A long mark has been scratched on the sports car. Oops, what should I do? Yang Qingxui's pretty face was full of worry, although she didn't know how much she would have to pay for scratching someone's car, but looking at the appearance of this sports car, she felt that it was worth a lot, and she probably couldn't afford it if she sold it. But Yang Qingxi didn't choose to run away secretly. After all, her temperament can't do such a thing. She cautiously looked inside the sports car, but the glass on the side was privacy-proof, and all she saw was pitch black. Ling Tian smiled and gestured to Chang Zi in the car. Crack! What? The sudden sound of the door opening made Yang Qingxi exclaim, and she hurriedly looked in the direction of the car door. It turned out to be a very burly man with a pair of black sunglasses and walked out of the car. Yang Qingxi was a little scared, with a pitiful expression on her face. She was afraid that the strong man in front of her would directly attack her, knowing that she had rubbed his car. I'm sorry, I accidentally scratched your car, I will compensate you. Yang Qingxui's face was full of apology. She bowed to the strong man in front of her, and immediately spoke to him. Little girl, do you know how much this car is worth? I don't know. No matter how much money, I will pay you back. Hearing the indifferent question of the strong man in front of him, Yang Qingshui's heart became even more nervous, and she began to stutter when she spoke. Pay me. Ha ha ha, this car is worth hundreds of millions of dollars. If you scratched this car, it will cost at least $1 million for me to repaint the car now. Qingxi laughed out loud, and he spoke in a mocking tone. Although his young master didn't say anything, Qingxi naturally knew what he should do. Of course, be a villain. Otherwise, how could the young master hero save the beauty? Chapter 15. Is this made serious? What? Hearing Qingxi's words, Yang Qingshui's complexion instantly turned pale, and she slumped to the ground. She couldn't believe her ears, the words just now seemed like a bolt from the blue, making her whole body numb. Yang Qingshui's eyes were hazy with tears at the moment, but she held back her tears and struggled to stand up from the ground again. No matter what, I will pay you back. She mustered up her courage and said to the strong man in front of her. Okay. Then tell me, how did you lose so much money? Qingxi's tone was full of ridicule, and once again revealed his somewhat ugly face. Without forcing the girl in front of her to have no way out, how could she see her Prince Charming? Qingxi's acting skills are full. Young master, you must increase your salary. My strong son is usually sympathetic to the fragrance and jade, but today I am working with an unconscionable conscience. Me. Hearing Qingxi's pressing question, Yang Qingshui's face was pale. She stammered and couldn't say anything, and she didn't know how to answer. Even if they sold all their property, it wouldn't be worth so much. At this time, her heart was cold and she felt very helpless. She misses her mother. Click. Okay, Qingxi, how can you bully a girl like this? The door opened again, and a magnetic male voice came out. Hearing such a sentence suddenly, Yang Qingshui's heart warmed, and her heart, which was icy and snowy at the moment, seemed to usher in the rising sun. Yang Qingshui looked in the direction of the sports car, and what caught her eye was a tall and slender figure. This man has a gentle smile on his handsome face, his eyes are like stars, and his temperament is extraordinary. Is this the Prince Charming sent by God to save him? Yang Qingshui looked at this figure full of endless charm, and her eyes became a little obsessed. Are you all right? Your leg seems to be hurt. I'm fine, thank you. Yang Qingshui's face was blood red, and her voice stuttered in response. The sudden gentle voice startled Yang Qingshui. She didn't notice that Ling Tian had already walked towards her. Thinking about the narcissistic appearance of her just now, Yang Qingshui was dying of shame and anger, and she felt ashamed. However, she was also very moved. The first thing that the man in front of him cared about was whether he was injured. You don't have to pay for scratches on the car. This amount of money is nothing to me. Ling Tian's face was full of smiles, his voice was very soft but very gentle and spoke directly to Yang Qingshui. Ah, no, I will pay you. Although Yang Qingshui was very surprised, she still didn't want to owe others. After all, it was her own fault. How could she let others pay for it? Oh, then how are you going to accompany you? Of course Ling Tian deliberately said that she did not need to pay, because he knew very well that the character of this heroine would never be accepted. In this case, how could he miss such an opportunity to gain goodwill? I don't know. Yang Qingshui's face was a little gloomy. Although she insisted on compensating for Ling Tian's losses, she didn't know how to accompany her. After all, it was millions of dollars. I don't know how sad my mother will be when she finds out that she has scratched someone else's car and has to lose millions of dollars. Thinking of this, Yang Qingshui's face turned pale again. Since you don't know how to compensate, then I'll offer you a job. You should still be a student. Yang Qingshui nodded directly. She was also very curious about Ling Tian's work. Then for the next 3 months, come to my house and be a maid for 3 hours after school. The account between us will be written off when it expires. Ling Tian directly told Yang Qingshui the purpose of his trip. What? Hearing Ling Tian's words, Yang Qingshui's face turned red. Is this made serious? But she didn't dare to ask Ling Tian directly. She was afraid that she would be wrong and cause a misunderstanding, because she already had a lot of good feelings for Ling Tian. Don't worry. This is a serious job. Ling Tian said softly with a smile on his face. He naturally saw some thoughts of this little girl. Of course, he will not make some excessive demands for the time being. Because Ling Tian wanted to get the body and mind of the woman in front of him, that was interesting. Otherwise, there is no need for him to waste so much time acting here. With his ability, there is a way to make Yang Qingshe obediently let him do it. I trust you. Yang Qingshe lowered her head and replied in a low voice. Her face was flushed red, and she looked extraordinarily attractive. At this time, she no longer dared to look directly into Ling Tian's eyes. Well, is that the way this is settled? I'll accompany you to the hospital now. Your leg has been injured and has been bleeding. Ling Tian smiled and said to the girl in front of him. Although she looks a little weak, she is still very strong in her heart. That's why he didn't offer to accompany her directly to the hospital at first. But now, the relationship between the two has made some progress, so naturally it can be brought up. No number, I'm fine, Seeing Yang Qingshe shyly refusing, Ling Tian didn't care so much anymore, he just stopped by the waist and picked her up. I can go by myself. Feeling Ling Tian's warm embrace and the strong masculine breath, Yang Qingshe felt her body heat up and struggled in Ling Tian's arms. Don't move, or I'll spank you. Hearing the domineering magnetic voice in his ear, Yang Qingshui's body instantly stiffened, and he didn't dare to make any more movements. If she was really spanked, she would be ashamed to death. But at this moment, she felt a sense of security in her heart, and this feeling actually fascinated her. Then, she secretly glanced at Ling Tian. Even the profile face is so flawless. This is definitely the most attractive man I have ever seen, and Yang Qingshui's eyes have become obsessed again. Ling Tian naturally knew that this little girl was peeking at him, and he looked down at Yang Qingshe with a playful smile on his face. Bah! Yang Qingshe, who was discovered, quickly lowered her head, but her face was even more rosy at this time. Shamed to death, Yang Qingshe, why are you not reserved at all? Yang Qingshe secretly scolded herself for being unsatisfactory in her heart. Ding! The heroine Yang Qingshe secretly promises the host's love, the protagonist's luck -100, the host's villain value +10000. Soon, Ling Tian took Yang Qingshe to a small store nearby. After all, she only suffered some skin injuries, and she only needed a simple bandage. Afterwards, the group went out of the store. Ling Tian looked at Yang Qingshe with an expression of hesitating to speak. He naturally knew what was going on. You can call me young master from now on. Well, young master. Yang Qingshe looked at Ling Tian's handsome face with a smile, and did not dare to look him in the eyes but just stuttered in response to him. You go to work tomorrow. After speaking, Ling Tian took Qingxi and turned to leave. Yang Qingshe was a little distracted when she saw Ling Tian's back, and then she suddenly reacted. Mom has not seen me for so long, she must be in a hurry, I have to hurry over there. Afterwards, Yang Qingshe hurried to the direction of her mother's flower shop. Chapter 16 Looking for a woman behind my back. Soon, Yang Qingshe rode to her mother's flower shop. Inside the flower shop, a plump woman in her mid-30s was packing a bouquet of flowers. Shuiye, why are you here so late today? Mother Zhang Yaqing asked strangely. After all, my daughter is basically coming right after school. Mom, I just met my classmate and chatted with her for a while. Yang Qingshe didn't dare to directly report what just happened to her mother, she didn't want to put too much pressure on her mother. After all, my mother relied on running a flower shop since she was a child, and it is very difficult to pull herself up alone. Mom, there is one more thing I want to tell you. After school, I want to study in the library with my classmates for a while, so I will come here later in the future. Yang Qingshe said to her mother with a nervous expression, she could only find a reason to settle this matter first. Well, don't be too tired. Pay more attention to rest. Zhang Yaqing hugged her daughter directly with pity on her face. Although their mother and daughter had an average life, luckily her daughter is very competitive, and she doesn't have to worry about her studies or life. Feeling the familiar embrace of her mother, Yang Qingshui's heart gradually settled down. I know, thank you Mom. A sweet smile appeared on Yang Qingshui's face, looking up at her mother. She feels that her life is still very good. Although she grew up in a single-parent family, she has been cared for by her mother since she was a child. The car accident just now was resolved satisfactorily, and I also met a very special and attractive man. Thinking of Ling Tian, Yang Qingshui's fair and pretty face once again showed a seductive blush. Inside the Ling family's manor, Changzi had already driven back to the garage. Qingxi, your performance just now was very good. Ling Tian smiled, and his eyes were full of admiration. After all, Qingxi's cooperation was very good today. Ling Tian not only achieved the purpose of this trip, but also made young Qingxi have a very deep impression on him. Ha ha ha, young master, your methods are still more clever. Although Qingxi's face was a little proud, he immediately slapped Ling Tian's ass. People with low emotional intelligence will only be complacent. And Qingxi, as Ling Tian's #1 pony, has long since integrated flattery into Ling Tian's genes. Facing the young master, always remember that flattery is the top priority. Hearing Qingxi's words, the smile on Ling Tian's face became even brighter. Although he actually doesn't like those who are flattering, but if he is the one who is flattering, then it's another matter. Qianzi, when you get off work, take your brothers to a rich family to relax, and you will pay for the overall consumption. After all, clear rewards and punishments can make his subordinates more loyal. As a high-ranking person, Ling Tian can be said to be well-versed in this way. And as Ling Tian's bodyguard, he had to be prepared to make sacrifices at any time, so Ling Tian naturally wouldn't treat this group of people badly. The treatment they should be given will be the highest, so that they will dedicate everything to the Ling family without complaint. Okay, I also thank the young master for the brothers. I believe they will be very happy when they know the news. There was also a wicked smile on Qingxi's face. After all, a man. I know everything. The two chatted and soon came to the manor. Afterwards, Qingxi said goodbye to Ling Tian and turned to leave. Ling Tian came to the balcony and continued to bask in the sun, while beside the beautiful maid was caringly serving him. Not long after, Ling Tian heard another light footsteps coming towards him. The corner of his mouth twitched slightly, and with his strong perception ability, he naturally knew that the person who came was his sister, Ling Ruizu. Brother, why are you basking in the sun here again? Then, Ling Tian heard his sister's clear and sweet voice. Then he slowly opened the eyes that he had been squinting. At this time, his sister had already stood beside him beautifully, and now she was bending over to bring her fair and tender face in front of him. Today, she is wearing a white lace cutout dress, long black and smooth hair with a purple headband, and delicate makeup on her beautiful face. But at this time, she was pouting her little mouth, looking like she was coming to coax me. What's wrong? A gentle smile appeared on Ling Tian's face. Ling Tian was naturally very aware of how much his sister liked to stick to him. It can be said that from childhood to adulthood, Ling Ruizu was the follower beside him. As long as he couldn't see himself after a while, he would anxiously search the world for him. What did you do wrong just now? Ling Ruizu stared straight at Ling Tian with her beautiful big eyes, and asked her brother directly. What bad thing can I do? Ling Tian was a little inexplicable, so he just went out to save the beauty and was found out. Should not be. It is impossible for Qingxi to tell Ruizu this, and it is even more impossible for other people to know. Humph. Smelly brother. You still want to make excuses. Ling Ruizu squeezed directly into Ling Tian's reclining chair, hugged his arm, and started acting like a spoiled child. However, Ling Ruizu looked at her brother with a puzzled expression, and finally spoke again. Everyone smells it, you have someone else's scent on you. It must be a girl's. Brother Stinky, actually looking for another woman behind his back, I want to tell mom. Ling Ruizu pouted in dissatisfaction, accusing Ling Tian in front of her. Ling Tian was a little speechless, his eyes were full of surprise. This little nose is too smart, isn't it? He just hugged Yang Qingxi for a while and his sister smelled it. What's more, Ling Tian hugs other women, what does it have to do with his sister? He actually said that he was looking for a woman behind her back. It's like he made her green. Okay, don't be angry. You can hang a soy sauce bottle on your mouth. For such a clingy and coquettish sister, coaxing her is the best way. Humph. Smelly brother. Come on, is she beautiful or am I beautiful? Ling Ruizu began to shake Ling Tian's arm again and asked the question that this woman likes to ask. In my heart, you will always be the most beautiful one. Ling Tian's face was full of smiles, and he reached out and squeezed her rosy little cheek. Humph. Hearing Ling Tian's words, Ling Ruizu snorted arrogantly, but her big crescent eyes could tell that she was in a very wonderful mood at this time. Ling Tian's words weren't lying. And in Ling Tian's heart, Ling Ruizu's charm can definitely reach full marks. And this is also the score given by the system. You must know that the system's charm score for Yang Qingxi is only 99 points. Chapter 17. If you can't resist, then choose to enjoy. The next day, Yifeng lay on the bed with a haggard face in the police station. Yesterday he experienced the most unforgettable day in his life. His cell was replaced by batch after batch of brawny men. Feeling the pain in his body and the humiliation in his heart, Yifeng secretly cried again. The boy does not cry easily. Just not to the sad place. Just now, Yifeng spoke to her mother Yi Wanru on the phone again, very sincerely assured her that she would be an honest person in the future, and finally persuaded her mother that she would go to Ling Tian to bail him out of the police station. Yifeng wiped away his tears, but now his heart is full of great hatred. Damn Song Wei, I will kill you when I go out, wait for me. And Ling Tian, thank you for claiming to be my good brother, yet you didn't bail me out right away, just wait for me. Yifeng scolded in his heart, and now he has hated both of them. However, Song Wei was a little wronged. He was beaten up by Yifeng, and now he has taken the blame for Ling Tian. Hiss. Yifeng's body trembled with anger, which affected his injury again. I have to say that the protagonists are basically all strong physiques. How can ordinary people withstand such turns? You must know that yesterday was not only during the day, but Yifeng spent the whole night learning swordsmanship with different inmates, and basically never stopped. Even at the end, Yifeng had a little enjoyment. After all, he finally figured it out. Since he can't resist, he chooses to enjoy. This is the spiritual victory. In the Ling family's manor, Yi Wanru now finds Ling Tian, who is still basking in the sun on the balcony. Ling Tian naturally knew why Yi Wanru found her. Yifeng's every move in the prison is inseparable from Ling Tian's sight. After all, the Ling family's intelligence network is not a blow. Master Ling, can you help to bail Yifeng out? With a gentle smile on Yi Wanru's face, she said to the unparalleled man in front of her. In fact, she originally wanted Yifeng to stay in prison for a few more days. After all, Yifeng's recent performance made her very disappointed. However, Yifeng's sullen voice on the phone just now, coupled with his sincere attitude, made Yi Wanru soft-hearted. After all, Yifeng is his only son. Of course there's no problem, Aunt Ru. I'll go to the police station with you to pick up Brother Feng. Ling Tian also responded with a smile to the gentle woman in front of him. But Ling Tian went to prison not to bail Yifeng out, but to see the miserable appearance of this kid. You know, yesterday, Yifeng kept providing him with villain value. In total, it provided Ling Tian with nearly 10,000 villains. This made Ling Tian very satisfied, and once again gave Qingxi and the others a chance to relax and go to a rich family. After all, these things were arranged by Hadron, and naturally, some rewards should be given to these subordinates. Well, I think Yifeng will be very happy to see you too. Yi Wanru did not reject Ling Tian's request. After all, in her opinion, Ling Tian and her son had a very good relationship. However, how could she have thought that these two are now cousins on the surface? I think so too. Brother Feng will of course be very happy to see me. There was a weird smile on Ling Tian's face. Yifeng, this kid really lived like a leak. Ling Tian felt that if he went to pick up Yifeng together today, he would definitely be able to harvest a new villain value. After all, Yifeng is the character of a white-eyed wolf. Ling Tian helped him, he would not take it to heart, nor would he have any gratitude. But if Ling Tian didn't help him, he would definitely hate Ling Tian. To be honest, if he wasn't the protagonist, this kind of fucking character would have been killed by someone long ago. Then let's go. Aunt Ru. Ling Tian said something to the woman in front of him, then turned around and rushed to the underground garage. Yi Wanru looked at Ling Tian's tall and straight back, her eyes were full of tenderness, and followed his footsteps closely. Not long after, the car of Ling Tian and his group parked in the parking area of the police station. The bodyguard quickly got out of the car and opened the door where Ling Tian was, and then Ling Tian got out of the car. Then he very gentlemanly stretched out his hand to help Yi Wanru get out of the car. Thanks. Yi Wanru's face was a little blushing, and she didn't dare to look directly at Ling Tian, because Ling Tian rubbed her little hand with some force when she picked her up from the car. But Yi Wanru didn't know if Ling Tian did it on purpose, but for some reason she didn't resist her anger in her heart, instead she felt a little excited. You are welcome. Ling Tian's face was full of smiles, but there was a hint of playfulness in his eyes. Some of the small actions just now were naturally intentional, and his purpose was to make the woman in front of him continue to make waves in his heart. If Ling Tian's behavior towards Yi Wanru has always been very disciplined, then it will be very difficult for him to take down this woman. Afterwards, several people came to the police station, and of course Ling Tian also saw the woman Huang Xia. Target close black lens bracket, Huang Xia. Age close black lens bracket, 23. Strength, ordinary people. Charm close black lens bracket, 98. Air luck, 800. Ling Tian's mouth twitched slightly. I have to say that this security guard is indeed a top-notch beauty, especially with the special status attribute bonus, which makes men even more excited. Hello, Captain Huang. A smile appeared on Ling Tian's face as he greeted Huang Xia who was walking towards him. And when Huang Xia first saw the charming smile of the man in front of him, she was a little lost, and instead of responding to Ling Tian immediately, she just froze in place. Captain Huang, what's the matter with you? Is there something wrong with your body? Ling Tian's smile was full of playfulness. He naturally knew very well how terrifying his full-value charm was. This was definitely a killer for women. I'm fine, I was just thinking about something, and I was a little distracted. Huang Xia, who has a somewhat careless personality, also felt her face start to heat up at this time. I didn't expect that I would also be nympho, especially when someone found out on the spot, which is really embarrassing. That's good. Ling Tian did not ask any further questions. Huang Xia originally planned to continue investigating Yi Feng, and she even wanted to persuade the two not to release Yi Feng on bail for the time being. But after going through the embarrassing thing just now, Huang Xia now doesn't have the courage to continue talking with Ling Tian. Not long after, the tortured Yi Feng finally came out of the prison. At this time, his face was very haggard, and he was limping when he walked. Mom. Yi Feng reluctantly smiled and said hello to his mother. But Yi Wanru was a little strange. Her son had been in prison for 2 days, and he became like this. What's the matter with you? Fenger, why is your face so ugly? Yi Wanru stared at Yi Feng tightly with a look of concern on her face. Mom, I'm fine, I just didn't sleep well. Hearing his mother ask this question, Yi Feng also had a painful expression on his face, but fortunately, he will no longer have a constipated expression in the future. Brother Feng, why are you limping when you walk? Did you hurt something? Although Ling Tian had a concerned expression on his face, his eyes were full of playfulness, and he secretly laughed in his heart. Brother Tian, I'm fine, I accidentally fell on my leg, I'll be fine in a few days. Yi Feng's face turned black. He suppressed the anger in his heart and showed an ugly smile to Ling Tian. It can be said that Ling Tian's supplementary knife made Yi Feng directly break the defense, but this deeply pierced his sore spot. Moreover, Yi Feng's hatred for Ling Tian deepened. Damn it! Damn it! Damn Ling Tian, why didn't you bail me out earlier? Otherwise, how could I be tortured like that? Yi Feng began to be incompetent and furious again in his heart. But at this moment, Ling Tian's mood is very wonderful. Ding, the protagonist Yi Feng's mentality exploded, directly breaking the defense, the host villain value plus 5000. Chapter 18. This kid can really fuck up. Several people quickly came to the outside of the police station. Since Yi Feng has been released from prison, he naturally has his own abacus. Mom, I have something else to do, I'll go first. Yi Feng smiled without showing his teeth, looking very polite. But if you add his high swollen cheeks and slap prints all over his mouth at this time, this smile is particularly funny. Fenger, you have to remember what you promised me, and you are not allowed to cause trouble outside alone. Yi Wanru's face was full of concern. Because of her son's recent behavior, she was really worried. I know, then I'll go first. Afterwards, Yi Feng's face was full of indifferent attitude, and he left without looking back. As for Ling Tian, he didn't even say hello. Ling Tian doesn't care about this. After all, what kind of urine is the protagonist? He was naturally clear in his heart. Seeing Yi Feng, the kid who looked like he had eaten shit, he could imagine that he absolutely hated himself now. But Yi Feng was not happy, but Ling Tian was happy. When Yi Wanru saw her son's current performance, she sighed softly, her face became a little gloomy, and the flame of hope that was born in her heart was extinguished again. Aunt Ru, don't worry, maybe Brother Feng has something important to do. I believe he will never cause trouble again. Ling Tian naturally comforted the woman in front of him. By the way, while comforting, he also brought some private goods. When it comes to tea art, Ling Tian is not inferior to anyone. You must know that with Ling Tian around, it is impossible for Yi Feng not to make a fool of himself. It will definitely make this woman even more disappointed by then. That way he can take advantage of it. Jia Jia Jia. Well, I hope so. Yi Wanru's face became a little better. But now she has no hope for Yi Feng at all. She felt that the assurances Yi Feng gave to herself on the phone today were all to fool her. It didn't take long for Ling Tian to return to his manor, and he immediately called Qingxi. Just now Yi Feng left alone, Ling Tian knew very well what this kid wanted to do. After all, he was in prison for 2 days, and when he came out the first time, he must have wanted to find his own Bai Yueguang Yang Qingxi. Even as the protagonist, there will definitely be a heroic scene of saving beauty, but how could Ling Tian make him wishful? It's okay to save the beauty, but he can only be a bear. As for heroes, Ling Tian is naturally not allowed to be a human. Master, what are your orders? Qingxi soon came to Ling Tian and asked him respectfully. Qingxi, immediately go and keep an eye on Yi Feng for me. This kid estimates that a hero will come to save the beauty today, and arrange a powerful thug to go in. Let my brother Feng know that if he doesn't have enough strength, he will be severely beaten if he wants to be a hero. When the opportunity comes, let me know in advance that I will perform the Prince Charming who fell from the sky again. Ling Tian's face was full of smiles, and he said to Qingxi next to him. I understand, young master. Only a man as tall and mighty as you, with both looks and talent, is a real hero. As for Yi Feng, I will let my brothers loosen his bones, and I will guarantee that he will doubt his life again. Qingxi immediately showed a flattering smile, patted his chest and assured Ling Tian in front of him. After all, he is very familiar with things like this, and he will definitely arrange it properly for his young master. At this time, Yi Feng's face was full of smiles, and he walked quickly in the direction of Tiandu. One high school. He also recalled his sweet past with Yang Qingxi in his mind. When it was still in junior high school, Yi Feng could be said to be the most inconspicuous existence in the class. Every time he took the test, his score was stable at the bottom of the whole grade. Coupled with his eccentric personality, basically everyone in the class looked down on him, and no one wanted to walk with him. But there is one exception, that is the study committee member Yang Qingxi, but that is because she treats all the classmates equally and will not discriminate against anyone. But Yi Feng doesn't think so. In his heart, Yang Qingxi is the only one in the class who treats her so well, then Yang Qingxi definitely likes him. Behold, this fanatical self-confidence. No wonder he can be the protagonist. Maybe every man has this illusion when he is young. But Yi Feng is too much. Qingxi, wait for me, I'll come to you right away. I know you must miss me very much too. I think you will be very happy to see me later. Yi Feng's face showed the smile of Brother Pig again. He felt that he and Yang Qingxi had not seen each other for 3 years. When she sees her, she should be very excited, and may not wait to give herself a hug or even kiss him directly. Thinking of this, Yi Feng felt that his whole body became boiled with animal blood. Soon, Yi Feng came to the gate of Tiandu. One high school. He originally wanted to go in directly to find Yang Qingxi, but was stopped by the security guard. Stop, what are you doing? The security guard's tone was full of indifference. He looked at the man in rags and slaps on his face with vigilant eyes. Coupled with this kid's condescending appearance, he felt that this kid must be a gangster on the street, trying to break in and bully the school girls. Get out of the way, I went in to find my girlfriend. Yi Feng raised his head high, and his tone was full of disdain. He looked down on the security guard in front of him, and was too lazy to explain to him. The only thing he wants to do now is to enter the school as soon as possible and find his Qingxi. Boy, get away immediately. Otherwise, I'll call the police station to come over. The security directly warned Yi Feng loudly. After all, Yi Feng's words just made him angry. So he didn't save any face for Yi Feng. Hearing that the security guard was going to notify the police station, Yi Feng's face turned green again, which reminded him of the unbearable past. So he didn't dare to force his way in, otherwise the security wouldn't be able to stop him at all. Then, he suddenly saw a manager of this high school rushing towards the school gate, and he knew this person. That's right, he was a director of the Ling family in this school, and Yi Feng's face showed a crooked smile at this time. Open the door for me now and let me in, or I'll just fire you later. Get you out of this school. Yifeng raised his head high again, and looked at the security guard in front of him with his nostrils. His tone was full of arrogance. Go away from me. You think you are the principal. If you want to fire me, fire me. The security guard's eyes also showed contempt. He felt that this kid in front of him was really fucking capable. He heard that he wanted to take off his pants. Why don't you go to work in Foodwash City? Really? It's too late for you to kneel down and beg me now. With a sneer on Yifeng's face, he responded to the security guard again, and his swollen face was also full of pride. Chapter 19 Yang Qingshe, who is Yifeng? The security guard was too lazy to respond directly to the man in front of him this time. He thinks that this kid probably has a brain problem, and he may have just escaped from the mental hospital. And Yifeng saw that the security guard ignored him and didn't say anything more. However, he has already made a decision in his heart. He must fire this damn security guard directly later, even if he does not allow himself to enter this school. How dare he look down on him? Soon, a middle-aged man who seemed to be around 40 years old came over. Director Liu, hello. Naturally, it was impossible for the security guard not to know the manager of his school, and greeted him with a respectful smile on his face. Hello. School Director Liu naturally stretched out his hand not to smack the smiling face, and responded to the security guard in front of him with a smile on his face. What's going on here? It seems like there was a commotion here. Manager Liu naturally heard the quarrel between the security guard and Yifeng just now, so he asked curiously. Ha ha ha, it's okay. It's this idiot who came out of nowhere and wanted to break into our school. Did he just say that he would expel me? The security guard pointed to Yifeng, who had his hands in his pockets and a proud face, and also respectfully explained everything that had just happened to the school manager in front of him, without adding fuel to it. Oh, there is such a thing. If he dares to force his way in, he can directly notify the people of the police station to come over. Director Liu glanced at Yifeng next to him, but of course he knew this kid, but his eyes seemed to be looking at a stranger. As for the reason, it was naturally someone who ordered him to do so. Director Liu, don't you know me? We've met before. Yifeng was a little anxious, and hurriedly said to the school manager in front of him. After all, he just said harsh words in front of this security guard. If the school manager hadn't backed him up, then he just jumped up and down in front of this security guard, and he really became a clown. Who are you? Do I need to know you? Director Liu naturally would not be polite to the Yifeng in front of him. After all, he dared to do so, and he was naturally very confident. I'm Yifeng. I'm Ling Tian's good brother. Yifeng was really anxious at this time, and hurriedly explained to the school manager. What? Are you Yifeng? Director Liu showed a puzzled expression at this time. Yes, it seems that you recognized me. Yifeng finally breathed a sigh of relief, and a proud expression appeared on his face again. Who are you lying to? How could Yifeng look like you? Don't think that you swelled your mouth and pulled out all your teeth, so you can pretend to be our good brother Ling Xiao. Hurry up and get away from me. Otherwise I'll call the police station. Director Liu roared directly at Yifeng, without the slightest politeness in his tone. This time, he received the task. If he did it beautifully, his young master would reward him very generously. Ha ha ha. Boy, if you hear me, get away from me immediately. If you dare to be presumptuous in front of Director Liu, don't blame me for teaching you. Also said to fire lousy squid, but you fired me. Remember, if you don't have the ability, don't pretend to be forceful. You'll be slapped in the face, ha ha ha. At this moment, the security guard laughed, his face full of ridicule. The kid in front of him was really bragging. And with Director Liu at the front, he naturally wants to be majestic. Just now, Yifeng looked arrogant, but he held his breath in his heart. You. Damn it. You two wait for me, I remember you. Yifeng pointed at the two people in front of him, and became incompetent and furious, and the whole person was trembling with anger. He didn't know if the school manager in front of him really didn't recognize him, but he didn't dare to deal with these people. After all, this is the gate of the school, there are people coming and going, and there are surveillance cameras. If he does it, it is estimated that he will stay in prison for several years. There was no other way. Yifeng could only find a place to sit by the roadside in front of the school, and he decided to wait here for Yang Qingshe after school. At this time, Ling Tian, who was far away in the Ling family manor, also had a strange smile on his face. Ding, After the host's plan, the protagonist Yi Feng was slapped in the face by the security guard, the villain value plus 3000. In the original plot, Yi Feng had Ling Tian's back, but in Tiandu no. One high school, he pretended to slap his face all the way, and directly fired the entire security team. But how could the current Ling Tian make him proud? Soon, school was over here, and Yi Feng carefully searched for the figure in his memory among the bustling students. Ah, it's Qingshe, I saw her. Yi Feng finally saw the tall and graceful figure in the crowd. Today's young Qingshe put on a refreshing sportswear because she was going to work in Ling Tian Manor. She looks young and lively, charming, and in a very good mood, because she is going to see that man again, that man with a gentle smile on his face. In this beautiful scenery, Yi Feng almost didn't put his eyeballs directly on this girl's body. Who are you? Yang Qingshe was taken aback by the strange man who suddenly appeared in front of him. This man was dressed in tatters, with slap marks all over his face, and stared at him with an extremely wretched gaze. Yang Qingshe felt that she might have encountered a rogue, but she didn't have much fear. This was the school gate. Qingshe, it's me. Don't you know me? Yi Feng also deliberately played a riddle. He felt that the first moment Yang Qingshe saw her, she definitely recognized herself. She is pretending now. It seems that Qingshe wants to surprise herself, first pretend she doesn't recognize herself, and then give him a big hug. Yi Feng's heart was also full of excitement at the moment, and he began to think about how to respond to her later. Who the hell are you? I don't know you at all. If you don't tell me, I'll leave. What else do I have to do today? Yang Qingshe also felt a little inexplicable. She really had no impression of this person, but out of courtesy, she still asked one more question. After all, the two hadn't seen each other for several years. Even if Yi Feng's mouth wasn't swollen, she probably wouldn't recognize her. I'm Yi Feng. Ha ha ha, do you recognize me now? Yi Feng listened to Yang Qingshui's impatient voice, and finally realized that she might not really recognize her. But Yi Feng was not disappointed in his heart. He felt that it might be because his face was swollen, so she didn't recognize it. Who is Yi Feng? Yang Qingshe looked at the man with a grin in front of her and tried her best to recall, but she still couldn't remember who this person was. It's been so long after all. We are junior high school classmates. You used to care about me every day. Don't you remember? Hearing the words of the beloved girl in front of her, Yi Feng felt her heart was broken. Does Qingshe really not remember herself? No, it's definitely because it's been too long. Qingshe doesn't remember herself. She must have always liked me in her heart, it must be like this. Yi Feng quickly comforted himself in his heart. Oh, it seems to have a little memory. Yang Qingshe frowned slightly, thinking back carefully, but these memories are too vague. That's right, that's me, ha ha ha, I knew that Qingshe, you couldn't possibly forget me. When he heard the girl in front of him still remembering him, Yi Feng's face was full of ecstasy. He felt that his forehead was hot at the moment, and he became impulsive again. Even Yi Feng directly stretched out the salty pig's hand, wanting to hold the little hand of the beloved girl in front of him and express his sincerity to each other. Ah, what are you doing? You rascal. Yang Qingshui's face was full of shame and anger, and she hurriedly avoided Yi Feng's hand. At this time, the look in her eyes towards Yi Feng was full of disgust. This man had been staring at him with that wretched look, and now he still wanted to get started directly. Chapter 20 The Maggot God reappears. At this time, the movement between Yi Feng and Yang Qingshe also attracted the attention of the people around. This wretched man is playing a hooligan. Everyone, take out your mobile phone and take pictures of the evidence. Hey, do you think this wretched man's face is very familiar? It seems to be true. I see, it's the maggot god who ate shit in public. Yes, I also recognized it is this wretched man. Hurry up and notify the police station. It's okay for this kid to eat shit in public, but he still came to our school to harass female classmates. At this time, Yi Feng listened to the discussion next to him, and his face turned green again. He already knew that his previous video had been posted on the internet. Damn it. Shut up all, I didn't eat shit. I was framed, do you understand? Yi Feng directly broke the defense and roared at the onlookers. This is in front of his beloved girl, how can these damned guys slander themselves like this? Hearing the discussions of the classmates next to him, and Yang Qingshe also remembered the video that went viral recently, and then she looked at the wretched man in front of her, and it was actually him. Thinking that he had been chatting with him all the time just now, and then he wanted to touch his hand, Yang Qingshe felt very uncomfortable all over, and felt a little nauseous. Qingshe, listen to my explanation, I was framed by someone. Yi Feng looked at the girl in front of her with disgust on her face, and kept stepping back. So he hurriedly stretched out his hand to Yang Qingshe to hold her, and then explained to her. Don't come. Stay away from me. Yang Qingshui's face was a little pale, and she shouted loudly. She is very afraid that this person will do something to her again. She must know that this person has eaten shit. Yang Qingshe just wants to stay away from him at this moment, and if he touches her body, she will be disgusted to death. Okay, I won't go. Qingshe, you have to trust me. Yi Feng saw that Yang Qingshui's face was a little pale at the moment, and he was extremely resistant to himself, and did not dare to make any more moves. Yang Qingshe didn't want to say any more words to the wretched man in front of her, so she pushed her car directly and planned to leave. Qingshe, where are you going? Yi Feng has been paying attention to Yang Qingshui's every move. Seeing that she was about to leave, he immediately asked anxiously. Please don't call my name, stay away from me in the future, don't come near me. At this time, Yang Qingshui's pretty face was full of indifference. She didn't want to have anything to do with this wretched man in front of her. After speaking, she rode her own car and left. Hearing Yang Qingshui's words, Yi Feng's face instantly darkened, and at this moment, he felt that his heart was about to be broken. No, Qingshe definitely likes me, otherwise she wouldn't have been so nice to me in junior high school. I have to explain it to her. Qingshe must have been affected by the video. Yi Feng muttered to himself again, and started his brain supplementation, and then his eyes regained their brilliance again, looking at Yang Qingshui's perfect figure, and immediately followed. After getting away from that wretched man, Yang Qingshe also sighed in relief. He was really frightened just now. Now her mood has also improved, and she began to imagine what the first day of work would be like today. Soon, Yang Qingshe rode through a somewhat secluded path. However, in front of her, there is a group of street gangsters walking towards this side with the steps that they do not recognize. Wow! Brother Chicken, that girl looks so punctual. A wicked smile appeared on the side of the thief-eyed Wang Mao, and he pointed at Yang Qingshe who was riding a bicycle in front of him with some excitement. Huh, it's really good, brothers, let's stop her later and have fun. Ha, the old rule, I'll go first. But looking at this chick, she's not still a chick, is she? Hey, if that's the case, you'll find a treasure. There was also a wretched smile on the bloated and greasy face of the leading chicken brother. Seeing this beautiful chick in front of him, he trembled with excitement, and the green coxcomb hairstyle fluttered in the wind. Of course, it must be Brother Chicken, you go first. Then our brothers can also have a taste. The younger brother Changmao on the side also quickly flattered, there is no way who can make this chicken their boss. It's nice that they can follow along with a sip of soup. At this time, Yang Qingshe also noticed these few street sluts in front of her, and her face became a little flustered. If I knew earlier, I wouldn't take a shortcut and take this path. Yang Qingshe, you are such a big idiot. But now it's too late to turn around. Yang Qingshe can only bite the bullet and speed up to leave this place. In a place with many people, these gangsters dare not show their faces casually. Yang Qingshe originally thought that she would be able to leave here peacefully, but she didn't expect that the back seat of her bicycle would be directly pulled when she passed by these gangsters. Let go. What are you guys doing? If I don't let go, I will call the police station. Yang Qingshui's face was full of anger at this moment, and she shouted at these gangsters, but at this time, her heart became even more panic. You must know that this place is a bit remote, even if the security guard arrives here, it will be very late. Ha, chick, think you have a chance to call. Yo, this little face is so handsome. A smug smile appeared on Brother G's face, and he even reached out to touch Yang Qingshui's rosy little face. Snapped. Yang Qingshe directly reached out and patted the greasy fat pig's hand away. Yo, brothers, this chick is quite temperamental. Brother G was not angry either, the smile on his face became even more smug, and he said to a few gangsters next to him. Ha, little girl, the more you struggle, the more excited I will be brother. Gia. Yang Qingshui's face turned pale at this time, she knew that the gangsters in front of her would not let her go easily. Then, she jumped out of the car directly and ran away in the opposite direction of the gangsters. Can you run away? Brothers, get her back. The smile on Brother Ji's face became even more wretched, and he instructed the younger brothers. Yang Qingshe is also desperately running forward. As long as she is in a crowded place, she will be safe. But her idea is very good, but as a girl, how can she outrun these gangsters who are stealing chickens all the year round? Soon, she was directly grabbed by the wrist by the long hair. Hey, don't run away, little beauty. Brothers won't bully you. Chong Mao directly showed a very wretched smile to Yang Qingshe, and his eyes were full of greed. Because this girl is so beautiful, it can be said that she is like a fairy. It even gave him the idea of wanting to enjoy it alone, but he soon gave up the idea. If he really dared to do this, he would definitely have his 3 legs broken by Brother Chicken. Chapter 21 The Revenge of the Turkey Gang. Soon the chicken brother behind him caught up, only to see a wretched smile on his face. Ha ha ha, little beauty, don't run away, have a good time with Brother Ji. Brother Ji is not a free prostitute. As long as Brother Ji is happy, Brother Ji has money. Yang Qingshe glared at this greasy man with a green coxcomb hairstyle and fat ears, his face flushed even more. Don't think about it. You are dreaming. Afterwards, Yang Qingshe lowered her head and directly took a bite of Long Mao and grabbed her hand. What? The pain in his hand made Chong Mao instantly release the restraint on Yang Qingshe, and Yang Qingshe immediately ran to the trail in front, while shouting for help. However, what she didn't expect was that she ran into a dead end. How to do? Yang Qingshui's heart became very flustered at this time. She thought of Ling Tian again, the man who fell from the sky like a Prince Charming before. Master, where are you now? Tears welled up in the corners of her eyes at this time. Thinking of what she might face, Yang Qingshuijing felt her whole body tremble. On the roof of a building not far away, Ling Tian was standing with his hands behind his back to pay attention to the situation here. On his right, the bodyguard Qingxi stood there respectfully reporting the situation. Master, everything is ready, you can play in a while. I believe that the young master will be able to hold the beauty back this time. Qingxi's face is full of smiles. After all, he has gone through very careful arrangements today. I don't worry about your work. Ling Tian smiled and nodded. Now waiting for his brother Feng to play. Hey, little girl, there's nowhere to run now, right? Brother Ji brought someone over at this time, looking at Yang Qingshui's backside as a dead end, and a smug smile instantly appeared on his face. I saw him walking towards Yang Qingshui with a wicked smile, while holding out his greasy, salty pig hands to her. No, get out of here. Help. Yang Qingshui's face was very flustered, and she patted Brother Ji's fat hands with her hands, and her body kept going backwards. What? During the retreat, Yang Qingshuijing accidentally sprained her foot again, and she fell to the ground in pain. Little beauty, no one will come to save you even if you cry out. Seeing Yang Qingshui fall to the ground, Brother Ji's face was even more proud. His eyes were full of greed. This little beauty in front of him was really tempting. Ah, no. Hearing the resistance of the little beauty in front of him, Brother Ji felt even more excited, and stretched out his salty pig hand again. What? Brother Ji let out a groan as a can hit his outstretched hand. Who is it? Get out of here. Brother Ji looked grim as he looked around. Then he saw a man standing on the wall in front. It was Yi Feng. I didn't expect that Qingshui just ran into trouble, and just let herself run into it. Hey, after the hero saves the beauty this time, Qingshui's feelings for me will be deeper. Yi Feng's face was full of confident smiles, and it seemed that he was indeed the proud son of heaven. At this time, Yi Feng's heart was very proud, and then he jumped off the wall. Give you 3 seconds, and immediately kneel down and apologize to me. Otherwise I will break all your limbs. I saw Yi Feng's head held high, and said to the little gangsters in front of him in a very disdainful tone. With his strength, of course, he can easily deal with these people. Yang Qingshui was also a little stunned at this time, and her mood was a little complicated. I didn't expect that this stinky hooligan saved her. This man won't follow me all the time, otherwise, why would he be so lucky beside him? This place is very remote. Thinking of this, the gratitude in Yang Qingshui's heart gradually disappeared again. She felt that she was so miserable that she was targeted by 2 groups of wretched men. Master, where are you? Woohoo! Come and save Qingshui. At this moment, Yang Qingshui's face darkened and she looked pitiful, and she thought of Ling Tian again. Boy, you are so fucking arrogant. After hearing Yi Feng's words, Brother Ji's face turned black, and no one had ever dared to be so arrogant in front of him. Give it to me, break his leg for me first, you're welcome. Afterwards, Brother Ji's younger brothers walked towards Yi Feng with grim smiles on their faces. They didn't do much for this kind of beating. Court death. With murderous intent in Yi Feng's eyes, he rushed directly to these gangsters, grabbing them all and knocking them down. Brother Ji looked at the little brothers who were crying in pain on the ground, and at this time he also began to panic. Why is this boy so powerful? Little brother. It's all a misunderstanding. Don't do it, don't do it. Brother Ji looked at Yi Feng who was walking towards him with a grin on his face, and immediately began to admit his cowardice. After all, he could see that the boy in front was a trainer, and if he couldn't beat him, he would definitely have to admit it. Yi Feng snorted coldly and slapped Brother Ji's greasy faceplate directly. Snapped. Then, Yi Feng was knocked to the ground like a dead dog by a strong man who suddenly appeared. Brother Ji is a little confused. Who is this person? Ah, damn it. Who are you, bastard? How dare you attack me? Yi Feng struggled to get up in an instant, glaring at the sudden appearance of this strange strong man. Boy, who are you still asking me? You just beat up my turkey gang like this. The strong man is naturally a nonsense. Anyway, find a reason to beat this kid Yi Feng violently. As long as he doesn't expose his young master, he will play everything else on the spot. At this time, Brother Ji is stunned. What is the turkey gang? But now he doesn't care anymore. It's obvious that this strong man is on his side. Boy, immediately kneel down and kowtow to my eldest brother to apologize, and then let me break all your limbs. Brother Ji stepped forward in an instant, with a hideous smile on his face. Now that someone is backing him up, of course he has to teach the damned boy in front of him a lesson. Damn it, give me death. Yi Feng heard the provocation of the fat pig and chicken next to him, and was instantly furious, ready to kill him directly, but of course the strong man would not watch Yi Feng continue to be arrogant. Afterwards, I saw the strong man rushing in front of Yi Feng, punching Yi Feng directly, and slammed into the wall next to him. Wow! Yi Feng, who fell to the ground, vomited a mouthful of blood in an instant. He already understood that this man's strength is far stronger than him, at least he is a martial artist in the early yellow stage. Damn, who are you? Yi Feng's heart is very doubtful. He can say that everything is not going well recently. When did the Tiandu warriors leave the ground? The strong man did not answer any of his words, walked directly in front of him, and then stepped on Yi Feng's right leg with one foot. Ah! Damn you! Yi Feng roared out. Just now he had been seriously injured by this strong man's punch, and he had no strength to resist. Chapter 22 Confiscation of Yi Feng's tools for committing crimes. Hearing Yi Feng's incompetence and fury, a playful smile appeared on the strong man's face. I saw him lift his right leg again. What? Yi Feng wailed again. The sound was even more miserable than killing a pig. Now both of his legs have been directly trampled off. I'll kill you, wait for me. Yi Feng's eyes were full of madness, and he spoke harshly to the strong man in front of him. However, in the face of Yi Feng's arrogant words, the strong man still did not respond, but a strange smile appeared on his face. I saw that he slowly raised his legs and aimed at Yi Feng's fatal point. You dare? No. If you dare to do this, I will definitely kill you. Yi Feng's eyes were bloodshot and he roared hoarsely. At this moment, he was completely panicked. Even the 2 days in prison didn't make him so scared. However, the strong man did not respond to Yi Feng's words. He stepped on it with one foot, and the chickens were flying. What? Yi Feng let out the most miserable mourning in his life. Mental pain far outweighs physical pain. Brother Ji next to him witnessed the tragedy in the world just now, and felt a biting chill all over his body. And Yang Qingshe next to him also showed a trace of pity at this time, although she also hated this wretched man very much. But now that his tools for committing crimes have been confiscated, Yang Qingshe is relieved. But she thought of the scene she might face next, and Yang Qingshe felt hopeless again. Yi Feng didn't say any harsh words this time. He had already felt the change in his body. Just staring at the strong man in front of him with bloodshot eyes, his hatred can no longer be described in words. The strong man naturally didn't care about Yi Feng's eyes, but his heart was very refreshing. It seems that what Afa said is indeed correct. This feeling is so cool. The strong man said inwardly that Afa shared his happiness with a group of brothers yesterday. Therefore, in the face of this action, the strong man also took the initiative to ask Ying, but he did not disappoint himself. Wait for him to go back and share it with his brothers. Fatty, this kid will be handed over to you next, I'll go first. Remember, treat him well for me, do you understand? The strong man said to Brother G very indifferently. Anyway, this dead fat man will definitely not survive after a while. Who made him dare to do something to the young master's woman? Just let him play some residual heat before he dies. I understand, big brother, you can leave it to me. I promise to let this kid die. Brother G also nodded and bowed at the strong man, very flattering. After the strong man left, Brother G stepped on Yi Feng's head and rubbed frantically on the ground. You must know that he was frightened by Yi Feng just now. Of course, this must be ruthless revenge. However, at this time, Yi Feng has experienced the pain of being cut off and no longer has any resistance, just staring at this dead fat man with cold eyes. It's so boring. Bah, how dare you stare at you brother. Brother G took a mouthful of phlegm directly at Yi Feng's head. Then, he slowly walked towards Yang Qingshe. Little beauty, here I come. I saw Brother G showing a very wretched smile at Yang Qingshe again, rubbing the fat pig's hands while walking towards her. Help! Yang Qingshe was very frightened at this time. Tears finally flowed from her delicate face, a look that I felt pity for. Obviously follow the chicken. Brother G's face was full of pride. He didn't think anyone could save this little beauty now. Just when he wanted to do it. The girl let go, let me. Brother G suddenly heard a very magnetic male voice, and then he was very angry. Is it his subordinate? You know, he hasn't tried it yet. Does this little brother understand the rules? Afterwards, Brother G turned his head to look, but unexpectedly, there were 3 people standing behind him. Master. At this moment, Yang Qingshe also saw the figure of the dreaming soul, so she called out directly, and at this moment, a ray of brilliance finally appeared on her gloomy face. Is your Prince Charming still here? Yang Qingshui's heart was full of sweetness at this moment, and she felt a full sense of security again. At this time, Yi Feng also noticed Ling Tian's arrival. Damn, why didn't he come earlier? Otherwise I wouldn't be like this. Damn Ling Tian, I will definitely let you taste this pain too. Yi Feng was also full of hatred for Ling Tian at this time. He naturally knew that the strong son next to Ling Tian was very strong. In his opinion, he can definitely deal with the strong man just now. Snapped. Brother G was directly slapped and slapped out, and Qingxi naturally wanted to remove all the annoying things standing between Ling Tian and Yang Qingshe. The 2 young people looked at each other affectionately. What is this wretched green-haired dead fat man doing standing in the middle? This TM is so unsightly. Qingxi looked at his young master, and soon noticed his approving look at him, and felt a burst of pride in his heart. Ling Xiao's number 1 horse boy, didn't he have a false name? After that, Ling Tian slowly walked towards Yang Qingshe. Does your foot hurt? Yang Qingshe looked at Ling Tianqing's unparalleled face. Her little face instantly turned red. She just nodded lightly at Ling Tian. After that, Ling Tian hugged her directly. At this moment, Yang Qingshe didn't even resist at all, so she let Ling Tian hug her obediently, and even her small hand directly wrapped around Ling Tian's neck. Feeling Ling Tian's warm embrace, Yang Qingshe felt extremely at ease at this time. I saw that you didn't come to my place on time, so you came out to find you. I didn't expect you to meet a bad guy. Ling Tian's voice was very gentle. Yang Qingshe actually felt like she was electrocuted, but thinking of what happened just now, she felt aggrieved and burst into tears. Master, it's fortunate that you came in time, otherwise all. Looking at Yang Qingshui's sadness and tears, I really felt pity, and Ling Tian's heart was also touched. I saw his head lowered slowly and gently kissed the tears on her pretty face. Don't cry, I will protect you in the future. Yang Qingshe responded to Ling Tian with a faint voice. At this moment, her face was red with blood, and she shrank back into Ling Tian's arms again. Ling Tian's words and actions just now made her both moved and extremely ashamed. At this time, Yi Feng's eyes were full of bloodshot eyes, his expression had become distorted, and his hands were firmly grasping the ground, staring closely at Yang Qingshe and Ling Tian's every move. Ah, my Qingshe. Damn Ling Tian, damn you. You actually tarnished my Qingshe. Don't let me take the chance, or I will torture you to death. Ling Tian's intimate actions towards Yang Qingshe just now made Yi Feng a little crazy. And looking at Yang Qingshui's appearance at the mercy of Ling Tian, it made Yi Feng mad. Qingshui, I know you must have been forced by Ling Tian. Don't worry, I will definitely save you from this bastard. Yi Feng has always believed that what Yang Qingshui likes must be him, and Ling Tian must have forced him just now. Ling Tian, you damned beast, you are actually eyeing your younger brother and sister. Yi Feng kept incompetent and furious in his heart, but he did not dare to shout out directly. Forbearance. Yi Feng knows his own strength, and he is not enough to see in front of the Ling family. He must wait for the opportunity. Chapter 23 Tea Master Ling Tian. Ding, congratulations to the host for confiscating the protagonist Yi Feng's crime tools. Yi Feng's luck value -200, the host's villain value +20000. Ding, the heroine Yang Qingshui's favorability to the host is further deepened, the villain value +5000. Ding, Yi Feng witnessed the intimate actions of the beloved in his heart and the host with his own eyes, his mentality exploded, the host's villain value +5000. Ling Tian's face was full of smiles. At this moment, he kept receiving messages from the system. It seems that Yi Feng, the leak, is growing very fast. This batch after batch of cuts, the villain value is still endless. This is also the only place in Ling Tian's heart that sees Yi Feng pleasing to the eye. Qingshui, will you go home with you, young master? Ling Tian showed a gentle smile to Yang Qingshui and asked softly. Yang Qingshui also responded gently. She was very shy at the moment. After all, she had never had such intimate contact with any boy, especially Ling Tian had just kissed herself. Qingxi, these bastards will be handed over to you. I saw Ling Tian's face sank. These gangsters dared to attack his own woman's idea, he naturally would not let any of them go. Although these people are also because of the dog blood routine of cooperating with the protagonist hero to save the beauty. But who made them unlucky to meet Ling Tian? Master, why don't you send them all to the Autonomous Security Center? Yang Qingshui said in a greasy voice in Ling Tian's ear, seeing the young master standing up for him, his heart was also very sweet at this moment. And she felt that sending this group of people to prison was the best punishment. Don't worry, they will be punished as they should. Ling Tian didn't intend to tell Yang Qingshui some dark things, just let her keep a pure heart. Yang Qingshui's small head rested on Ling Tian's chest, and responded to Ling Tian gently, and did not continue to care about this matter. Later, Ling Tian came to Yi Feng's side with Yang Qingshui in his arms. After all, it is his own brother Feng. When he suffered the pain of being cut off, Ling Tian, the tea master, naturally wanted to hug the goddess Bai Yueguang, come to the younger brother Feng, and comfort him carefully. Brother Feng, are you all right? Ling Tian's face was full of concern, as if he really cherished the brotherhood between the two. Yi Feng's heart was full of anger at the moment. He was eager to tear up Ling Tian who was holding his beloved girl in front of him, and he dared to force his Qingshui. However, he only dared to be incompetent and furious in his heart, and he did not dare to show the slightest dissatisfaction in front of Ling Tian. Once he angered the man in front of him, his fate would be even more miserable. I'm fine. Yi Feng suppressed the anger in his heart, and clenched a fist under his thigh, raised his head and showed an ugly smile to Ling Tian. That's good, brother Feng. If you want to be a hero to save the beauty in the future, you still have enough strength. Otherwise, it will be like today. Look at yourself being beaten so badly. Fortunately, I showed up in time. Ling Tian's eyes were full of playfulness, and he teased Yi Feng, who looked extremely miserable in front of him. I see, thank you. Brother Tian. Yi Feng lowered his head and responded with a hoarse voice, but his eyes were full of hatred, and his face was even more red at this moment, and the anger in his heart was almost unstoppable. If it was someone else who said this, he would have done it directly, but the person in front of him was Ling Tian, and he didn't dare to do anything disrespectful. Damn Ling Tian. I'm so miserable now, and you're still talking nonsense to me. Yi Feng only dared to scold wildly in his heart. Ha ha ha, that's fine, I'll ask Qingxi to call an ambulance for you later. Oh, looking at you, it's not that you hurt that thing, right? I hope it can be rescued. Ling Tian immediately started professional repairing the knife, and at this time, he naturally tried every means to disgust the protagonist. After all, Yi Feng can squeeze out a lot of villain value. Ling Tian's words directly touched Yi Feng's soul, and his face instantly turned green, especially when Yang Qingshui was watching their every move. At this moment, Yi Feng felt ashamed. After losing the lifeblood of a man, he no longer dared to look at Yang Qingshui again. He was afraid that he would see the contempt and disdain on Yang Qingshui's face. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully making up the knife. Touching the protagonist Yi Feng's life is painful, the villain value plus 3000. Afterwards, Ling Tian carried the shy Yang Qingshui comfortably into his Rolls Royce. Master, are you familiar with that person just now? Why do you call him Brother Feng? Yang Qingshui's face was full of puzzlement. She didn't understand why Ling Tian, who looked like a handsome gentleman, would meet the wretched man just now. Ha ha ha, in fact, my relationship with him is very ordinary, it's just a worldly way. Ling Tian naturally explained it casually, he didn't want to mention Yi Feng in front of Yang Qingshui. Ling Tian knew very well in his heart that from the moment he saw this woman, it was impossible for her to have anything to do with Yi Feng anymore. That being the case, why mention this unlucky name? He's going to be a dead man soon anyway. Oh. Yang Qingshui nodded dumbly and didn't ask any further. She felt that her young master should be unfamiliar with this person, just know him. After that, Ling Tian chatted with this little girl all the way. It could be seen that what happened today made her very frightened, and Ling Tian naturally spoke sweetly, making Yang Qingshui's face fill with a happy smile again. Soon, the two came to the Ling family manor. Ling Tian directly carried Yang Qingshui all the way to his main courtyard. Ling Tian then placed Yang Qingshui on a large sofa. After leaving Ling Tian's warm embrace, Yang Qingshui felt that she was so reluctant to part, and she felt a deep sense of loss in her heart. Come on, Qingshui, now young master, take a look at the injury on your leg. Ling Tian's face was full of smiles as he said to Yang Qingshui. Yang Qingshui also nodded slightly, and then Ling Tian put her slender legs on his thighs, and then took off her shoes. With Ling Tian's non-stop movements, Yang Qingshui's face was blushing at this moment, and she even let out a coquettish groan. She noticed the somewhat playful smile on Ling Tian's face, the blush on her face was even worse, and she lowered her head directly. Ling Tian naturally used his true energy to treat Yang Qingshui's sprained leg. Well, young master, it doesn't seem like my leg hurts much anymore. Yang Qingshui was a little surprised to find that as Ling Tian slowly rubbed her little feet, the pain in her feet was slowly disappearing at this moment. Of course, this is my unique secret, otherwise do you think I'm taking advantage of you? Ling Tian also showed a smug smile on his face as he teased the little girl in front of him. People didn't say that, At this moment, Yang Qingshui's face was also a little uneasy, because at the beginning, she really felt that Ling Tian was taking advantage of her. What effect does she think rubbing her feet like this will do? But she didn't dare to refuse Ling Tian, for fear of making the young master in front of her angry with her. And for Ling Tian taking advantage of him, Yang Qingshui didn't have any resistance at all, only shyness and sweetness. For Yang Qingshui's somewhat self-inflicted reaction, Ling Tian just smiled slightly and didn't take it too seriously. P.S. Readers, please ask for various data support. Flowers, monthly tickets, evaluation tickets, thank you very much. The author will keep updating. Chapter 24 Yang Qingshui's maid dress. Master, what's my job in a minute? Yang Qingshui's face was full of curiosity, after all, she didn't know what a maid should do. Your job is to serve my daily life. A playful smile appeared on Ling Tian's face, and he couldn't help but reach out and squeeze Yang Qingshui's rosy little face. What? After hearing Ling Tian's words, Yang Qingshui exclaimed. Daily life. Do you still have to wait for the young master to get dressed and take a bath? It's too embarrassing, isn't it? Yang Qingshui felt that her face was constantly getting hot. What? Don't you want to? If you don't want to, I won't force you to change someone else. Ling Tian directly put on a considerate look, but he felt that with the favor of Yang Qingshui in front of him, she would never refuse. No, young master. I will. Yang Qingshui hurriedly defended her mouth, but when it came to the latter, her voice was getting smaller and smaller, and her fluttering eyelashes could tell that she was in a very uneasy mood at the moment. Although it's embarrassing to say such a thing, she still doesn't want the young master to misunderstand her. What if the young master feels that he is unwilling to take care of him and gets angry? That's good. Ling Tian also showed a satisfied look on his face, everything was not what he expected. This little girl was completely pinched by him. Ling Tian estimated that even if he drove her away, she would not be willing to leave. I saw Ling Tian directly stretched out a finger, gently pressed against the chin of Yang Qingshui's small head, and then raised her lowered head slightly. Master, what are you doing? Yang Qingshui's face was blushing all the time. She was a little embarrassed at Ling Tian's actions at this time. Her beautiful big eyes stared at Ling Tian, who was full of playful smiles. Don't lower your head and look into my eyes seriously. Ling Tian's face was full of gentle smiles, but his tone was a bit domineering. He felt that this little girl had been so shy all the time, but Ling Tian planned to make her his personal maid. Bah! After staring at Ling Tian for a few seconds, Yang Qingshui felt that her whole body was hot, and she could no longer resist Ling Tian's scorching gaze, so she lowered her head again. Does your foot still hurt? Ling Tian decided to let her go for the time being. This little girl is too easy to be shy, so she had to take it slow. After all, it was too much. I don't feel the pain anymore. Yang Qingshui stared at Ling Tian in front of her with curious eyes. She did not expect that her young master would have such a strange secret skill. My sprained foot was rubbed by the young master for a while and then recovered. It's amazing, isn't it? Okay, then you can change into your exclusive maid outfit now. Hearing Ling Tian's words, Yang Qingshui was very surprised and curious. She hasn't worn the maid outfit yet, so she doesn't know what the young master will prepare for her. Looking at Yang Qingshui's curious baby appearance, Ling Tian couldn't help but stretched out his hand and scratched her pretty little Chong's nose. Don't worry, you will absolutely love it. Ling Tian's face was full of smiles. Looking at the handsome face of his young master, Yang Qingshui always felt that his smile was full of meaning. Master, isn't he thinking of some strange idea? Yang Qingshui thought secretly in her heart, but she didn't have much resistance in her heart. As long as the maid outfit is what the young master likes, he is willing to wear it for the young master to see. Ling Tian carefully helped Yang Qingshui put on her shoes, then he stood up slowly, and then stretched out a hand to Yang Qingshui on the sofa. Let's go. Yang Qingshui nodded, and shyly grabbed Ling Tian's outstretched hand. Then Ling Tian took her little hand and came into the locker room. There are a lot of hangers here, and above these hangers are uniforms of various styles. Master, are there too many clothes here? Are they all for me? Yang Qingshui looked at these clothes. Her face gradually became rosy, because she found that there were not only maid clothes in them. There are also many other professional uniforms, such as student uniforms, nurse uniforms and so on. Young master is really necrotic, to actually prepare such clothes for others. Do I have to wear them all for the young master? Or is this for other women? Yang Qingshui began to make up her mind again. The more she thought about it, the more shy she became. After all, she didn't understand anything. How can girls wear these clothes under normal circumstances? These maid outfits are yours. Yang Qingshui stopped Ling Tian from asking this question, but fortunately Ling Tian was thick-skinned. He asked Qingxi to prepare these clothes. I just didn't expect Qingxi to be so thoughtful, and he straightened up a full set of uniforms of various styles for him. A man knows a man best. Anyway, it will definitely be used in the future, so be prepared in advance. What about these clothes? Yang Qingshui pouted and pointed at the uniforms other than the maid outfit. You can wear those clothes if you like. Then young master, do you like to see me wear it? When Yang Qingshui saw that her young master refused to tell the truth, a sly smile appeared on her face, and she actually started to make fun of Ling Tian. A playful smile appeared on Ling Tian's face. This little girl was so bold and dared to make fun of herself. This also proves that the relationship between the two has gone further. Snapped. Ling Tian directly stretched out his hand and hugged her into his arms, and then slapped her directly on her raised buttocks. Bah! Yang Qingshui's face turned blood red, and she let out a snort, feeling like her whole body had been electrocuted, and trembled slightly. Master, you are a big villain. Yang Qingshui buried her blushing face directly in Ling Tian's chest, not daring to look at him again. Do you dare to make fun of the young master next time? After hugging this shy little girl for a while, Ling Tian asked with a smile. People don't dare. Afterwards, Yang Qingshui slowly raised her head, spit out her small sweet tongue, and then secretly glanced at Ling Tian again. Okay, now go pick a maid outfit you like. Let the young master take a look. Afterwards, Yang Qingshui slowly walked towards the rows of clothes racks. In the end, she chose a black and white British maid outfit. Master, then I'll go to the room inside to change it. Yang Qingshe whispered in Ling Tian's ear, and then she trotted over with her clothes in her arms. Soon, Yang Qingshe changed into the maid outfit she had chosen, and saw her slowly walk out with her hands folded in front of her, and finally turned around in front of Ling Tian. Does it look good, young master? Of course. At this moment, Yang Qingshui's delicate face was a little flushed, her figure was unusually tall and graceful, and she had a different kind of temptation after wearing a maid outfit, making Ling Tian full of desire to conquer. Looking at Ling Tian's hot eyes, Yang Qingshe felt very shy, but there was a different kind of excitement in his heart. Although the young master usually looks indifferent, but now he is fascinated by others. He. Yang Qingshe was also secretly delighted at this time, she was still very confident in her own charm. Chapter 25 What? Cut clean. At this time, Yi Feng had been sent to Tiandu Yundan Hospital. President Liu, this patient's leg fracture is very easy to deal with, and he can be discharged from the hospital in about a month after the operation. However, the damage to his lower body is very serious. Even if I come to perform the operation in person, it is very difficult to handle. Outside an operating room in the hospital, the chief surgeon Zhang Yuantian explained to the vice president next to him with great difficulty. It doesn't matter, the surgery on his legs is going on as usual, where is it? Just cut it clean. Dean Liu had a strange smile on his face, the expression on his face was a little mysterious, and his voice became smaller and smaller, but he got some arrangements. The Ling family of this hospital is also a major shareholder. President Liu is more and more stable in order to sit on his buttocks. He must try his best to fulfill the requirements of some shareholders. What? Cut clean. President Liu, are you sure? The chief surgeon, Zhang Yuantian, opened his mouth wide and his face was full of surprise. He almost thought he had heard it wrong, so he couldn't help confirming it again. Know that if this operation is just a simple repair, then that thing may still be useful. Cut it and there's nothing left. Of course, we are doing this for his own good. Otherwise, it will be more difficult to deal with the spread of the injury. Also, it was arranged above, you should understand. Dean Liu also patiently persuaded him. After all, it is too obvious that some things cannot be done by himself. Otherwise, he will be very troublesome if he is tracked down. Good. Zhang Yuantian heard that this was still arranged above. No more hesitation, just gritted his teeth and agreed. Dead Taoist friends do not die, poor Taoists. I can fuck it. Cut it directly, but it's not your own. Well, then you wait a moment and explain the situation carefully to the family members, and persuade them well. Dean Liu ordered again, after all, this kind of thing still needs to be explained to the immediate family. Otherwise, when the time comes, the patients inside will be held accountable, and these people will not be able to eat and walk around. Understood, President Liu, don't worry. This matter is guaranteed to be properly arranged. Zhang Yuantian patted his chest with a smile on his face. At this moment, his face was full of respect and flattery, and he also began to show his loyalty. After all, he has worked in this hospital for many years, and of course he has some ambitions in his heart. Presumably his own words and deeds will also appear in the eyes of those big men. Wouldn't there be a chance for him to get a promotion and a raise? Well, I'll leave it to you. Dean Liu also had a satisfied smile on his face at the moment, reached out and patted Zhang Yuantian's shoulder, then turned and left. Soon, Yi Wanru received news that her son was sent to the hospital because of a fight. While she was worried and frightened, she also blamed her son in her heart. He was so worried about him. Dr. Zhang, how is my son's condition? When she arrived at the door of Yi Feng's operating room in the hospital, Yi Wanru's face was full of worried shrines, and she couldn't wait to ask the chief surgeon in front of her. Hello, Ms. Yi, your son has broken both legs now, but this is very easy to deal with. It's enough to rest for a month after the operation. But the place below him is seriously damaged. When Zhang Yuantian said this, he didn't go on. He believed that the woman in front of her should understand. Yi Wanru just listened to the doctor's words, her face became paler and paler, and she almost fainted at the end. His own son might actually become a eunuch. She could hardly believe her ears. Then what do you think the doctor should do? Yi Wanru took a few deep breaths and continued to ask the doctor in front of her. Ms. Yi, after our team's discussion, the best option is to directly remove it completely, so that the injury will not spread and affect other parts of the body. Zhang Yuantian had a serious face and slowly opened his mouth to the woman in front of him. What? Doctor, is there no other way? Yi Wanru's face became even paler. She grabbed the doctor's wrist and asked again. Zhang Yuantian also closed his eyes and shook his head seriously at the woman in front of him. This is the best choice, Ms. Yi, think about it. After thinking about it, just sign with the nurse. Afterwards, Zhang Yuantian looked at the somewhat pitiful woman in front of him and spoke to her again. Hearing Zhang Yuantian's words, Yi Wanru's expression became a little desperate. I saw that she slowly let go of Zhang Yuantian's hand, her body unconsciously took a few steps backwards, then squatted on the ground, and began to cover her face and cry. Soon, Yi Wanru made a decision. She found a nurse and signed it directly to let them perform the operation immediately. Anyway, let's save my son's life first, it doesn't matter if I can't be a man. It just so happens that he can do business with peace of mind. Afterwards, Yi Wanru sat blankly on the seat outside the operating room, quietly waiting for the result of the operation. Aunt Ru, how are you? Are you okay? After a while, a familiar and magnetic male voice came from Yi Wanru's ear. She slowly raised her head, and in front of her eyes was Ling Tian's familiar and warm smile. I'm okay. Afterwards, Yi Wanru also stood up, forced a smile on her pale face, and said to Ling Tian in front of her. However, Ling Tian slowly came to Yi Wanru's side, and directly and gently grabbed the soft wheat of the woman in front of him. Then look at her with gentle eyes. Aunt Ru, why did you cry just now? Ling Tian's other hand gently stroked the tears on Yi Wanru's fair and pretty face, with a look of pity on his face. Yi Feng fought with others, and now he hurts that place, so in the future, he may become a two eunuch. Yi Wanru was also full of sadness in her heart at this moment. She also felt an unprecedented concern in Ling Tian's eyes. Finally, under Ling Tian's gentle offensive, she let go of the burden in her heart and told him. Talking and talking, tears flowed out again that made people feel distressed. Ling Tian also let go of Yi Wanru's little hand, and hugged her directly into his arms. Cry out and you'll feel better. Yi Wanru listened to Ling Tian's gentle voice and felt the unique masculine aura on him. At this moment, her icy heart also felt a deep warmth. Ling Tian's appearance is like the rising sun, bringing new hope to her gloomy life. Gradually, Yi Wanru let go of all the precautions in her heart, stretched out her hand and directly wrapped her arms around Ling Tian's waist, and began to sob. Ding, the night building's favorability to the host has increased again, the villain value plus 5000. After a while, Yi Wanru's excited emotions gradually calmed down, and then she slowly released the hands that were holding Ling Tian, and broke free from his arms. Chapter 26 Leek Leaf Maple. No, I'm sorry, I just got your clothes wet. Yi Wanru saw that the clothes on Ling Tian's chest were full of her own tears, which were already stuck to her body, and she apologized to Ling Tian a little shyly. It's okay, Aunt Ru. You should feel better now, right? Ling Tian looked at the gentle woman in front of him with gentle eyes, and began to greet him again. I'm better now, thank you. Yi Wanru's face was now full of smiles, and her eyes on Ling Tian were becoming more and more kind. Aunt Ru, the level of this hospital is very high, and the operation of the Feng Brother Association will be very smooth. Ling Tian looked at Yi Wanru's gaze, and looked at the operating room again, so he reached out and grabbed Yi Wanru's soft wheat again, stroking it gently. Yi Wanru responded softly, her face turned red, but she didn't break free from Ling Tian's big hand, instead she let him move. The smile on Ling Tian's face showed a hint of pride, and I have to say that this feeling is still very exciting. If Yi Feng found out, maybe he would start jumping with anger again. Ling Tian began to look forward to it. The door to Yi Feng's operating room finally opened, and a group of doctors and nurses walked out quickly. Doctor, how is my son doing now? With anxiety on her face, Yi Wanru asked Zhang Yuantian, the chief surgeon who was walking at the forefront. Ms. Yi, the patient's operation just now went very smoothly, and now he can be discharged from the hospital as long as the injury recovers. Zhang Yuantian's face was full of respectful smiles, because he saw Ling Tian next to him. He was a big man, he had the chance to meet him once. Hello, Ling Xiao, I'm Zhang Yuantian, the chief surgeon of the operation just now. With a flattering smile on his face, he nodded and bowed to Ling Tian for a while, and finally bowed respectfully to Ling Tian. Well done. Zhang Yuantian noticed the satisfied expression on Ling Tian's face, and his heart was filled with ecstasy. It seemed that his efforts were not in vain. Later, Zhang Yuantian was also very conscious and said goodbye respectfully to Ling Tian. After the doctors behind him knew Ling Tian's identity, they also bowed respectfully to Ling Tian. At this time, Ling Tian was in a very good mood, because he had gained a new villain value. Ding, the protagonist Yi Feng has been completely cut clean, the protagonist luck -100, the host villain value +10000. Aunt Ru, let's go in and see Brother Feng now. Ling Tian's face was full of smiles, and he said to Yi Wanru next to him, he really wants to see what Yi Feng's expression is now. Yi Wanru nodded, and then hurried to the ward where Yi Feng was. Inside the ward, Yi Feng's expression was full of despair at the moment, staring blankly at the ceiling inside the ward. Now he can no longer feel his baby, because it has been cut clean. Later, he also heard some movement from the door, and turned to look. What he didn't expect was that the person who came was Ling Tian with a smile on his face, and he was holding his mother in his hand. Yi Feng's face turned black at this time, and his eyes were instantly full of bloodshots. He felt very angry now, but he didn't know what was going on. Fenger, how are you feeling now? Looking at Yi Feng who was lying on the hospital bed looking a little sluggish, Yi Wanru's face was full of concern, and she couldn't wait to ask. And after her son was cut clean, she was also afraid of Yi Feng's extreme thoughts. Mom, you too. However, Yi Feng did not immediately answer his mother, but pointed to the hand held by the two with anger on his face. He now has some doubts about the relationship between the two. Could it be that he, Yi Feng, wants to recognize a thief as his father? What? Damn Ling Tian, not only did he sully my Qingshe, but now he's eyeing my mother. You beast, you are not as good as a beast. Yi Feng is mad with hatred. His heart was incompetent and furious again. However, he could only suppress the anger in his heart, and he didn't even dare to express any dissatisfaction with Ling Tian. Ding, the protagonist Yi Feng's mentality exploded again, the host villain value +5000. Ling Tian's face was full of playful smiles. Of course, he walked in with Yi Wanru's hand on purpose, otherwise how would he cut Yi Feng's leaks? What? Yi Wanru's face blushed, and she exclaimed. She was so anxious to see Yi Feng just now that she didn't even notice that Ling Tian had been holding her hand tightly. Fenger, don't get me wrong, Brother Tian was just comforting me. Yi Wanru was also a little anxious at the moment, and explained to her son. Although she also has a lot of affection for Ling Tian in her heart, how could she say this in front of her son? As soon as these words came out, Yi Feng's face became even darker. I didn't expect that my previous move was actually sending my mother into the tiger's mouth. Let Ling Tian comfort his mother, it is estimated that he will comfort him on the bed after a few more days of comfort. He didn't even spare his beloved Qingshe. Yi Feng controlled his anger, took a few deep breaths, and tried his best to calm down his excitement, but he didn't dare to tear his face directly. Well, I see. Then, he responded lightly to his mother. Brother Feng, should it be all right now? I heard from the doctor that you have been cut clean just now. I hope there are no sequelae. Ling Tian's voice came from beside him again. Brother Tian, I'm fine. Hearing the three words, cut clean, Yi Feng broke the defense again, and his face turned green, but he still pulled out an extremely ugly smile at Ling Tian. At this time, Yi Feng felt that the anger he had just suppressed was about to burst out. The hands under the quilt were clenched tightly, trying to control his rage at the moment. Damn it, Ling Tian, I will definitely kill you. You wait for me. Yi Feng was furious in his heart. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully making up the knife, the villain value +3000. Ling Tian secretly snickered in his heart, he naturally would not miss any chance to lick Yi Feng's wool, and of course he would discuss this kid. Especially now Yi Feng's face is full of shit-eating expressions. He clearly wanted to hate him to death, but he could only greet him with a smile. The Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles can't stand it. It feels so damn cool to be honest. However, Ling Tian soon felt that it was of little interest, because Yi Feng was too tolerant. Yi Wanru also began to patiently persuade her son, after all, he had just experienced the pain of being cut off. Half an hour later, Ling Tian and Yi Wanru got back into the car again. Don't worry Aunt Ru, Brother Feng can definitely think about it. In the car, Ling Tian looked at Yi Wanru with gentle eyes, and he directly held the woman's small hand and whispered in her ear. Well, I hope he doesn't think too much. Yi Wanru didn't have any resistance to Ling Tian at this time, but she was still very shy. She felt that the relationship between herself and Ling Tian seemed to be getting more and more strange, and she seemed to be immersed in it too. She felt that Ling Tian should be in the midst of youthful blood, so she had some fantasies about herself. But she still didn't want the relationship between the two to continue like this. Young Master Ling, I'm Yi Feng's mother, it's not appropriate for us to do this. And I'm so much older than you. Yi Wanru lowered her head slightly and said softly, but her tone was very euphemistic. When Ling Tian listened to her words, a playful smile appeared on his face. He knew very well that Yi Wanru had a very good impression of her in her heart. She would say that because of her personality, and she was very shy and did not dare to take this step. Second, of course, it was because Yi Wanru felt a little inferior in her heart, otherwise she would not have mentioned that she was Yi Feng's mother and the age gap between the two. Chapter 27 Yi Wanru's Compensation. I saw Ling Tian stretched out a hand, put it on Yi Wanru's chin, slowly raised her head, and then the two looked at each other. Aunt Ru, trust me. Age is not a problem. What's more, you are no different from a girl in your 20s now. Ling Tian held Yi Wanru's small hand and caressed it, his eyes were full of affection, and his voice was also unusually gentle. Yi Wanru listened to Ling Tian's sweet love words from this magnetic voice, her body felt an electric shock, and she began to tremble slightly. Moreover, the charming eyes of this man in front of her seemed to be a black hole with infinite attractiveness, and her beautiful eyes gradually became hazy. Yi Wanru felt that her heart, which had been sealed for more than 10 years, gradually had a new home. That is the handsome and unparalleled Ling Tian in front of him. Soon, Yi Wanru was defeated in Ling Tian's eyes, her face became blushing, and she lowered her head again. At this time, seeing Yi Wanru's appearance, Ling Tian certainly wouldn't miss the opportunity. He directly stretched out his arms and put her in his arms, making her lean on his shoulders. On the other hand, Yi Wanru, who was next to her, only trembled slightly, and kept her tacit attitude towards Ling Tian's outrageous actions. However, Ling Tian could see from her blushing face and her tightly clenched hands that she was still very nervous at the moment. Aunt Ru, don't have so many burdens in your heart. I believe that even Brother Feng would definitely agree to our marriage. Ling Tian looked at Yi Wanru's shy appearance, and immediately prepared to increase the firepower. Ah, what did you say? What kind of marriage? Hearing Ling Tian's words mentioning her son and marriage, Yi Wanru was immediately embarrassed and angry. Facing the man in front of him, he was once again jealous, and he even stretched out his small fist and began to lightly hammer Ling Tian's chest. Facing Yi Wanru's coquettishness, Ling Tian grabbed her two boneless hands and kissed her cherry mouth directly. Well, lip points. Yi Wanru's face turned blood red at this moment. She shyly lay on Ling Tian's chest, daring not to look at him again. Ling Tian naturally didn't have too much stimulation, this shy woman. Just hug her quietly. After all, Yi Wanru has experienced too many things today, she should be very tired. All Ling Tian has to do now is to give her a shoulder to lean on. Ding! Yi Wanru has a deep-rooted love for the host, the protagonist luck -100, the host's villain value +10000. After seeing the news from the system, Ling Tian also showed a proud smile on his face. Soon, Ling Tian took Yi Wanru back to his Ling family manor. The two walked around the manor holding hands, and soon came to Yi Wanru's courtyard gate. Ling, young Master Ling, I'll go first. Yi Wanru's face was full of shyness, and she did not dare to look directly at Ling Tian. Do you still call me young Master Ling? Shouldn't you change your tongue? Ling Tian's face was full of playful smiles. What should it be called? Yi Wanru glared at the bad guy in front of her in shame and anger at this time. Ling Tian looked at the woman in front of him, stared at him unexpectedly, and directly reached out and hugged her. You will call me Brother Tian in the future, you know. Ling Tian and Yi Wanru looked at each other and spoke directly to her in a very domineering tone. What? Yi Wanru's face blushed again. How could she be called out like this? And she is more than 10 years older than Ling Tian. What? Don't you want to? Ling Tian pinched her little Chong's nose and asked with some doting. Just when the two of us are alone, can we call it that? Yi Wanru spoke in a somewhat nuanced manner. She was made even more shy by Ling Tian's actions. But at this time, Yi Wanru's heart was full of the figure of Ai Lang in front of her. She didn't dare to refuse Ling Tian now, for fear of letting him down on herself. Okay. But you have to give me a compensation. Ling Tian pretended to think for a while, and said with a wicked smile to the gentle and shy woman in front of him again. Ling Tian felt that if the relationship between the two was exposed, it would not be very good. Sometimes it would be more fun to come secretly, at least it would be very exciting. Then what compensation do you want? Hearing Ling Tian's words, coupled with the meaningful smile on his face, Yuanru felt that Ling Tian must be thinking something bad. Well, how do you think it should be compensated? Ling Tian planned to ask this woman's opinion first, but he would not necessarily accept it. What's more, the unknown will bring more surprises. Hearing Ling Tian's words, Yuanru was a little shy, but she thought that Ling Tian had been so considerate to her just now. I saw Yuanru slowly stretch out her hands and wrap her arms around Ling Tian's neck, then she mustered up the courage to put her toes on her toes and kissed Ling Tian directly. A few seconds later, Yuanru's face was full of shyness, she broke free from Ling Tian's embrace, and then ran into her yard without looking back. See you tomorrow, brother. Ling Tian looked at the graceful back in front of him, and the gentle voice coming from his ear, he couldn't help shaking his head and burst into laughter. Has he not agreed to accept this compensation? And I didn't expect this shy woman to become so direct. Sure enough, love can make people dizzy. Any kind of woman. There is no escape from this law. After that, Ling Tian walked towards the main courtyard where he lived. It can be said that Ling Tian's harvest today is very large. Yifeng, this leek is really very resistant to cutting. One after another, Ling Tian gained a lot of villain value. At this time, Yuanru trotted back to her room, and immediately closed the door. Then, she leaned back on her door and began to breathe softly. At this moment, Yuanru felt that her whole body was hot. However, her heart was full of sweetness, and a happy smile appeared on her face. Oh, Yuanru, why are you so shameless today? I kissed Brother Tian just now. I don't know what he will think of himself. Will he think that I am a bad woman who is not reserved? Soon, Yuanru covered her blushing face and started thinking wildly. At this time, Ling Tian returned to his main courtyard, and then he saw Yang Qingshe sitting on the sofa holding a pretty face in a daze. Ah, young master, you are back. Yang Qingshui's pretty face was instantly filled with an expression of surprise. She got up from the sofa and greeted Ling Tian. Ling Tian looked at him with a smile on his face, and also reached out and pinched the little girl's rosy cheeks. Master, if you don't come back, they will be going to my mother's flower shop. Yang Qingshe pouted her crystal-clear little mouth and looked at this handsome man with a gentle smile on his face. Okay, it's time to get off work now. Ling Tian whispered in her ear, and used her fingers to slowly twist Yang Qingshui's jet black hair behind her ear. Yang Qingshui's face was full of enjoyment, feeling her young master's pampering actions, and her heart was also filled with sweetness. Master, then I'll go back. Yang Qingshui's face was full of reluctance at the moment. If she wasn't afraid that her mother would worry about her, she would definitely stay here with the young master for a while. Go. Ling Tian's face was full of smiles, and he said softly to this little girl. Afterwards, Yang Qingshe nodded to Ling Tian with a sweet smile on her face, and then walked towards the door. Ling Tian watched Yang Qingshui's graceful back slowly disappear from her sight. In fact, what he liked most was the innocent and pleasant feeling this little girl gave him. As for Yang Qingshe, Ling Tian had naturally sent someone to secretly protect her at all times. After all, she is already her own woman now, so Ling Tian didn't want any accidents to happen to this distressed little girl. Chapter 28 Yifeng's new backer. At this moment, Yifeng's face was full of anger, and his eyes were full of hatred, struggling to get up on his hospital bed. Then he took out a bottle of plaster and applied it to his broken leg. This bottle of plaster is a precious bone-continuing paste, which Yifeng had spent a lot of effort to cut off before. Damn Song Wei, wait for me, and I will make you a eunuch too. Yifeng rubbed the plaster with a painful face. While berating Song Wei, he felt that the man who castrated himself was definitely sent by Song Wei. But while talking, Yifeng shed tears silently again. He originally thought that as a rebirth, he should be pretending to slap his face in various ways and reach the pinnacle of life. I didn't expect him to be so miserable. He has been insulted by people recently, and now he has become a eunuch. Then he thought of Yang Qingshe. He was turned into a eunuch in front of her. I wonder if Qingshe would despise him in the future. But Yifeng thought of Yang Qingshui's shy look in front of Ling Tian again, and instantly he felt that the top of his head was green. What? My Qingshe. Damn Ling Tian, I must kill you. Yi Feng's expression was extremely ferocious at the moment, and the hatred for Ling Tian in his heart was getting deeper and deeper. At this time, Yi Feng felt that he should find a new backer, and he found that Ling Tian was becoming more and more unreliable. Then, Yi Feng thought about a suitable target in his mind. The next day, Yi Feng sneaked away directly from the hospital. Although the injury on his leg had not fully recovered, he had applied bone jelly, and the protagonist had a strong physique. Now it does not affect the basic walking. Not long after, Yi Feng came to the gate of the Lu family manor in Tiandu City, and then he swaggered over. Boy, who are you? Get out of here now. The bodyguard at the door immediately noticed Yi Feng, who was dressed in rags and looked like a homeless man with a very arrogant expression on his face. The protagonist, of course, will be ridiculed and looked down upon wherever he goes, otherwise how could he pretend to be slapped in the face? Now, immediately notify the people of the Lu family to come out to meet me, and I can treat the stubborn illness on Mrs. Lu. Yi Feng was too lazy to respond to the bodyguard in front of him. His face was full of arrogance and disdain. He felt that this bodyguard was not worthy of talking to him at all. Ha ha ha, hurry up, or I will break your dog's legs. The bodyguard laughed straight after hearing Yi Feng's words. He suddenly felt that this kid might have just escaped from the mental hospital and was here to make fun of himself. But when he heard that the bodyguard was about to interrupt his dog's leg, Yi Feng's face darkened instantly. To know that he really broke his leg yesterday. Just as he was about to go up and beat the bodyguard, a convoy suddenly appeared at the gate of the manor. Who are you? Why are you blocking the gate of my Lu's house? A middle-aged man in a suit and leather shoes with a very gloomy face stepped out of a luxury car in the middle. Behind him, there are also a group of bodyguards in suits and leather shoes. I'm here to save the old lady of your Lu family. Yi Feng said proudly. At this moment he also recognized this man. He is the eldest son of Mrs. Lu, Lu Wei. What? Do you know what will happen if you lie to me? Lu Wei's face became even more gloomy, but he did not immediately drive this young man who looked very unreliable away. Maybe this is the power of the protagonist's halo. As for whether I lied to you, don't you know after a while? With so many people in your Lu family, are you still afraid that I won't run away? Yi Feng's face is full of confidence at the moment. He is a rebirth, and he treats the stubborn illness of an old man of the Lu family in the area. Isn't it as simple as eating and drinking water? Then come in with me now. If you can really cure my dad, you will be the benefactor of my Lu family. If you dare to lie to me, Lu Wei is also dubious about the boy in front of him, but his father has been seriously ill recently, and many famous doctors are helpless, so Lu Wei is still going to let him give it a try. But at the moment, the bodyguard next to the door was a little panicked. What if the boy in front of him really cured Mrs. Lu? This gentleman, I hope you don't care about what happened just now, don't take it to heart. The door bodyguard also had a humble look on his face, showing a pleasing look to Yi Feng. Remember, don't look down on others in the future. Yi Feng's face was full of pride, and he stretched out his hand and patted the bodyguard's face a few times, which was very insulting. If it weren't for the Lu family's face, just based on the words of the bodyguard just now, he would have to break his dog's legs. Yes. The door bodyguard also held back the anger in his heart, and nodded and bowed to Yi Feng in front of him again. However, the bodyguard completely hated Yi Feng in his heart. If he didn't save Mrs. Lu well, he would have to teach him a good lesson. In the Ling family's manor, Ling Tian naturally received the news at this time. He already knew that Yi Feng had gone to the Lu family at this moment. I didn't expect my brother Feng to go to Lu's house. It seems that the will of the world still takes great care of the protagonist. A faint smile appeared on Ling Tian's face. You know, this is not in the original plot. After all, Ling Tian's background is enough for Yi Feng to be arrogant. But Ling Tian doesn't care anymore, it's just a Lu family. To be honest, in front of Ling Tian, he can be wiped out. Because the Lu family is just a wealthy family with family assets reaching hundreds of billions. In this world, just being rich doesn't matter much at all. If you don't have enough strength to protect your wealth, you are just a child holding gold and going through the market, and sooner or later, someone will swallow it. Inside the Lu family manor, at this time, Yi Feng was being praised by everyone in the Lu family. Ha, Dr. Yi, I didn't expect your medical skills to be so brilliant. Lu Wei also put on a respectful smile at the moment. This young man in front of Mrs. Lu's illness can really be cured. It's just a small trick. You can follow the prescription I gave and give Mrs. Lu the medicine on time every day. Soon his disease will be completely cured. Yi Feng also had a smug smile on his face at the moment, but in his heart he couldn't look down on the group of people in front of him at all. He felt that this group of people, like Ling Tian and Song Wei who he hated in his heart, were just cuddling and sheltering their ancestors. That is to say, the family has a bit of stinky money, so I can provide a little help to my current self. Besides, licking his toes for Yi Feng is not enough. Master Yi, what are your orders? Even if you mention it to our Lu family, we will do our best to do it for you. At this moment, the gray-haired old grandfather Lu was also full of smiles, and his originally gray face was radiant again, and he flattered Yi Feng in front of him. After all, the young man in front of him is highly skilled in medicine, which is extremely important to an old and sick person like him. Master Lu, don't be so polite. Yi Feng also squeezed a polite smile on his face at this moment, and had a good relationship with the old man in front of him. After all, he is not willing to save this old man to do charity, and Yi Feng will not do anything that is not beneficial. Lu Hai, you will be next to Yi Shenyi in the future. You have to do everything you can to do anything with him, you know. Mr. Lu said to his grandson next to him with a very serious face. Prepare to get closer to Yi Feng in front of you. Grandpa, I know, don't worry. Then Lu Hai also used a flattering smile, and once again touted Yi Feng in front of him. After all, the Lu family also has a lot of children and grandchildren, and there are various intrigues for property inheritance. Lu Hai naturally wanted to please Yi Feng in front of him, so as to please Mr. Lu. The expression on Yi Feng's face at this time is even more proud. Humph, what about the rich and powerful? It's not like a licking dog in front of me, Yi Feng. Yi Feng's heart was also dark at this time. Chapter 29 The Auction House. The time soon came to the afternoon, and Hongfeng Street, one of the most prosperous streets in Tiandu, was already crowded with people. In this street, there is a building with a very luxurious exterior decoration. The people who come and go here are either rich or expensive, and any one of them is a famous person in Kyushu. There is a golden plaque in this building with 7 characters of vigorous and powerful on it, Tiandu no. 1 auction house. At this time, 8 well-armed bodyguards were guarding the entrance of the auction house, and the receptionists also looked respectful to the guests who were about to enter. At this time, a young man in tattered clothes and a condescending look came across the door. It was Yi Feng, and the Lu family naturally received an invitation letter from the auction house. Lu Hai planned to come with him, but Yi Feng disliked it. Wait, no one here can wait to enter. Yi Feng had no chance at all to walk in front of the greeter, and was directly stopped by the bodyguard. After all, there are too many people who want to sneak into the auction, so naturally this group of bodyguards has to be screened first. Hearing the indifferent and contemptuous voice in his ear, Yi Feng instantly became angry. Open your dog's eyes and see clearly, who do you think is an idle person and so on. Just when Yi Feng wanted to take out the invitation letter and slap the face of the group of dog-eyed bodyguards, a magnetic voice suddenly came from everyone's ears. I know this person, let him in. Yi Feng's face instantly turned ugly, and he certainly knew the voice very clearly. Soon he turned his head away. Heaven, Brother Tian. Yi Feng looked at the handsome man's face in front of him, and the more he looked, the more disgusted he became, but he still pulled out an ugly smiling face. Brother Feng, I didn't expect you to come to the auction too, let's go, I'll take you in. It was only Ling Tian who came over with a smile on his face, and greeted Yi Feng very cordially. At this time, the people who greeted the guests at the door also ran over quickly. This is a rare big man. Ling Tian will basically not participate in their auction. Ling Xiao, thank you very much for participating in our auction. The leader, Lu Gang, had a respectful smile on his face as he bowed 90 degrees to Ling Tian. As if Ling Tian's presence was their greatest honor at the auction. Of course, Ling Tian also showed a friendly smile, and nodded to the welcoming guest in front of him. Let's go. Brother Feng, I'll take you in. Ling Tian said another word to Yi Feng next to him. Brother Tian, I have an invitation letter. Yi Feng responded with an embarrassed smile. Hearing Ling Tian's words, his face turned slightly black, and he didn't want to see the man in front of him at all. And that feeling of being interrupted just when you were about to pretend, can you understand? It's the same feeling as being forced out of the toilet halfway through shit. Ling Tian nodded with a smile, did not speak any further, and then walked in with his bodyguard. Anyway, his goal has been achieved. The greeter Lu Gang also had a respectful smile on his face as he stretched out his hand to guide Ling Tian. Yi Feng is no longer in the mood to slap his face at this moment. The most important thing is how Ling Tian is disturbed. If he pursues it again, he will appear to be very hip. Humph. Yi Feng snorted coldly at the bodyguard who had just stopped him, and then swaggered over. What's the thing? There's an invitation letter that you didn't say early, and you deliberately wear tattered clothes. Isn't that playing tricks on us? Does he think he is Ling Xiao? He can brush his face and go in. With his appearance, he is not worthy to carry Ling Xiao's shoes. A bodyguard next to him looked very unhappy. Seeing Yi Feng walking away, he began to mutter in a low voice. Yes, this kid still looks very arrogant. Let's take a look at our young Master Ling. This is the difference in life. Sure enough, the more something is missing, the more I like to show it off. The bodyguard next to him also agreed, and he was obviously very dissatisfied with Yi Feng, not to mention the protagonist's own aura of hatred. Hearing these words, Yi Feng's face turned even darker, and he almost stumbled and fell to the ground. Ah, those damn bodyguards. Yi Feng also remembered and hated these bodyguards. The words that the bodyguard whispered just now are definitely inaudible to ordinary people from such a distance, but Yi Feng is a martial artist. At this time, Ling Tian, who was walking in front, slightly twitched the corner of his mouth, and he naturally heard the conversation of the bodyguards. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully preventing the protagonist Yi Feng from pretending to slap the face, the villain value plus 2000. Although he no longer looks down on this villain's value, as long as he can disgust Yi Feng, Ling Tian is still very happy to do it. Soon, Ling Tian entered the auction house. As soon as he entered, a large group of smiling people came towards him and greeted him respectfully. Young Master Ling, wait until you come to participate in the auction. Young Master Ling, hello, I'm Song Zhang from the Song family. 878. Ling Tian also responded one by one to those who came to greet him. Although these people are not worth mentioning in front of them, sometimes maintaining a good reputation will have unexpected and unique effects. After greeting everyone, this group of people also left very wisely. After all, they all knew that Ling Tianlai's purpose was definitely to participate in the auction. And now that the auction is about to start, naturally there will be no one foolishly wasting Ling Tian's time here, which will only make him unhappy. Young Master Ling, this is the exclusive box we have specially prepared for you. With a flattering smile on his face, Li Dongji, the person in charge of the auction, stretched out his hand to guide Ling Tian ahead. Well, not bad. Ling Tian looked at the box on the top floor. The decorations inside were the most extravagant. There was only one supreme box in the entire auction house, which barely fit his identity. Li Dongji also kept an eye on Ling Tian's expression changes. He noticed that he was somewhat satisfied, and his face also showed an expression of ecstasy. As long as he pleases Ling Tian, he will have the biggest backer in Tiandu. Young Master Ling, if you have any orders, please notify the waiter at the door directly, and I will rush here immediately. Li Dongji also noticed that Ling Tian did not intend to continue speaking, so he was also very sensible and prepared to retire. Go and do your thing. A gentle smile appeared on Ling Tian's face, but his tone was unquestionable, as if he was the owner of this auction house. Li Dongji respectfully resigned to Ling Tian, then turned around and left. At this time, Yi Feng also entered the auction house, and soon he came to the box where the Lu family was. Dr. Yi, you are finally here. Lu Hai saw Yi Feng's figure, his face was full of smiles, and greeted him. Yi Feng responded indifferently. But at this moment, his face is not very good. After all, he was just mocked by the two guards who looked down on him. Moreover, those two bodyguards actually compared him with Ling Tian, the one they hated the most, saying that he was not worthy to carry Ling Tian's shoes. In addition, Yi Feng was wearing tattered clothes, and the auction house was full of people with heads and faces. Naturally, many people looked at him with the eyes of monkeys, which greatly hurt his glass heart. Divine Dr. Yi, wait a minute, if you have something you like, just shoot it. Our Lu family can still afford this amount of money. Lu Hai was also a little unhappy about Yi Feng's contempt for him, but he dared not say anything, and continued to curry favor with the man in front of him with a shy face. Hearing this sentence, Yi Feng's face finally showed some smiles. It seems that this kid in front of him still has some effect. Chapter 30 Intercepting Huangdi's Internal Scripture. The auction is naturally in full swing soon. The auctioneer spoke very sharply and kept using various languages to liven up the atmosphere of the auction. 400-year-old wild ginseng, the auction reserve price is 5 million. Dear guests, this ginseng is extremely rare, don't miss it. As the auctioneer announced the start of the auction, prices broke out one after another. However, Ling Tian was indifferent to these things. To be honest, if it wasn't for Yi Feng's reason, he would not have any interest in such an auction. Moreover, he is going to cut off the most important opportunity for Yi Feng today. It is also in the later plot that Yi Feng's strength has advanced by leaps and bounds, and finally becomes a great opportunity for a warrior of the heaven rank realm. At this time, Yi Feng was a little excited and sat on the luxurious seat in the box. He has a hunch that a very important opportunity will appear today, and as the auction progresses, this feeling is getting stronger and stronger. Divine Dr. Yi, I'm planning to book a luxurious private room in Evernight City tonight. Do you have time to admire your face? At that time, there will be many well-known models, and even female stars will come over. I must be able to easily hold the beauty back with your skill, Yi Shenyi. The bangs next to him are naturally thinking of various ways to please the Yi Feng in front of him. So he thought of wine and beauty, which man can resist such a temptation? But he never imagined that Yi Feng was no longer a man. His flattery slapped directly on the horse's leg. Hearing Lu Hai's words, Yi Feng's originally excited face darkened. If it was before he was castrated, Yi Feng would definitely be very excited. You must know that he is a virgin of 2 lifetimes. In the face of this temptation, how could he hold on to it? But now, Lu Hai is the one that can't be opened and lifted. Yi Feng glanced at Lu Hai next to him with icy eyes, making him feel cold in an instant. I'm not interested, Yi Feng said coldly, but he still suppressed the anger in his heart. After all, he might have to rely on this kid after waiting. Understood, understood. An embarrassed smile appeared on Lu Hai's face immediately, and he was very unhappy in his heart, but he still did not dare to show any dissatisfaction with Yi Feng in front of him. After all, Mr. Lu had explained to him that he had to meet all of Yi Feng's needs. This kid doesn't like men, does he? However, Lu Hai also began to guess in his heart. He had long felt that Yi Feng's walking movements were very strange, as if he had enjoyed chrysanthemums with others. And there may be a lot of them, so Lu Hai felt a chill in his heart. My cunt. This kid won't take a fancy to himself, will he? Lu Hai touched his handsome face, and in a panic, he stretched out his hand to protect somewhere in him. He also began to move his body, trying to stay away from this man. Yi Feng naturally noticed some strange movements in Lu Hai, but he didn't think too much about it. Over time, the auction has sold a lot of items, which are extremely precious in the eyes of ordinary people. However, Yi Feng never felt the thing that belonged to him in it, so he didn't make any shots. At this time, the auctioneer on the stage finally took out a new lot. Dear guests, the next lot is a piece of leather with a very special material, and there is a strange text on this leather. Everyone, please don't underestimate it. After testing, this vellum is very old, and its material is so hard that even bullets can't penetrate it. Then, its starting price is 1 million. As the auctioneer introduced the uniqueness of this lot again and again, at the last climax, he finally quoted the starting price of the vellum. At this moment, Ling Tian's face in the supreme box also showed a meaningful smile. That's right, this auction item is exactly Ling Tian's goal this time. This is an extremely powerful technique. The Yellow Emperor's inner cannon. In the original plot, the reason why Yi Feng, who had a very ordinary aptitude, was able to go all the way to the realm of warriors, reached the heaven level at a fast speed. In addition to the effect of the cleansing pill, the biggest reason is because of this exercise. For such a treasure, Ling Tian naturally couldn't let it go. At this moment, Yi Feng's heart showed a greedy look at the parchment in front of the auctioneer. At this moment, there is only one voice in his heart, get it. And this feeling is getting stronger and stronger. Yi Feng feels that this thing must be prepared for himself. I want this ancient parchment. With a firm look on Yi Feng's face, he directly instructed the bangs beside him. Okay, Dr. Yi, I will definitely take it down for you. At this moment, a smug smile appeared on Lu Hai's face, and now he finally had a chance to please the man in front of him. Although Yi Feng made him very unhappy before, winning the family property inheritance is the most important thing. For this goal, his bangs can endure anything. Yi Feng also paid attention to Lu Hai's every move, and after getting his promise, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. 2 million. Lu Hai noticed that everyone seemed not to have much interest in this lot, and a smile appeared on his face. After all, if he can easily win it, he will save trouble. Everyone, this distinguished guest bid 2 million, is anyone else offering a higher price? At this time, the auctioneer under the stage also showed a smile and continued to speak. After all, the higher the auction price, the more rewards he can get. At this time, Ling Tian turned his head and glanced at Qingxi who was standing beside him. Qingxi naturally knew what his young master meant. 3 million. Afterwards, Hadron revealed his price to the auctioneer under the stage. This distinguished guest in the supreme box bid 3 million. 3 million for the first time. At this time, the auctioneer was very sensible and did not continue to encourage others to bid. Instead, he started the countdown directly. He naturally knew who was sitting in this box. If it weren't for maintaining the decency of the auction, he would have hit the hammer directly, and the person in charge would have greatly rewarded him for doing so. Even the person in charge himself, he definitely wanted to give this auction item directly to Ling Tian to please him. Yi Shenyi, this is Ling Xiao's bid, and we definitely can't compete with him. Young Master Ling is even richer than us. At this time, Lu Hai's face became very ugly, and the person who just made a bid was something he couldn't afford to offend. If he dared to make a bid now, he would be hitting Ling Tian in the face. He didn't have the guts. But he still told Yi Feng in front of him a reason that was a reason. Damn it! Yi Feng was also angrily scolding at this moment. Since Ling Tian had already made an offer, Yi Feng did not dare to let Lu Hai compete with him again. In the first place, it must be unbeatable. The Ling family is not ordinary rich. Secondly, he can't tear his face with Ling Tian now, otherwise, it would be as easy for the Ling family to kill him as it would be to kill an ant. Flowers, monthly tickets, evaluation tickets, thank you very much. Chapter 31 Powerful Exercises. Yi Feng didn't have much time to hesitate, the auctioneer struck the hammer very fast. 3 million second time, 3 million third time, deal. Congratulations to the distinguished guests of the Supreme Box. At this time, Ling Tian also showed a satisfied look. It seems that this auction house still knows how to be a human being. He could naturally see that the auctioneer was deliberately trying to please himself, otherwise how could the normal hammering process be so fast? But at this moment, Yi Feng looked lost. After the auctioneer dropped the hammer just now, he felt that he had lost something very important. What? Damn Ling Tian, why are you robbing me? Yi Feng began to be incompetent and furious again in his heart. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully cutting Hu Wangdi's internal scriptures. The protagonist Yi Feng's mentality exploded. Luck -300, host villain value +50000. After receiving the news from the system, the smile on Ling Tian's face became even greater, and Yi Feng's expression was still very wonderful at this moment. Soon, there was a knock on the door of Ling Tian's supreme box room. After getting permission, Li Dongji, the person in charge, personally took the vellum paper that Ling Tian took and sent it to him. Young Master Ling, this is what you just photographed. With a respectful smile on Yang Dongji's face, he handed over the piece of paper with both hands. Well, you are very nice. With a smile on Ling Tian's face, he praised the person in charge of the auction house in front of him. After all, the attitude of this auction house just now is still very good. Thank you Ling Xiao, this is the honor of our entire auction house. Yang Dongji also looked flattered, nodding and bowing to Ling Tianyu. Afterwards, Yang Dongji retired very wisely. System, can I practice the exercises on this piece of paper? Ling Tian looked at the words on the paper, but he couldn't recognize any of them, so he asked the system in his mind. In the face of this powerful technique, Ling Tian naturally wanted to practice it. You must know that Yi Feng quickly broke through to the realm of heaven with it. From now on, you will be invincible all over the world. Of course, dear host, the system is transmitting the entire contents of the Yellow Emperor's internal classic for you. Then, Ling Tian felt a memory transfer into his mind. The Yellow Emperor's internal classic, the supreme divine art created by the Yellow Emperor of the human race. This art is known as the 3,000 royal nurses, soaring during the day. Seeing this exercise, I saw Ling Tian's face was serious and his eyes were firm. It doesn't matter if you fly or not. The key is that the inheritance left by the ancestors cannot be broken. No wonder Yi Feng in the original plot is like a humanoid bulldozer, pushing it wherever he goes. Ling Tian's eyes widened after reading this exercise. He originally thought that in his previous life, he was already a well-reader, and he knew all kinds of knowledge postures at his fingertips. After reading the Yellow Emperor's internal classics cultivation manual, which evolved from the system, he realized that he was still too young. In order to thoroughly understand the magic of this exercise, Ling Tian also carefully observed every illustrated book. Afterwards, Ling Tian started the exercise of the Yellow Emperor's internal classic in his body, and he found that the true qi in his body became more and more condensed and stronger. System: what is the level of the exercises in this Yellow Emperor's inner canon? Ling Tian learned from his memory that there are different levels of martial arts in this world, and they are roughly divided into 4 levels of heaven and earth, black and yellow. Dear host, the level of this exercise is above the heaven level, exceeding the limit that this world can carry. You can temporarily call it a God-level exercise. God-level exercises. Really very powerful. No wonder in the original plot, after Yi Feng got this cultivation technique, his cultivation speed was like getting on a rocket. But now, it's yours. However, after Yi Feng lost this exercise, it is estimated that he will not be able to jump again in the future. After trying out the Yellow Emperor's inner canon, Ling Tianjian was about to return to his home. After all, the rest of the auction items did not have any appeal to him. Moreover, Yi Feng did not have any other gains in this auction, so it would be meaningless for Ling Tian to stay. Qingxi, let's go. Ling Tian informed Qingxi next to him, and then left the supreme box. At this time, Yi Feng also gradually calmed down, although Ling Tian had just stepped in and made him furious. Then, Yi Feng suddenly thought of his mother, and then yesterday Ling Tian held her hand, and the two looked intimate. Thinking of this, Yi Feng's face began to turn black again. No, I should pick up my mother from Ling's house right now. Let her stay there again. It is estimated that Ling Tian will be my stepfather next time we meet. The more Yi Feng thought about it at this time, the more angry he felt. How could he be so stupid at that time? He actually sent his mother to Ling Tian, a hypocrite. Damn it. Ling Tian, don't give Lao Su a chance, or I will definitely let you taste this pain. Yi Feng cursed again in his heart. Now he can't sit still anymore, and then he got up and wanted to leave the auction house. Divine Dr. Yi, don't you take a look at the next auction items. Lu Hai's face was also full of embarrassment at this time. After all, he just boasted about Heiko, but he was directly slapped in the face by reality. I have something to do. Yi Feng looked indifferent, left a sentence directly, and then left without looking back. He didn't have the slightest affection for the bangs in front of him, so Yi Feng didn't bother to talk nonsense with him, not to mention that he was useless just now. Lu Hai's face was even more ugly at this time. He didn't expect that this Yi Feng actually gave him no face at all. Bastard, what are you pretending to be a big-tailed wolf here? Just now you didn't dare to let one fart. After seeing Yi Feng disappear from his sight, Lu Hai couldn't help but curse out. After a while, Ling Tian returned to his manor, but he came directly to Yi Wanru. At this time, Yi Wanru was wearing a light purple dress, with a graceful figure, full of the unique charm of a mature woman. Now she is holding a shower and watering the flowers and plants in the garden with a gentle face. After all, she has nothing to do here in Ling Tian, so she naturally takes care of the garden in her yard in her spare time. What? Yi Wanru suddenly shouted. At this moment, her face was flushed, her body was stiff, and the shower in her hand almost fell to the ground because of the shock. Because someone behind her directly stretched out her arms and hugged her. Originally, Yi Wanru thought that a rogue had slipped into her yard, and was about to open her mouth and scream for help. But she quickly reacted, the warm hug she was very familiar with, plus the pair of wide palms that hugged her tightly. Ling Tian, brother Tian, you scared people to death. Yi Wanru turned her head back slightly with her pretty face blushing, and said angrily to the man behind her. Ha ha ha, didn't I want to surprise you? Ling Tian's face was full of happy smiles. He rested his chin on Yi Wanru's fragrant shoulder, and the two of them whispered in her ear with their faces close to each other. Feeling the somewhat ambiguous movements of Arrow behind him, coupled with the familiar voice in his ears, Yi Wanru felt that her body was constantly getting hot at this moment, and her beautiful eyes were also hazy. Chapter 32 Yi Feng mentions his stepfather. What? Soon, Yi Wanru exclaimed again, and at this time she stared at her beautiful big eyes. Then, she broke free from Ling Tian's embrace. Brother Tian, you are dead. Yi Wanru's face was blushing at this moment, and she turned to look at Ling Tian, who was full of wicked smiles. Facing the coquettish act of the gentle woman in front of him, Ling Tian directly grabbed her weak and boneless left hand, and the two of them looked at each other. Okay, Ruer, you are so beautiful today. I can't help it. I saw that the wicked smile on Ling Tian's face slowly subsided, and then his face was full of affection, and he said a love word to Yi Wanru. Bah, I am ashamed. Don't say it. Yi Wanru was even more shy at the moment. She directly pulled out the left hand that was held by Ling Tian, and then covered Ling Tian's mouth with it. But at this moment, Yi Wanru's heart is full of sweetness, and there is a happy smile on her face. This is something she has never seen before. Why don't you tell the maid in the manner to do something like watering the flowers? Ling Tian gently grabbed the little hand that was covering his mouth, then he stretched out his right hand and tucked the hair on Yi Wanru's face behind his ear. It's a bit boring here alone, so I want to find something to do. Yi Wanru's face was also full of smiles, and she explained to Ling Tian. I'll come to accompany you when I'm free, okay? If you miss me, you can also come to my main courtyard to find me. Ling Tian stretched out his hand again and gently stroked Yi Wanru's blushing face. He naturally heard some of Yi Wanru's careful thoughts, but Ling Tian felt that it was very normal. Yi Wanru replied softly. She did not resist Ling Tian's actions. However, his eyes were slightly closed, and his beautiful eyelashes kept fluttering, not daring to look directly at Ling Tian. But Ling Tian seemed to notice something. A strange smile appeared on his face, and then he slowly moved his head closer to Yi Wanru. Well, Yi Wanru let out a groan in her nose, and she felt it at this moment. That's right, he was kissed by Ling Tian again. But at the moment there is a third person watching them. In the garden corner not far away, Yi Feng's eyes were bloodshot. His fists were clenched, and even his nails were stabbed into the flesh and blood. He didn't feel the slightest. Yi Feng couldn't believe his eyes. His mother was really with Ling Tian. What? Damn it! Ling Tian, damn you, I am Nima. Yi Feng roared wildly in his heart, and he was mad at this moment. And the initiator of all this is actually himself. Yi Feng recalled that a few days ago, he sent his mother to Ling Tian with a smile on his face. For his willingness to take care of his mother is also a burst of gratitude, and even his heart is also grateful. Unexpectedly, he actually sent sheep into the tiger's mouth. It's good now. Just give yourself a stepfather. Thinking of this, Yi Feng could no longer control the anger in his heart, and directly punched the flower bed next to him with a heavy punch. Bang! Then Yi Feng also reacted, but he didn't want Ling Tian and his mother to find him peeping here. Then he left this place at the fastest speed. What? The sudden voice startled Yi Wanru. She broke free from Ling Tian's embrace and let out an exclamation. Then, she looked in the direction of the voice just now, but no one appeared there. Brother Tian, there seems to be movement over there just now. Yi Wanru said urgently to Ling Tian next to her, because she always had a feeling that their affair was broken. I heard it too, and I also saw who was that person. A playful smile appeared on Ling Tian's face. Ding! Yi Feng witnessed the mother and the host kissing with his own eyes, and his mentality collapsed directly. The host villain value plus 5000. Ah, then who is that? Is it someone from the manor? Yi Wanru was even more shy at the moment. She did not expect that the intimate actions of the two people just now were actually peeped. That person should be your son, Yi Feng. Ling Tian didn't give a shit at this moment, he just said it directly. Ah, what? Brother Tian, are you sure you read it right? Or are you frightening me? Yi Wanru was immediately stunned by Ling Tian's words, and she even felt that Ling Tian was deliberately trying to scare her. After all, the person Yi Wanru wanted to keep secret about the matter between her and Ling Tian was her son Yi Feng. Let's go. I'll take you to see the surveillance. Ling Tian chuckled lightly, reached out and gently squeezed Yi Wanru's Chong nose, and did not respond directly to her words. The power of words is sometimes pale. Hearing Ling Tian's words, Yi Wanru's face became even more shocked. She began to realize that what Ling Tian said might be true, but she still didn't want to believe it. Ling Tian directly led Yi Wanru, whose eyes were a little dull, to the monitoring room in this manner. Then, he asked the staff inside to call out the surveillance just now. How? Now you know what I just said is true. Ling Tian's face was full of playful smiles, looking at the woman in front of him who was staring at the monitor screen. After watching the video, she finally accepted the fact. Ling Tian pulled Yi Wanru with a blushing face out of the monitoring room. It's all your fault, it's all your fault. Yi Wanru's face was full of anger after arriving in the garden where no one was around. He couldn't help but stretched out his little fist and began to hammer the chest of the initiator in front of him. Ling Tian directly stretched out his arms and embraced the woman who was constantly coquettish to him, and held her tightly in his arms. Okay, don't be angry. It doesn't matter if you see it. And we can't keep things from Brother Feng forever. He will know sooner or later. Ling Tian used a gentle voice to comfort the woman gently in Yi Wanru's ear. Yes, but it's too embarrassing to be seen by Fenger like the two of us. Yi Wanru blushed and wrapped her hands tightly around Ling Tian's waist. At this moment, her voice trembled slightly. It's okay, just get used to it. However, when you and Fenger meet again in the future, how will you get along? What should you call each other? Yi Wanru thinks farther and farther at this moment, and even cares about the future life of the two of them. It's very simple. Brother Feng and I have different opinions. He calls me dad, and I call him brother. Ling Tian also showed a playful smile on his face. This is a classic scene. What? Yi Wanru broke free from Ling Tian's arms, and at this moment she was surprised and looked up at Ling Tian blankly. Can you still call it that? Yi Wanru feels that she has gained knowledge again. Are you surprised? Maybe Brother Feng will be very happy when he sees the two of us together. Ling Tian smiled and comforted Yi Wanru again. Hopefully so. As long as he doesn't object. After hearing Ling Tian's words, Yi Wanru also had a smile on her face, and her heart began to pray. She doesn't want any unpleasantness between Yi Feng and Ling Tian now. After all, these two people are the most important people in her life now. Chapter 33 Slap Yi Feng. This is to teach you a lesson for your mother. After Ling Tian and Yi Wanru stayed for a while, they walked towards their main courtyard. At this time, Yi Feng's face was full of anger, and he had been wandering around the manor. Damn it, I have to pick up my mother today. Otherwise, Ling Tian, this beast, doesn't know what will happen. Yi Feng stretched out his fist and thumped a tree frantically, while roaring frantically with a low voice. However, Yi Feng didn't dare to approach Yi Wanru's yard at this moment, and he planned to go to her later. Because he doesn't want to see that scene anymore. Afterwards, Yi Feng suddenly saw the figure that haunted him. At this moment, Yang Qingshe had a sweet smile on her face as she rode to Ling Tian's manor. It's Qingshe. Why did she come here? It won't be Ling Tian again. Ah, no, I have to stop Qingshe from continuing to approach him. The mask of pain appeared on Yi Feng's face again, although he had now become a eunuch. But seeing his own white moonlight goddess running in front of his enemy again, he still couldn't accept it in his heart. Afterwards, Yi Feng ran towards Yang Qingshe, trying to stop her in advance and prevent her from approaching Ling Tian. Not long after, Yang Qingshe, who was riding a bicycle, was startled by the man who suddenly appeared in front of her, but soon, she recognized Yi Feng in front of her. Why are you? Get out of the way quickly, don't get in my way in front. The smile on Yang Qingshui's face disappeared instantly, and she put on an indifferent attitude. She didn't have any good feelings for the man in front of her. What's more, she was in a hurry to see her young master, and was suddenly stopped by someone. Of course she was very unhappy. What's more, this person is Yi Feng. Qingshe, don't go to see Ling Tian again, he's not a good person, is he? He's a hypocrite, you must stay away from him. Yi Feng said in a hoarse voice. He also noticed Yang Qingshui's indifferent expression towards him, which broke his glass heart even more. However, Yi Feng still restrained his emotions and did not show any dissatisfaction. Shut up, I don't think you are a good person. Master, you saved your life yesterday, but now you are talking bad about him behind his back. Yang Qingshe scolded directly, her face flushed red at this time. Hearing Yi Feng slandering Ling Tian behind his back, Yang Qingshe felt uncomfortable all over, and the look in Yi Feng's eyes became more and more disgusting. She now feels that this person in front of her is not only very wretched, but also a white-eyed wolf with no gratitude at all. Shuier, you believe me. Ling Tian is a villain, no matter how close you are to him, you will definitely be hurt by him. I'm the one who really cares about you, you want to. Yi Feng's face was even more anxious. He even wanted to talk about the relationship between his mother and Ling Tian, in order to convince Yang Qingshe in front of him. This time, he must stop Yang Qingshe, otherwise Ling Tian will definitely not let his goddess go. Shut up and don't call me by my name, I feel so sick. Also, please don't appear in front of me in the future, I see the face of a person like you even more disgusting. Yang Qingshe is very excited at the moment, this is the first time in her life that she has said such ugly words. However, Yi Feng slandered her young master time and time again, which made her really angry. She felt that a gentle and kind person like the young master could accept such an insult. What's more, this person in front of him is very annoying. Me. Hearing Yang Qingshui's words, Yi Feng's face became more and more ugly. He hesitated, not even knowing, what should he say next. I didn't expect that my Bai Yueguang actually hated me so much. And after Yang Qingshe said what she just said, she turned the front of the car and planned to go around Yi Feng. She didn't want to waste time with this wretched man. Otherwise, if I haven't been to the young master for a long time, the young master will definitely worry about him. Shuier, don't go, just listen to me. Yi Feng spoke urgently. He saw that Yang Qingshe was not going to continue talking with him, and his face instantly became very anxious. Yi Feng even stretched out his hand directly, trying to grab Yang Qingshui's arm and stop her from going forward. Ah, don't touch me. Yang Qingshe exclaimed directly. She did not expect that Yi Feng, a wretched man, would reach out to her again. She jumped off the bike in fright, and kept retreating. Shuier, you have to believe me. Ling Tian, he is a beast. Don't get close to him anymore, I'm the one who really loves you. Yi Feng's expression was a little crazy at the moment. He continued to stretch out his hand towards Yang Qingshe, trying to grab her and explain it to her. He couldn't accept his goddess running into his enemy's arms. Even in the future, after the relationship between the two is further, there may be. Thinking of this, Yi Feng felt that the anger in his heart could no longer be controlled. Go away. Don't touch me. Help. Master, where are you? Yang Qingshe shouted in a panic. She saw Yi Feng's crazy eyes at the moment, and she was also very scared. She was afraid that this man would do something wrong to him, or else she would be ashamed to see the young master again in the future. Snapped. At this time, Yi Feng was suddenly slapped and flew out, and after rolling on the ground for a few laps, he lay on the ground like a dead dog. Yang Qingshe looked at the person who came, it was the young master he was thinking of. Immediately, her heart was filled with emotion. Did the young master hear my call? Yang Qingshe could no longer control her panicked heart at the moment, and threw herself directly into Ling Tian's arms. Master, you scared people to death. Woohoo! At this moment, she let go of all the burdens in her heart and cried directly in Ling Tian's arms. Okay, master is late. Ling Tian comforted the little girl with a gentle voice, holding Yang Qingshe in his arms tightly with one hand, while gently stroking her hair with the other. At this time, Yi Feng also struggled to get up. He found that the person who slapped him flying just now was actually Ling Tian. Isn't Ling Tian a cripple? Yi Feng didn't understand why his strength was so strong. But soon he saw that his own Bai Yueguang was crying in Ling Tian's arms at the moment, and he even reached out and stroked her body. What? Damn it! Ling Tian, I must chop off your hands and feed the dog. Yi Feng roared in his heart, and then he didn't dare to read any more. Because he was afraid that he would not be able to suppress the anger in his heart, and directly tore his face with Ling Tian in front of him. At this moment, Yi Feng lowered his head, his eyes were cracked, his eyes were full of hatred, and his fingernails were also pinching blood on the ground. Ding! The protagonist Yi Feng was slapped in the face by the host, and took away the love of his life. Dare not speak, the host villain value plus 10000. At this moment, Ling Tian's face was full of playful expressions, the slap he just slapped was quite refreshing. But Yi Feng was quite enduring, so Ling Tian decided to add more firepower. I saw Ling Tian hug Yang Qingshui's slender waist, and then walked in front of Yi Feng. Brother Feng, you have disappointed me so much. Under this bright sky, how can you molest a little girl? I did that slap just now for your mother, I hope you can learn a lesson in the future. Ling Tian gave a serious look and taught Yi Feng, who was lying on the ground. It seems that he has now become Yi Feng's elder. Chapter 34 Yi Feng's sassy operation. Hearing Ling Tian's words, Yi Feng was mad with hatred, and he thought of the scene where his mother and Ling Tian had just kissed. Yi Feng felt that his anger was about to be suppressed, and his fingers even drew 10 bloodstains directly on the ground. Brother Feng, do you remember this lesson? Seeing that Yi Feng didn't respond to any of his words, Ling Tian certainly wouldn't let him go so easily. Remember. Yi Feng jumped out a few words from the gap between his teeth. At this time, his teeth were clenched, the blue veins on his head were exposed, and his eyes were blood red. He knew that Ling Tian was forcing himself to admit his mistake, but he had no ability to resist. Yi Feng felt that at this moment, he had been subjected to the greatest insult in his life, and he actually confessed to another man in front of his goddess of white moonlight. I think you should apologize to Qingshe even more. Ling Tian commanded again in an unquestionable tone. Hearing this, Yi Feng's face became even more angry. What? Don't you want to? Hearing the voice that gradually became indifferent in his ears, Yi Feng was furious. He even wanted to do it directly for Ling Tian's constant persecution. But suddenly Yi Feng's mind instantly passed a coolness, which made him calm down again. Forbearance. I must be patient. This thought flashed through Yi Feng's mind, and he understood that if he did something, he would be courting death. Qingshe, I'm sorry. It was my fault just now. Yi Feng lowered his head, he felt extremely ashamed now, and didn't dare to look at Yang Qingshe at all. And Yang Qingshe didn't pay any attention at all. She heard Yi Feng's low voice, she only felt that this person was very disgusting. Shuiye, he is my Aunt Ru's son no matter what, will you forgive him this time? If he dares to harass you again, I will definitely break his dog legs. Ling Tian directly used a gentle voice and said softly in Yang Qingshui's ear. Yang Qingshe blushed and looked up at his young master's handsome face. After replying softly, he buried his head in his chest again. At this time, she felt a full sense of security, and she was extraordinarily sweet to the young master's care and love for her. At this time, Yi Feng heard that Ling Tian actually wanted to break his dog's legs, and then saw that his goddess actually gave Ling Tian a hug again, his face turned green. However, he dared not to speak in anger. He lowered his head and only dared to be incompetent and furious in his heart. Ding, the protagonist Yi Feng was forced to admit his mistake by the host, was extremely humiliated, his mentality exploded directly, the host villain value +10000. A playful smile appeared on Ling Tian's face. Young people just remember to eat but not to fight. My brother Feng still needs to be taught a lesson often. Let's go. Ling Tian said something to Yang Qingshe, and then planned to take her back. Master, my car. Yang Qingshe turned to look at Ling Tian and cared about her bicycle. Wait, someone will deliver it for you, don't worry. Ling Tian said to the little girl gently, reaching out and rubbing her hair dotingly again. Yang Qingshe nodded sweetly with a smile, her face was also full of enjoyment, obviously very useful for Ling Tian's intimacy. Yi Feng glared at the backs of the two leaving, and he didn't dare to curse again until the two disappeared from his sight. Damn it! Ling Tian, wait for me. Afterwards, Yi Feng got up and rushed towards the Ling family manor again. This time, he must expose Ling Tian's true face in front of his mother. He had to let his mother leave this person, and he was worried about letting her live here again. At that time, he may not only have one more father, but even more than one younger brother or sister. Soon, Yi Feng came to her mother Yi Wanru's yard. Ah, Fenger, why are you here? A look of panic appeared on Yi Wanru's face. After all, she had just been witnessed by her son to be intimate with Ling Tian. According to Yi Wanru's temperament, for a while, it was still difficult for her to accept such a thing. Mom, let's get out of here today. Yi Feng said directly to his mother with a flat face, he didn't want to stay in this place for a moment. Why? Yi Wanru asked in surprise. At this moment, she was also very puzzled. Why did Yi Feng suddenly make such a strange request? Could it be that Yi Feng couldn't accept that he was with Ling Tian? However, she couldn't accept such a request from her son, because she couldn't live without Ling Tian. Mom, Ling Tian is a beast, he is a hypocrite. Don't be deceived by him. In fact, Yi Feng saw her mother's unwilling appearance, and finally couldn't control her emotions, and yelled at her mother. What nonsense are you talking about? Why do you suddenly have so much prejudice against your brother Tian now? Hearing Yi Feng's words, Yi Wanru's face also showed an angry look. She didn't understand why Yi Feng suddenly slandered Ling Tian. You still explain it to him, don't you know it yourself? He's a beast that doesn't even let you go. Hearing his mother's favoritism towards Ling Tian, he felt like he was about to explode with anger. Ling Tian not only took away his favorite Qingshe, but now even his mother is on Ling Tian's side. To shut up. Yi Feng, listen carefully. Brother Tian and I are in love with each other. I don't allow you to say this about your brother. He is so kind to you and has helped you so many times. How can you insult him like this? Yi Wanru scolded Yi Feng directly. Her face turned red at this moment, and she was pissed off by Yi Feng's bad attitude. She did not expect that her son has now turned into a white-eyed wolf. And she didn't understand why a handsome gentleman like Ling Tian would be so slandered by his own son. What? Mom, Ling Tian is 10 years younger than you. Why are you so shameless now? You actually got involved with him. Yi Feng roared at Yi Wanru. At this moment his eyes were split open, he felt anger filling his chest, and he began to speak indiscriminately. And just now, his mother actually said that he and Ling Tian were in love with each other. Yi Feng simply had a hard time accepting this fact. He would rather believe that Ling Tian used some kind of conspiracy to confuse his mother. You, get out of here. Yi Wanru pointed her finger at Yi Feng angrily and said loudly to him. Yi Feng's words and actions just now have deeply hurt Yi Wanru's heart. She is extremely disappointed with her son now. Originally, she thought that she and Ling Tian were together, and Yi Feng would happily bless them both. Unexpectedly, things turned out to be the opposite. As soon as Yi Wanru said this, Yi Feng took a few deep breaths with a very ugly face, and then left without looking back. Yi Feng is also full of anger at this moment, plus he knows that his mother is definitely not willing to leave now. There is no point in persuading him. Woo! Yi Wanru's eyes were red at this time, and seeing Yi Feng leaving, she couldn't help shedding distressed tears. Not far away, in Ling Tian's main courtyard. At this moment, he was lying comfortably on the chaise longue on the balcony, and beside him was Yang Qingshe gently rubbing his temples for him. Master, is this strength comfortable? At this moment, Yang Qingshui's face also showed a little blush, and asked Ling Tian a little shyly. Good, very comfortable. After receiving Ling Tian's praise, the smile on Yang Qingshui's face became even brighter. This was the first time she had massaged someone else, and the object was Ling Tian. Ling Tian's mouth twitched slightly at this moment. It seems that Yi Feng has his own show again. Ding, the relationship between the protagonists Yi Feng and Yi Wanru is broken. The protagonist's luck -50, the host's villain value +10000. It seems that I have to go to comfort my Wanru after a while. Ling Tian secretly thought to himself, of course, this kind of opportunity cannot be missed. Chapter 35 Becoming a Father So Young. Master, there are so many beautiful sisters in your manor. Yang Qingshe pouted her small mouth and said with a bit of jealousy while pressing Ling Tian's temple. Because she found that every other maid in the manor, no matter in appearance, figure or knowledge, is not much worse than herself. She is a little scared now. Ling Tian will feel tired of it, and will replace herself. Among all the little maids, the one who is most satisfied with the young master is always you. Hearing this little girl's words, Ling Tian smiled slightly, and of course he could hear that Yang Qingshe had something to say. Really? Master, you are not allowed to lie to others. Otherwise, people will be very sad. At this moment, Yang Qingshui's beautiful big eyes turned into crescent moons. Obviously Ling Tian's words made her very happy. Then Ling Tian sat up, stretched out his hand and pulled Yang Qingshe to his side, then hugged her and let her sit on his lap. Of course it's true. But Shui can't be arrogant. Ling Tian stretched out his arms and wrapped his arms around Yang Qingshui's waist, grabbed one of her tender white hands, and said softly in her ear. Following Ling Tian's movements, Yang Qingshe lowered her head and responded gently. Her pretty face was full of blush at this moment. But Ling Tian's words made Yang Qingshe feel that she was the happiest girl in the world at the moment. Soon, it's time for Yang Qingshe to go back to her mother's flower shop. Master, they're gone. Yang Qingshe hugged Ling Tian's arm reluctantly and whispered in his ear. Go, or your mother should worry about you. Ling Tian felt the softness on his arm, and his face was also full of smiles, and dotingly stretched out his hand and pinched her rosy little cheek. Yang Qingshe also stared at his young master's handsome profile, and his heart was full of deep reluctance. So she took a deep breath and made a special decision in her heart. Moi, master, see you Ling Tian. I saw Yang Qingshe raised her toes with a blushing face, kissed Ling Tian's side cheek, and then quickly ran away shyly. Ling Tian was a little stunned. He didn't expect that this little girl Yang Qingshe was so bold now, she dared to kiss herself. It seems that tomorrow I have to take care of this little girl. After that, Ling Tian walked towards Yi Wanru's yard. Today, he needs to comfort her. At this moment, Yi Wanru was sitting blankly on the stone bench in her garden pavilion. Her eyes were a little red and swollen, and the tear stains on her face were clearly visible. She looked like I was still pity, which was really distressing. Tap tap. Yi Wanru suddenly heard a man's footsteps that became more and more obvious. She knew that the familiar footsteps must be Ling Tian. So Yi Wanru immediately sorted out her sad face. She didn't want Ling Tian to see her like this. Ruer, what's wrong with you? Did you cry just now? Ling Tian slowly walked in front of Yi Wanru, reached out and stroked her pale face, his eyes filled with pity. I'm fine. A smile appeared on Yi Wanru's face, and she stammered in defense. She didn't want Ling Tian to know what had just happened to Yi Feng and herself, lest their relationship get worse. Did Brother Feng come to you just now? And he can't accept the fact that I'm his stepfather. He finally got angry with you, didn't he? Of course Ling Tian knew what was going on, and a playful smile appeared on his face. PFF'd. Brother Tian, you're dead, why are you talking like this? Hearing Ling Tian's words, Yi Wanru couldn't help laughing out loud, then stretched out her small hand and patted Ling Tian's chest. That seems to be it. Okay, it's okay. It is estimated that Brother Feng just can't accept the relationship between us for the time being. He'll figure it out after a while. Ling Tian said to Yi Wanru with a smile on his face, then grabbed her snow-white catkin, lowered his head slightly and kissed lightly on the back of his hand. A sweet smile finally appeared on Yi Wanru's face. She felt Ling Tian's deep love for her, and the melancholy in her heart was also swept away. After that, she threw herself directly into Ling Tian's warm embrace, her hands tightly wrapping his bare waist. Do not worry. I am a father, but I am very generous, and I don't care about our son's small eyes. Ling Tian stretched out his hand and gently stroked Yi Wanru's hair, and then whispered in his ear. Fenger was very dissatisfied with the two of us being together just now. What if he doesn't agree with the two of us being together? Anyway, he's my only son. Although Ling Tian's words made Yi Wanru feel ashamed and very sweet. However, she was still very worried that the relationship between Yi Feng and Ling Tian might deteriorate further. However, Ling Tian didn't respond to Yi Wanru's words again, instead he reached out and hugged Yi Wanru directly. Ah, Brother Tian, what are you doing? Yi Wanru's face was blushing, and she exclaimed. Since you are so worried, let's have another one. Maybe, after you gave him a brother or sister, he agreed. Ling Tian's face was full of wicked smiles at this moment, his hot eyes stared at Yi Wanru's pretty face. Bah! Hearing Ling Tian's words, Yi Wanru was so ashamed and angry that she buried her blushing face directly into Ling Tian's chest. And facing Ling Tian's greedy gaze, since Yi Wanru knew what that meant. But now she is all about Ling Tian, and she can't refuse Ailang's request at all. Ha ha ha. Ling Tian laughed out loud, and then carried her into the yard. I didn't expect that at such a young age, he would become Yi Feng's father soon. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully obtaining Yi Wanru, the protagonist Yi Feng's luck -100, the host's villain value +20000. Ha ha ha. In a remote mountain forest, Yi Feng's cheerful laughter resounded throughout the forest. I didn't expect that I would actually break through. Yi Feng felt the powerful strength of his early yellow stage at this moment. He glanced at the surrounding bushes that he had ravaged by himself. Sure enough, after the infuriating energy was generated in his body, his power instantly soared a lot. Yi Feng felt that he was the real pride of heaven. He had just run to this place to vent his anger, but he did not expect to find a Ganoderma lucidum that is hundreds of years old. After taking it, it immediately broke through the original state. Song Wei, wait for me. I'm going to kill you right away. No, I will torture you first, and then kill you. Yi Feng's face was grim. He recalled the endless humiliation he had suffered these days, and he swore that he would never let Song Wei go easily. And Ling Tian, when I'm strong enough, you must die too. Yi Feng's eyes were full of bloodshots, and he directly knocked down the big tree in front of him with one punch. It can be said that now Ling Tian has replaced Song Wei and has become the person Yi Feng hates the most. However, Yi Feng's strength is not enough, he doesn't dare to grin in front of Ling Tian. Chapter 36 Yi Feng's back. Afterwards, Yi Feng's excited heart gradually cooled down, and he rushed towards the hospital where Song Wei was located. Now that he has enough strength, he can't wait to take revenge. After a while, Yi Feng came to Yundan Hospital, but he did not go to Song Hui's ward for the first time, but came to the monitoring room. The staff here did not have the slightest resistance, so they were knocked out by Yi Feng. Humph! Song Wei, here I come. After solving the problem of the monitoring room, Yi Feng's face was full of sneers, and then he felt towards Yi Feng's ward. But what he didn't expect was that since he entered this hospital, someone has been staring at him secretly. Bang! The door of Song Hui's ward was kicked open, and then, Yi Feng walked in with a grin on his face. Song Wei, didn't you think of it? Yi Feng said proudly with his head held high, but soon he found out that Song Wei, who was looking at him, was sleeping like a dead pig without moving at all. Then Yi Feng's face changed. He found that Song Wei in front of him seemed to be dead, and there seemed to be 2 bodyguards lying on the other side of the hospital bed. Then, he rushed forward immediately and pulled Song Hui's quilt away. Unexpectedly, there was a knife stuck in his heart, but his body was still hot, obviously he had just been killed by someone. No, it's a trap. Yi Feng's face changed, he reacted instantly, and then he wanted to leave this place immediately. And at this time, he also heard a burst of hurried footsteps, rushing towards the direction of this ward. At this moment, Yi Feng's face was cloudy and sunny, and he found that he suddenly fell into a strange vortex. Afterwards, Yi Feng broke out of the window, and he had to leave quickly. Then, a group of people in professional uniforms rushed to this ward. Captain, Song Xiao and his bodyguards are all killed. A young man in a security uniform said to the security captain next to him with a very ugly face. He just checked, and no one in the ward survived. Bang! Damn it! Who the hell did this? After the security captain Zhang Jun received the news, his face was also full of anger, and he punched directly on the wall next to him. Knowing that this is the young master of the Song family, I didn't expect that something had happened in their hospital now. They just received a strange call saying that a killer had entered Song Hui's room. So I hurriedly led the team over, but I didn't expect it to be one step too late. Quick, let's go to the monitoring room. The murderer should have been photographed on the surveillance side. Zhang Jun reacted immediately and said to the security guards next to him. By the way, he also asked people to call to inform the Song family and the people in the police station about this. Soon, Zhang Jun brought a group of security guards to the monitoring room, but what they didn't expect was that the monitoring on Song Hui's side was cut off. Wake up! Zhang Jun shook the staff who had been knocked unconscious with some excitement, and soon these staff were all awakened. Who was the one who knocked you out just now? Did you see what he looked like? Zhang Jun's face was full of anxiety, and he asked the staff. It just didn't ask for any useful information at all. After all, since Yi Feng has started, it is definitely impossible for people to see his true colors. At this time, in a huge bedroom with extravagant decoration, Song Li's face was full of anger and sadness. What? You bastards, the young master didn't protect them well, and they were killed, and you don't even know who the murderer was. Bang! After listening to the bodyguard's report, Song Li smashed the phone to the floor. What? Where? Whoever you are, I will definitely kill you and avenge my son. Tears welled up in Song Li's blood-red eyes, and he roared through gritted teeth. You know, this is his only son. And those goddamn trash bodyguards who can't even do this little thing. Away. Soon after, Song Li finally calmed down his anger, and then he called out a name to the door in a deep voice. Master, what are your orders? At this time, a middle-aged man of about 40 years old walked in. Go and bring back the murderer who killed your young master. To live. Listening to Song Li's indifferent voice, Ali nodded respectfully and went out immediately. In the Ling family's manor, Ling Tian was standing in the garden at this time. Qingxi next to him was reporting the situation to Ling Tian with a respectful face. Well done, then you can send the video to the police station and the Song family. A playful smile appeared on Ling Tian's face. He not only ordered Qingxi and the others to kill Song Wei in advance, but also took a video of Yi Feng entering Song Hui's ward. With Ling Tian around, Feng would not be able to enjoy the thrill of getting revenge for a big revenge, but instead, he had to bear a slap in the face that he didn't want to bear. Moreover, Ling Tian was worried that Song Wei would speak out indiscriminately before his death, revealing that the people who played with Feng before were not from him, so of course Ling Tian would kill him in advance. These things, Ling Tian intends to tell Feng before his death. His expression will be very wonderful when he wants to come. Thinking of this, the smile on Ling Tian's face became even bigger. For an iron-headed baby like Feng, killing him is far from enough, he must be punished. Understood. Young master, leave it all to me. There was also a sneer on Qingxi's face, he was very good at this kind of thing. Here in Song Hui's ward of Yundan Hospital, a security guard has arrived at the scene. Have you found any reliable clues? At this moment, Huang Xia asked solemnly. After all, they were under a lot of pressure from the Song family. The only son of the head of the Song family was killed directly in the hospital. This incident spread to the entire second-generation circle of Tiandu in an instant, and the impact was huge. Report to the captain, no clues were found, and the relevant monitoring has been destroyed. One of the security guards had cold sweat on his face, and said to the woman in front of him with a trembling voice. Hurry up and keep checking. How could there be no clue left? Huang Xia's face was full of anger, and he was very dissatisfied with the efficiency of these subordinates. Captain, I think I should apply to the Martial Arts Bureau to assist in the investigation. You must know that young Master Song's bodyguard was a late-stage body-quenching warrior, but he was killed without any resistance. It can be seen that the strength of this murderer must be extraordinary. This is not something that our security office can solve. A middle-aged security guard, who was called Lao Wu by others, said with a calm expression that he had very rich experience. Even Huang Xia can't compare, and the bigger reason is that they became their captain because of the backstage. And the Martial Arts Bureau in Lao Wu's mouth is a group of official warrior alliances belonging to the Kyushu Kingdom, specifically targeting the criminal actions of warriors. Huang Xia also had a thoughtful look on her face when she heard the words of Old Wu next to her. At this moment, a voice suddenly came, interrupting Huang Xia. Captain, we found an unclaimed cell phone on a bench downstairs. The person entering young Master Song Hui's ward was actually photographed above. A security guard suddenly ran over panting and said loudly to Huang Xia. Chapter 37 is now committed. Feng collapsed. What? Huang Xia's face was full of surprise, and then she asked her to cast her mobile phone on the TV in the ward. I know this person. One of Song Hui's bodyguards suddenly shouted. Surprised look on his face. Who is he? Huang Xia's face was overjoyed, and she immediately asked, I didn't expect that they would find the murderer so quickly. He has offended our young master before, and we have also investigated all his information. This person's name is Feng. Are you sure it's this person? After listening to the bodyguard's words, Huang Xia confirmed again. You can't be wrong. The young master was injured by him before. I didn't expect that he would kill people to silence him. Damn. The bodyguards looked disgusted. Because of Song Hui's death, their bodyguards would definitely be punished. Okay, issue a wanted notice immediately. We want to arrest this person in the shortest possible time. Also, apply for the assistance of the Martial Arts Bureau. After being confirmed by the bodyguard, Huang Xia's face became serious, and she instructed her subordinates. Clear. Many security guards next to them responded immediately, and then they sorted out their clothes and started their arrests. Soon they came out of Yundan Hospital in a car. However, at this time, Fengyan squatted nearby and heard the movement. He naturally knew that he had fallen into someone else's trap, and the expression on his face was extremely ugly. What? Who is it? Feng was very angry and punched the wall next to him, piercing the wall directly to reveal a hole. Feng is now extremely aggrieved in his heart, and he doesn't even need to take revenge, and now he is regarded as a murderer. Although he also really wanted to kill Song Wei, but he didn't do it yet, this kid actually killed someone in advance, and he even gave the real murderer a black cauldron. No, I have to explain this to my mother first. Then find out the damn real murderer, damn it. Feng roared in a low voice, the expression of a mask of pain appeared on his face at this moment. He is very clear in his heart that the police station has now identified himself as the murderer, so as long as he appears, he will definitely be caught, and it will be difficult for him to explain clearly then. Afterwards, Feng rushed towards the Ling family manor again. At this time, Ling Tian's face was full of playfulness, and he naturally returned to Yi Wanru's courtyard. He felt that Yi Feng would definitely come here first, after all Yi Wanru was very important to him. By the time, ha ha, brother Tian, where have you just been? As soon as Ling Tian entered the door, he heard Yi Wanru ask curiously. After all, Ling Tian suddenly said something was wrong, and he left in the middle of it. To be honest, Yi Wanru was a little unhappy. It's okay, let's continue. At this time, Yi Feng, while rushing on the road, organizes the language in his mind, thinking about how to explain to his mother after a while. Soon Yi Feng came to Yi Wanru's courtyard, and then he heard some strange noises. I saw Yi Feng's face instantly turned green. Because he also heard Ling Tian's voice. Thump. Yi Feng knelt directly to the ground, tearing his hair frantically with both hands, and tears of pain flowed from his eyes. What? Ling Tian, I am Nima. Yi Feng began to roar in pain, cursing Ling Tian frantically. Unexpectedly, the last thing he wanted to see happened. The saddest thing in the world is that the enemy he hates has become his stepfather. It can be said that Yi Feng has a right to speak at this time. Maybe he will even have a few more brothers and sisters in the future. Thinking of this, Yi Feng collapsed even more. Afterwards, Yi Feng immediately rushed out of the Lin family's manor, and soon after, he came to a jungle and ravaged the trees madly. Finally, Yi Feng's surrounding jungle became a mess, and his manic heart gradually calmed down. Ling Tian, I will definitely kill you. At this moment, Yi Feng's eyes were full of hatred. His hands were deeply pinched on the ground, and the backs of his hands were full of hideous flesh and blood. The next day, Yi Wanru was surprised to discover the changes in her body. Brother Tian, the injured meridian in my body has been repaired. And my physique has also recovered to the strength that can only be achieved in the realm of body quenching. Yi Wanru's face was full of blush as she hugged Ling Tian's arm and said. You must know that her meridians were abolished by other warriors before. Damaged meridians are very difficult to repair. Ha ha ha, this is the benefit you got from cultivating that exercise with me yesterday. A wicked smile appeared on Ling Tian's face, he naturally knew what was going on. The Yellow Emperor's internal classic is of great benefit to both men and women who practice cultivation. He himself also successfully broke through to the mid-profound order last night. Bah, don't say it. Hearing Ling Tian's words, Yi Wanru's face became even more rosy, and she quickly reached out to cover his mouth. She thought of the illustrations that Ling Tian asked her to practice with him yesterday. Well, don't say it. We'll just practice regularly in the future. Ling Tian grabbed Yi Wanru's little hand and said softly in her ear. Yi Wanru became even more shy after hearing this, and buried her head on Ling Tian's chest, no longer responding to him. After that, Ling Tian naturally ate a sweet breakfast with Yi Wanru, who had a shy face. But soon, Yi Wanru received a call, which made her face very pale. What's wrong, my ruler? Ling Tian's face was full of tenderness, he naturally knew what was going on, because she was the one who started it. Yi Wanru immediately put down the phone, threw herself into Ling Tian's arms, and wept softly. Ling Tian didn't say anything else, just stretched out his hand and gently caressed her jade back, quietly waiting for her to vent her sadness. After a while, Yi Wanru's emotions finally calmed down a little, and her sobbing became smaller and smaller. Brother Tian, someone from the police station called me just now and said that Fenger actually killed 3 people, and it was Song Wei who had offended him before. Yi Wanru raised her head and said to Ling Tian with a trembling voice. She couldn't believe her ears, she didn't expect Yi Feng to go out to cause trouble again. And this time it wasn't just a fight, he killed several people directly. This news made Yi Wanru feel devastated. Maybe he has some troubles. Don't worry, I will find someone to investigate this matter. Ling Tian looked at Yi Wanru's red eyes with tender eyes, and then gently kissed her white forehead. Well, Brother Tian, thank you. It's great to have you. Yi Wanru buried her head in his chest again, and after hearing Ling Tian's words, her flustered heart finally calmed down. Now she gradually regards Ling Tian as her biggest support. As long as he is there, Yi Wanru feels that no matter what happens, she will feel very secure. At this time, in the police station, Huang Xia was training a few subordinates in the office with an angry face. What? After searching for so long, I still haven't found any trace of Yi Feng. What the hell are you guys doing? Huang Xia is very dissatisfied, even if Yi Feng is a warrior, it is impossible not to reveal any clues. Captain, we have searched all the areas where Yi Feng may be active, and we really haven't found any trace of this person. Several subordinates are also very helpless, but who made them subordinates? The first-level official crushed people to death. Captain, maybe we can go to Yi Feng's mother, she may know some clues. One of his men, with a smile on his face, suddenly said to everyone present. Do you know where his mother is? Huang Xia's face also showed a hint of joy. This is indeed a feasible solution. After our investigation, his mother is now in Ling Xiao's manor. After hearing the words of her subordinates, Huang Xia had a hint of shyness on her face, and she thought of that handsome and unparalleled man again. She made a fool of herself in front of this man last time. Did not expect them to meet again so soon. Chapter 38 New Teacher, Flower Shop Buying Flowers. At this time, on a bustling street in Tiandu, the public TV on the wall was also broadcasting today's news. Yesterday there was a horrific killing incident at Yundan Hospital. Please pay attention to the people around you. The murderer's method of committing the crime is extremely cruel. Please don't make a statement after you find it. Find a safe place and call the police station to handle it. The onlookers paid very serious attention to the report of the hostess on the TV. Soon, some of them discovered that Yi Feng was once a video celebrity on the internet. Have you found it? This murderer looks exactly like the maggot god rumored on the internet. A young man wearing glasses shouted out with some excitement. You said that, it really looks like it. What does it look like? This is a person at all, okay. I didn't expect this pervert not only likes to eat shit, but now he has become a murderer. It's terrible. He won't be by our side right now. A young girl looked a little frightened, and suddenly said to the people next to her. If he dares to appear, someone from the police station will come over immediately. Sister, don't be afraid, if he dares to appear, I will knock him to the ground with a slap. The man next to him showed a confident smile on his face and began to show his hospitality. Then what they didn't expect was that Yi Feng was really by their side. At this time, he was wearing a mask on his face and a green hat on top of his head. However, Yi Feng's face under the mask was extremely ugly, and his eyes were full of hatred. Damn, don't let me catch you. Although he already knew that his current situation was very bad, he didn't expect that his wanted notice was spread all over the streets. This made Yi Feng hate the person who framed him even more. At this time, a classroom of Tiandu University was already full of students. Brothers, I don't know what our new head teacher looks like. Wang Long, who was sitting in the back row, was full of curiosity as he asked the classmates next to him. It seems that she is a female teacher. I heard that she is very beautiful, and she seems to be very young. As soon as Wang Long's voice fell, someone immediately responded. After all, this Wang Long is the son of a big family in Tiandu, and he is also sought after by others in their class. I guess it should be coming soon. I'm getting impatient waiting. Wang Long said to the people next to him. After all, they had been waiting for a long time. Ha ha ha, Brother Long, it should be coming soon. It's almost time, it's the appointed time. Listening to the words of the person next to him, Wang Long nodded, and then he took out his mobile phone indifferently and started to play a small game. Not long after, a high-heeled shoe sound came slowly from the door. Then a tall woman wearing a light purple floral dress, a cyan headband, and white high heels walked in. Her delicate and perfect face is filled with a kind smile, and her eyes are even more profound and charming, as if there are stars hidden in the sky. Her gestures, every frown are full of the mature charm of an intellectual woman. The classmates in the class also noticed that a very beautiful woman entered the classroom. So they all watched her with great interest. I saw this woman walked onto the podium unhurriedly, and then put the information in her hand on the table. Hello, classmates. I'm the new head teacher of your class, Li Shuiyan. Li Shuiyan's face was full of gentle smiles, and she greeted the classmates in the audience cordially. Her voice was as crisp and sweet as a clear spring, and immediately a kind of student under the stage was full of affection for this new head teacher at first sight. Cough cough. Especially all the male students on the scene. Some even blatantly stared at Li Shuiyan on the podium. Students, nice to meet you. Quote. Afterwards, Li Shuiyan gave a live speech on the podium. However, because this new teacher is really charming, all the students in the audience also listened to her lectures on stage attentively. Okay, students, I want to meet each of you next. So I will read the names of all the classmates here, and those who hear it stand up and let me know, thank you. Li Shuiyan's eyes were smiling, and her gentle voice spread throughout the classroom. Then, she took out the list and prepared to read the names of all the students in the class one by one. Ling Tian. However, what Li Shuiyan didn't expect was that she met Waterloo just after chanting the first person's name. Teacher, young Master Ling is on vacation now, not at school. Hearing that the teacher read Ling Xiao's name, Wang Long got a little excited and quickly stood up and replied. This is an opportunity to please Ling Xiao, but Wang Long will not miss it. After all, the elders in their second-generation circle have already said that they must be careful to befriend Ling Xiao. In the entire second-generation circle, no matter who offends anyone, Ling Xiao cannot be offended. What? Li Shuiyan's face is full of surprise. It seems that she needs to contact this classmate alone. Anyway, as the head teacher, she will definitely complete her tasks with due diligence. Then let's skip him first. Afterwards, Li Shuiyan started to read the names of other classmates again. Soon, she got to know everyone in the class. Afterwards, Li Shuiyan returned to her office, took out the information inside, and began to look through it. The first thing she checked was Ling Tian's various information. What? Is this classmate so good? Li Shuiyan immediately covered her surprised mouth. She couldn't believe her eyes. If these materials were not printed out by the school, she would even directly believe that these things were fake. The college entrance examination was directly admitted to Tiandu University with full marks in all subjects. After that, he easily got full marks in every exam he took in the school. As that human being, Li Shuiyan read these materials, and she felt that her worldview was about to collapse. This classmate is not normal. No wonder he can take vacations at will, and even the school has a default attitude. Originally, Li Shuiyan thought that this classmate was tired of learning because she found out that this classmate basically didn't come to school very often. She wants to call and have a good talk with this classmate later, so that he doesn't waste his studies. Well now, there is no such concern. However, Li Shuiyan will still give him a call, because an important exam is coming soon. Shuiye, why are you so absent-minded today? And today, you actually dressed up so beautifully. Did you make an appointment with your classmates? Inside the flower shop, Mother Zhang Yaqing's mature and beautiful face showed a puzzled expression. She was a little puzzled. Did her daughter begin to fall in love early? My daughter, who usually doesn't like to dress up very much, actually dressed beautifully today, and she also put on a light makeup. Mom, I invited my classmates to go shopping together. Yang Qingshui's face was a little blushing at this time, but she knew that today's abnormality must not be hidden from her mother. Today happened to be Saturday, and she and her young master made an appointment to go shopping together. So of course Yang Qingshui was looking forward to it very much, and naturally he was a little distracted when he was working. Oh, is it a male classmate or a female classmate? Zhang Yaqing had some worry on her face, although her daughter was about to go to college. Falling in love must happen sooner or later, but she was worried that her daughter would be deceived. But fortunately, my daughter has long been sent to the first university in Kyushu, Tiandu University, so I don't have to worry that love will delay her studies for the time being. Well it's a male classmate. After hearing her mother's question, Yang Qingshui's face became even more ruddy, and she said hesitantly. She was a little scared, waiting for her mother to stop herself from going out. But she has already made an appointment with the young master, and she doesn't want to let the young master dove. Oh, how is his study? Zhang Yaqing secretly thought that this was the case. Looking at her daughter's appearance, she knew that there must be someone she liked. After all, she was also a person. He is a junior at Tiandu University, and his grades should be very good. Yang Qingshui didn't know much about her own young master. She only knew that the young master was also from Tiandu University. What? Then how did you meet? Zhang Yaqing was a little surprised, but when she heard that the person her daughter said was actually from Tiandu University, the worries in her heart gradually disappeared. Since he can be admitted to this university, he must be worthy of his daughter, but I don't know what other conditions are like. Ah, Mom, don't ask so much. Yang Qingshui ran to her mother's side, hugged her arm directly, pouted her little mouth and started to act like a spoiled child at her. Because these questions really made her feel ashamed, and she wasn't very good at answering them. You girl. Zhang Yaqing rubbed her daughter's hair helplessly, but, as a mother's instinct, she still wanted to ask a few more questions. At this moment, a convoy of luxury cars suddenly appeared in front of the flower shop. Zhang Yaqing was a little surprised. Could it be a big client? Then, a bodyguard in a suit opened the rear door of the Rolls-Royce in the middle. Then he stepped out of the car, a young man wearing luxurious high-definition casual clothes. His face was like a crowned jade, and his eyes were like stars. The whole body is exuding an extraordinary and unique temperament. He got out of the car and became the focus of everyone on the street. Wow, who is this little brother? So handsome. Can I get his contact information? Quote. In particular, many young women on the side of the road have their eyes straight. There were even some women who thought they were very good looking and rushed out, trying to run to Ling Tian's side to get to know him, but they were stopped by the bodyguards. However, Ling Tian was not in the mood to pay attention to these things. He saw a gentle smile on his face as he walked straight into the flower shop. Hello. Do you need anything? There was also a blush on Zhang Yaqing's fair and pretty face. This was the first time in her life that she had seen such an attractive man, which made her stammer when she spoke. After all, Ling Tian's full-point charm and lethality are not ordinary. Hello, I want 99 tulips. Thank you. Ling Tian's face was full of smiles as he carefully looked at Yang Qingshui's mother. This woman can definitely be called a mature and beautiful woman. She looks like she is only in her early 30s. Standing with the daughter next to her looks like a pair of sisters. Moreover, Zhang Yaqing and Yang Qingshui are 8 points similar, but they are a bit more mature and charming than her daughter. Of course, Yang Qingshui looks particularly pure and moving, full of youthful vitality. The two of them can be said to have their own strengths. Okay, wait a moment, I'll pack it for you right away. Ling Tian's eyes made Zhang Yaqing inexplicably shy, and he didn't even dare to look directly at him. After hearing Ling Tian's request, he quickly turned his attention and started packing the flowers he needed. Chapter 39 Sweet Date with Qingshui. At this time, Yang Qingshui was very surprised to see that his young master actually came to the flower shop in person. But she is very shy now, because her mother is beside her. She can only show a sweet smile to her young master. Your flowers are ready. After a while, Zhang Yaqing packed the bunch of tulips and handed them to Ling Tian. Thanks. After Ling Tian thanked him, he took over the bouquet of flowers. Then, he slowly walked in front of Yang Qingshui under Zhang Yaqing's astonished eyes. Today's Yang Qingshui is wearing a pink floral dress and a pink hair band on her head. The whole person looks very youthful and lively, so charming. Qingshui, this bouquet of flowers is for you. You are so beautiful today. Ling Tian stared at Yang Qing's snow-white tender blushing face with some fiery eyes. She is telling the truth. Thank you. However, Yang Qingshui's face was blushing at this time, her voice trembled slightly, and she responded to Ling Tian with some hesitation. At this moment, Yang Qingshui didn't even dare to look at her mother's eyes. She never imagined that the young master would actually send flowers to her in front of her mother. Shui, is this guest the senior you just said? Zhang Yaqing looked at the shy look on her daughter's face at the moment, and the two seemed to know each other, so naturally she understood. She did not expect that the senior in her daughter's mouth was actually so good. Not to mention anything else, it's just the team behind him. Those luxury cars are worth a lot of money at a glance. Although Zhang Yaqing is not a woman who worships money, she certainly hopes that her daughter can find a man with very good conditions. She doesn't want her daughter to live such a hard life like herself. Yang Qingshui's face was flushed with blush, and she lowered her head and responded softly to her mother. Hello, classmate. I'm Cher's mother. Zhang Yaqing also had a smile on her face at this time, and greeted Ling Tian again. However, her eyes were indeed looking at her son-in-law. For now, she was very satisfied with Ling Tian. Not only is his family background very wealthy, but judging from his words and actions just now, his personality is also very gentle. What? She's your mother? I didn't expect my aunt to look so young. I thought she was your sister. Ling Tian looked at the two people in front of him with a very surprised look on his face. Auntie, hello. I'm Ling Tian, you can call me Xiao Tian. Afterwards, Ling Tian's face was full of smiles, and he greeted Zhang Yaqing once again. Xiao Tian, you are too polite. Hearing Ling Tian's words, Zhang Yaqing's pretty face blushed slightly, but she was naturally very happy in her heart. After all, what woman doesn't like to be praised by others as young and beautiful? At this time, Zhang Yaqing's gaze towards Ling Tian became softer and softer. Xiaoshan, then you have to take care of Shuiye in a moment. Otherwise, I wouldn't worry about her going out alone. Fortunately, you are here now. Zhang Yaqing looked at her daughter's shy appearance, and naturally planned to help her. After all, she could see that a man as good as Ling Tian must be surrounded by beautiful women. Since her daughter has fallen in love with him, of course, as a mother, she has to assist. Mom, are you so worried about people? HMPH, who is your precious daughter? After hearing her mother's words, Yang Qingshe ran to her side a little unhappy, hugged her arm, and began to act like a spoiled brat. She did not expect that when Ling Tian came here just now, her mother trusted him so much. While my heart was sweet and happy, I started to be jealous again. Mom cares about you too. Wait a minute, you have to listen to Xiaoshan, you know. Zhang Yaqing pretended to be serious and taught her daughter, but she also sighed slightly in her heart. Well, why doesn't the daughter understand her own pains? Of course, such an excellent man must hurry up. Don't worry, I will definitely take good care of Qingshe. A smile appeared on Ling Tian's face, but his eyes were full of deep meaning. Naturally, he would not go shopping with Yang Qingshe for no reason. One is to develop a relationship with her. Besides, it was naturally to show affection with his Bai Yueguang in front of Feng. Want to come to Fengdi also want to see how sweet Qingshe is in front of him. It is also a pleasure to help others. Well, then you two young people should leave early. Zhang Yaqing looked at her daughter with a doting smile, and then looked at Ling Tian, who was graceful beside her. Suddenly I felt that the two were such a good match. Hearing her mother's words, Yang Qingshe secretly glanced at the young master next to her, and her little face became even more rosy. Let's go. With a gentle smile on his face, Ling Tian stretched out his hand towards Yang Qingshe, motioning for the little girl to hold him. Yang Qingshe secretly glanced at her mother and found that there was an ambiguous smile on her face. She couldn't help but feel even more embarrassed, but she still held Ling Tian's big hand obediently. Afterwards, a few people got back into the car and rushed towards the business district. Ling Tian planned to ask Yang Qingshe to choose some clothes, after all she was dressed so beautifully that she was at least pleasing to the eye. Young master, I was embarrassed to death just now. Once in the car, Yang Qingshe couldn't help throwing herself into Ling Tian's arms, her little head buried directly in his chest. Obviously, just exposing the relationship between the two directly in front of her mother made Yang Qingshe, who is very thin-skinned, very shy. It's okay, didn't your mother agree to our marriage? Bah! As soon as Ling Tian said these words, Yang Qingshe buried her head deeper. She could clearly feel that her whole body was hot. Yang Qingshe originally wanted to get some comfort from Ling Tian, but he didn't expect him to say something that made him even more embarrassed. But Ling Tian's words also made Yang Qingshe think about it. Is the young master planning to be someone's boyfriend? After a while, Yang Qingshui's restless heart finally calmed down. Young master, it's all your fault. People don't know how to face their mother when they go back. I saw that she stretched out her slender index finger and drew circles on Ling Tian's chest. While raising her head to look at Ling Tian's handsome profile, she pouted and complained. No. Facing this little girl's shy complaints, Ling Tian chose to stop her mouth this time. After a while, Yang Qingshe finally couldn't breathe, and gently pushed Ling Tian away. Then, she began to breathe heavily. However, Yang Qingshui's heart is full of happiness and sweetness. Is this the feeling of the first kiss? Okay, get up, get to the place. Ling Tian reached out and patted Yang Qingshui's buttocks, urging her to get out of the car. Ling Tian's movements made Yang Qingshe tremble slightly, and she felt an electric shock again, and then she nodded obediently. At this time, Feng, who was wandering on the street, also noticed the appearance of a luxurious motorcade on the street. He naturally recognized Ling Tian's motorcade at a glance. Later, she actually saw her goddess get out of the car, and she was actually hugged by Ling Tian. My share. Damn it. Feng's face turned green instantly, so he quickly followed, and cursed Ling Tian frantically in his heart. Ling Tian had a weird smile on his face, but he walked into the Gucci women's clothing store with his arms around Yang Qingshui's slender waist as if nothing had happened. Welcome. The waitresses in the Gucci store have very good eyesight, and naturally they can see Ling Tian's dignity at a glance. Not to mention the low-key and extravagant clothes on his body, just his unique temperament like a spring breeze gives people an extraordinary feeling. Qingshe, go and choose the clothes you like. Anything will do. Ling Tian fondly pinched Yang Qingshui's little cheek. Master, but the clothes here are so expensive. Why don't we switch to another one? Yang Qingshui's face was full of distress, she naturally knew what store she entered. To be honest, even though she knew that the young master was very rich, she still didn't want Ling Tian to spend such unjust money for herself. It's okay, money is no different from waste paper to me. And this is the gift I'm going to give you. Are you sure you want to reject my offer? Ling Tian smiled slightly, of course she knew Yang Qingshui's temperament, so she patiently persuaded her. Okay. Yang Qingshui felt very sweet in her heart, she looked at the young master's warm smile. Since the young master said so, she naturally couldn't refuse anymore. So she decided to try on a few outfits first, and then pick her favorite. At that time, I will give the young master another gift. And the waitress next to her was full of envious eyes. They also wanted such a handsome and rich boyfriend. Chapter 40 Yi Feng peeping, watching the luminous watch together at night. Yang Qingshui happily chose the one she liked among the many beautiful clothes. After all, dressing up is the nature of girls. As for Ling Tian, of course, he accepted all kinds of caring services from other waitresses, and they even wanted to stick it on Ling Tian. Master, how are your clothes? Soon, Yang Qingshui changed into the clothes she had chosen, and asked Ling Tian with a smile on her face. At this moment, she is wearing a pure white lace hollow dress, coupled with her pure and exquisite face, it can be said that it is not too much to be a fairy. Very beautiful. Ling Tian expressed his admiration from the bottom of his heart. When Yang Qingshui heard the praise from his young master, the smile on his face became even brighter. But she still wants to try other clothes, in case there is a young master who likes it more. At this moment, Yi Feng was gnashing his teeth, peeping at Ling Tian and Yang Qingshui from outside the shop. He couldn't accept the woman he loved, showing such a sweet smile to other men. And this person is Ling Tian. And Yi Feng's every move at this time is naturally also in Ling Tian's perception. Hee, brother Feng, can't you stand this level? A playful smile appeared on Ling Tian's face, and he suddenly had a more fun way in his heart. Afterwards, Yang Qingshui tried other clothes in front of Ling Tian. I have to say, this little girl is tall and graceful, with a delicate and perfect appearance, no matter what clothes she wears, she looks unique. Master, they decided to buy that white dress. In the end, Yang Qingshui still made a choice. Every time she changed her clothes, she would pay great attention. Ling Tian looked at her own eyes. When she realized that she was wearing that white dress, the light in Ling Tian's eyes was the hottest. Since the young master likes it so much, he naturally wants to satisfy him. Well, as long as you like it. Ling Tian said to Yang Qingshui gently, this dress is very nice, just tear it off at night. But he wouldn't just buy this dress for this little girl. You wrap up everything she just wore. I want it all. Ling Tianyu spoke to these waitresses in a gentle manner, but it gave off an unquestionable feeling. As soon as these words came out, the surrounding female waiters showed envious, jealous and hateful eyes towards Yang Qingshui. This is too cheesy, isn't it? Buy everything you wear. The gazes of these waitresses looking at Ling Tian became even hotter. This is a proper rich and handsome. What? Master, I'll just buy that set. Buy so many, I can't wear them. However, Yang Qingshui felt distressed at this time, she directly hugged Ling Tian's arm and said in a greasy voice. Although he felt very sweet to Ling Tian's love for him, Yang Qingshui still felt that this was too extravagant. Ling Tian directly stretched out his finger and gently placed it on Yang Qingshui's thin lips, preventing her from speaking next. Then throw it away after wearing it, the young master is not bad for money. As long as Qingshui likes it, the young master will buy you the whole world. Afterwards, Ling Tian put his head slowly to Yang Qingshui's ear, and softly said these sultry words. Wow! Is this too happy? Immediately, the people around them suddenly exclaimed. At this time, Yang Qingshui's eyes were red, and she was so moved that she was about to cry. Then she jumped directly into Ling Tian's arms in excitement, and gave him a strong kiss on the face. Master, you are so kind. After that, Yang Qingshui's rosy face was buried in Ling Tian's chest. But after doing this action, she regretted it a little, not because she regretted kissing Ling Tian. But because there are too many people around. At this time, the waitresses around and other customers in the store were full of dog food. There is also a look of envy in his eyes. But there is one exception, that is Yifeng, who has been peeping at the door. What? Ling Tian is a hypocrite. Shui, why are you so naive? Don't be fooled by him. Yifeng felt that he was green now, and his expression at the moment was like a mask of pain. He didn't expect that the woman he loved would actually throw his arms around other men in front of him. Afterwards, Ling Tian took Yang Qingshui to the surrounding scenic spots again, and soon the time gradually came to evening. Master, Qingshui is so happy today. At this moment, Yang Qingshui's face was full of happiness as she hugged Ling Tian's arm tightly and said, Master, I hope you can be so happy every day. Seeing Yang Qingshui's cute appearance, Ling Tian couldn't help but stretch out his hand and touch her black hair. Hearing Ling Tian's words, Yang Qingshui's face was full of emotion, and she threw herself into Ling Tian's arms again. Ling Tian paid attention to Yifeng's mask of pain in the dark. A playful smile appeared on his face. Cher, let's go to the hotel tonight. Master bought a new luminous watch, we can watch it together under the quilt. Ling Tian gently stroked Yang Qingshui's jade back, and then said softly in her ear. No matter how ridiculous the reason is. It doesn't matter, because he just gave the shy Yang Qingshui a step down. After hearing Ling Tian's words, Yang Qingshui's face was full of blush. She was not a 3-year-old child, she didn't understand anything. However, she did not refuse, she was shy and had some small expectations in her heart, looking forward to what would happen with Ling Tian next. What? Master, are you really just looking at the luminous watch? I saw that she raised her head and asked a silly question. I don't mind if you want to do something else. Ling Tian's face was full of wicked smiles, and he slightly lowered his head to look at Yang Qingshui's pretty rosy face. Bah! Master is dead. As soon as these words came out, Yang Qingshui's face turned even redder, as if she had thought of something, and then she buried her head in Ling Tian's chest, daring to look at him again. When Ling Tian saw Yang Qingshui's appearance, he naturally knew that she had made some preparations in her heart. However, Yifeng's expression on the side became more and more ugly. With his perception ability, he naturally heard the conversation between the two. Ah, damn it. No, I have to stop Cher. She must have been deceived by the hypocrite Ling Tian. Yifeng's eyes were bloodshot, and he looked like he was gnashing his teeth. At this moment, he hated Ling Tian so much, he even wanted to rip him to the bone. Yifeng couldn't bear this kind of thing happening. He vowed to stop Yang Qingshui and Ling Tian from going to the house. Soon, Ling Tian brought Yang Qingshui to the Kyushu International Hotel. This is a high-end chain hotel under the Ling family. Of course, Ling Tian chose to come to his own hotel. Shui, I'm going to the bathroom. When they got to the elevator, Ling Tian smiled and suddenly said to Yang Qingshui. Why? Of course, it was to give Yifeng a chance, otherwise how would he dare to show up? Ling Tian planned to teach this kid a lesson before moving in with Yang Qingshui. Last time, I seem to have said that if Yifeng dared to entangle Qingshui again, he would break his dog's legs. Well, that people are waiting for you here. With a sweet smile, Yang Qingshui said to Ling Tian, her face was still full of blush at the moment. Chapter 41 Interrupting Yifeng's dog legs. As Ling Tian's figure slowly disappeared from Yang Qingshui's sight. Shui, come with me. Ling Tian is not a good person, he wants to plot against you. Yang Qingshui suddenly heard a familiar voice behind her, and then she turned to look. It was Yifeng again, and instantly Yang Qingshui's face showed a look of disgust. It was this wretched man again, who ran in front of him and slandered the young master. You are not a good person. Leave me quickly, don't come near me. I feel so disgusted when I see you. Yang Qingshui said to Yifeng with a very indifferent face, and did not leave the slightest face for Yifeng. She didn't want to wait for the young master to come out and see this person here. What if the young master misunderstood? At this time, the expression on Yifeng's face was as ugly as eating dog shit. He didn't expect that Yang Qingshui actually hated him so much. Damn it, it's clear that I really love her. Yifeng roared furiously in his heart, but he still did not choose to give up. Since persuasion is useless, Yifeng is ready to do it directly. If he didn't do anything, Yang Qingshui would probably be lying next to Ling Tian when he got to the hotel room. Shui, no matter what, I must take you today. There was a hint of ruthlessness on Yi Feng's face, and he gritted his teeth and said to the beloved woman in front of him. Afterwards, Yi Feng decisively extended his hand to Yang Qingshe. He was worried that Ling Tian would come back soon. What? Go away, don't touch me. Master, come and save people. Yang Qingshe was also very alert at this time. After all, he had already learned a few lessons before. So when Yi Feng's expression was abnormal, Yang Qingshe shouted for help in Ling Tian's direction. At this moment, Yi Feng had some excitement on his face, because he was about to take Yang Qingshe and leave here. Snapped. A slap in the face sounded instantly. Yi Feng was beaten out, and then he was beaten to the ground like a dead dog. Of course, Ling Tian has been secretly watching here from behind. Yi Feng's every move is under his control. Ling Tian would not give Yi Feng any chance to take advantage of his own woman. Wow! Yi Feng, who fell to the ground, immediately spit out a mouthful of blood. With the blow just now, Ling Tian's true qi had already poured into Yi Feng's body, which severely injured him. As long as he is not beaten to death, Ling Tian will not keep his hands in the slightest. After all, he will have to let him experience it for himself after a while. How does it feel when his goddess lies in someone else's arms? Then Yi Feng stared at Ling Tian fiercely with angry eyes. Since everything has been discovered, there is no need to hide anything. Master, I'm so scared. Yang Qingshui's eyes were a little red as she looked at the familiar figure in front of her. Her heart suddenly filled with a sense of security, and then she immediately threw herself into his arms in fear. Okay, share, there's a young master here. No one can hurt you. Ling Tian stretched out his hand to hug this little girl with a pitiful look on her face, and comforted her softly. Now turn around. Next, the young master will teach this bully to you. After hugging for a while, Ling Tian asked her to turn around. He didn't want Yang Qingshe to see what happened next. He didn't want Yi Feng to dirty her eyes, so as not to leave a shadow on her life. By the way, maintain his glorious image in his heart. Yang Qingshe is also obedient. She knows that the young master is doing this for her own good. Brother Feng, it seems that you still don't teach a lesson. Remember what I said to you last time. If you dare to harass Qingshe again, I will break your dog's legs. Ling Tian's face was filled with a gentle smile, walking towards Yi Feng, while slowly muttering to himself. Ling Tian, wait for me. I will definitely kill you. Yi Feng angrily looked at Ling Tian, the hypocrite, with bloodthirsty hatred in his eyes, and shouted loudly at him. Now that his face has been torn apart, Yi Feng is not polite at all. I'm so scared. In the face of Yi Feng's cruel words, Ling Tian just said these words lightly, and then his figure flashed. Crack. What? Then Yi Feng let out a heart-piercing wailing sound. His right leg was directly stepped on by Ling Tian. Then Ling Tian's face was full of smiles. He squatted down slowly, reached out and patted Yi Feng's face, which was distorted due to the pain at the moment. Brother Tian will teach you another truth. That is, you have no strength, and you must never run to others and speak ruthlessly. Otherwise, the end will only get worse, understand? Ling Tian still had a faint smile on his face, as if he was teaching his incompetent younger brother. Just like this. Click. What? Yi Feng let out a painful wailing again, and now both of his legs have been directly trampled off. After all, Ling Tian had said that he would break his legs. Speaking of it, it's not enough to lose a leg. At this time, Yi Feng looked at Ling Tian with hatred in his eyes. Yes, rebellious eyes. Ling Tian praised Yi Feng again. Bang. Afterwards, Ling Tian stepped on Yi Feng's chest again. His true qi tore through the meridians of her whole body, and directly abolished all his strength. Now, he is just waiting here for Ling Tian to come out of the hotel room. Ah, my power. Ling Tian, damn you. Yi Feng screamed in despair, and he was actually abolished by him. Now he is just a little stronger than ordinary people. Qianzi, it's over to you. Find a place and let him stay here well. The last video can be taken out for him to enjoy. A playful smile appeared on Ling Tian's face, and he gave an order casually. Then, Hadron walked out from a corner that no one could notice. Don't worry, young master. There was a respectful smile on Qingxi's face. He naturally knew what the young master was thinking. Seeing the pain on Yi Feng's face at the moment, and thinking about his usual aloof appearance, Qingxi's heart began to feel dark. Let's go, Qingxi. Don't worry about him, leave it to Qingxi and the others. With a smile on Ling Tian's face, he walked to Yang Qingshui's side and reached out to grab her shoulder. Listen to you, young master. Yang Qingshui's face was pale, and she hugged Ling Tian's waist. She was really frightened by Yi Feng just now, and desperately needed some comfort from Ling Tian. Shui don't. Ling Tian is a hypocrite, don't be fooled by him. At this moment, Yi Feng was struggling in pain. When he saw that the two were going to the elevator leading to the room, he shouted loudly at Yang Qingshui again. However, after hearing Yi Feng's voice, Yang Qingshui showed a hint of disgust on her face, but she and Ling Tian kept rushing forward. What? Ling Tian, if you dare to touch my Shui I will. Seeing that his persuasion to Yang Qingshui was fruitless, Yi Feng scolded Ling Tian for a while. Well, but before he could finish his words, Qingshui stepped on his face with a displeased face, blocking his dog's mouth. Insulting the young master in front of himself, he simply ignores Brother Chang. Qingshui decided to wait and teach this boy a good lesson, as long as he didn't kill him. Chapter 42 Yi Feng enjoys the fencing video all night. After arriving at the hotel's presidential suite, Ling Tian came to the master bedroom and sat on the sofa in front of the large floor-to-ceiling windows. Wow, young master, this place is really beautiful. Yang Qingshui stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows with a look of amazement on her face. This is the first time she has stayed in such a luxurious hotel. From the top floor of this hotel, you can overlook the most prosperous neighborhood in Tiancheng. She thinks the scenery here is simply too beautiful. Just looking at it is a delight to the eye. Ha ha. Ling Tian chuckled lightly, stretched out his hand and gently pulled Yang Qingshui into his arms, and put his hand around her slender waist. Afterwards, Ling Tian put his face on Yang Qingshui's blushing little face, and his nose was filled with the alluring fragrance of a girl. If you like it, you can live here every day. This presidential suite is exclusively for me. After that, Ling Tian said softly in her ear with a gentle voice. Yang Qingshui responded gently, with a sweet smile on her face. She felt very happy at the moment. She really feels so lucky to meet such a perfect boy as the young master. Yang Qingshui turned her head slightly, looking at her young master's handsome face with some obsession. Ling Tian looked at the seductive thin lips of the innocent girl in front of him, and slowly lowered his head. At this time, Qingshui grabbed Yi Feng, who was like a dead dog, in one hand and came to a room with no one. Bang! Afterwards, Hadron threw him on the floor next to him like throwing garbage. Ahua, find some ropes here. Look for a longer one. Awa also had some doubts on his face. He looked at Brother Chang's sturdy figure. Is Brother Chang good at this? A look of disbelief appeared on Ava's face. You must know that he has worked with Brother Chang for more than 10 years, but today he finally revealed his true nature. What are you thinking about, kid? Lao Su's sexual orientation is normal. Qingshui's face was a little dark at the moment, and he scolded Ahua angrily. He looked at Ahua's strange eyes, and of course he understood what was going on with his flexible mind. So he punched angrily directly on his body. What? After the punch, Ahua held his stomach in pain. Fortunately, the strong son did not use much effort. Otherwise, it's enough for this kid. Okay. Brother Chang, I'll go right away, don't be angry. After being taught by Qingshui, Ahua stretched out his hand and scratched his head again, with an apologetic smile on his face. At this time, he also knew that he must have misunderstood Brother Chang. Soon, Ahua brought a few ropes. Brother Chang, are you going to hang this kid up? Ahua asked Qingshui with some doubts. Tie this kid to the ground in a big letter shape, and then let's project the last video on the ceiling. Let this kid, Yi Feng, take a good look at his demeanor. In this case, we didn't shoot for nothing before. A wicked smile appeared on Qingshui's face. Originally, he was still thinking about how to deal with this boy in front of him. Then, he quickly thought of what the young master had ordered before. So Qingshui decided to use this method to humiliate Yi Feng. Wonderful. My strong brother. It's you who kills and kills your heart. Ahua also showed a flattering smile on his face, and patted Qingshui's ass. Ha ha ha, of course. Learn more in the future, don't keep giving me those things that I don't have, do you hear? There was a smug smile on Qingshui's face, and then he began to teach Ahua in front of him. After all, some of his thoughts just now made Qingshui very unhappy. He is very sexually determined. I understand. Brother Chang. Awa scratched his head again and smiled at Qingxi. Then Qingxi immediately called to notify others to upload the video to his mobile phone. You must know that he didn't store this thing on his mobile phone. What if he was seen by others and misunderstood that he likes to do shit? Tisk tisk. I didn't expect this kid to look so happy. Qingxi watched the video and couldn't help but commented on Yifeng. But after watching it for a while, he hurriedly threw away the phone. To be honest, it was really irritating to the eyes. This kid is actually good at this, I can't see it. This mouth is pretty good. Awa also looked over curiously, and then also exclaimed at Yifeng. Afterwards, he stared at Yifeng and looked somewhere else. The sea is open to all rivers. Thinking of that scene at that time, Awa felt a chill on his back. What? Why are you two bloody bastards doing this? The face of Yifeng, who was quickly tied to the ground, turned green, and roared wildly at Qingxi and Ahua. He also saw the video projected on the ceiling. Isn't this the scene where he was in prison and learned swordsmanship with others? Yifeng's eyes were full of bloodshots, and he watched the video in pain as he and batches of big men sparred with swordsmanship. At this time, Yifeng's whole body began to struggle violently, but he was tied tightly by the rope, and there was no way. I will definitely kill you. After a powerless struggle, Yifeng continued to roar frantically. Seeing this video, Yifeng felt that something on his body started to ache again. Snapped. Ahua, stop this kid's stinky mouth, it's too noisy. Qingxi directly slapped Yifanfan and vomited blood. There was also an unhappy expression on his face, and he was a little speechless about Yifeng. This kid's voice is really loud, and he especially likes to speak harshly, so he sucks. But this big mouth is quite cool. Okay. A strange smile appeared on Ahua's face, and I saw him walking into the toilet. Soon, he walked out of the inside with a smile, holding a toilet suction for the toilet in his hand, and there seemed to be a little black thing on it. Awa, what are you doing, kid? Why do you always play some new tricks for me? Qingxi instantly smelled a peculiar smell. Although it was not very strong, it was real. Therefore, Qingxi decisively chose to seal his sense of smell with infuriating energy. So as not to be affected by the pond fish. Brother Chang, hee. This. A strange smile appeared on Ahua's face, and he scratched his head a little embarrassedly. I want to explain, but I don't know how to say it. You handle it. Don't get it all over the place. Qingxi gave him a disgusting look. Why does this kid always like to get along with shit? So Qingxi walked to the sofa next to him, and then sat down aggressively. Then he took out a cigar and started puffing with a comfortable face. Chapter 43 The Worst Rebirth in History. Gia. Come on, boy. Awa directly let out a weird laugh, grabbed a toilet sucker in his hand, and slowly moved it to Yifeng's mouth. Go away, don't come near me. Yifeng struggled frantically and roared loudly at Awa. He looked at the toilet suction with some black unknown objects in front of him, his eyes were full of fear and nausea. He remembered the nightmare in that alley before. Ha. Enjoy Brother Hua's secret weapon. Seeing Yifeng struggling in pain, Ahua's heart became even more excited. I didn't expect that I could experience the feeling of being a strong man again. I saw his right hand stretched forward, and the secret weapon in his hand instantly blocked Yifeng's mouth. No. At this moment, Yifeng was gagged and could no longer speak. His expression was extremely ugly as if he had eaten shit. Ha, Brother Chang, this is the best way to deal with bad breath. Would you like to come over and try it? It's really cool. Ahua's face was full of excitement, and he shared his happiness with Qingxi next to him. Qingxi was expressionless, did not speak, and directly extended a little thumb to Ahua, expressing strong contempt. He is very speechless about Ahua's behavior. To be honest, he doesn't want to stay in this room now. However, Ahua doesn't care about the contempt of Qingxi, and he is ready to share his happiness with other brothers later. Ahua, find some more clips. Pull his eyelids away for me. How can this kid close his eyes? You have to let him finish it. There was another wicked smile on Qingxi's face, because he noticed that Yifeng actually closed his eyes and stopped watching his fencing videos. Okay, Brother Chang. Afterwards, Ahua ran off to work. Soon, Yifeng was firmly fixed on the ground, and his eyes opened wide under the action of the clip. He looked at the video on the ceiling in pain to reveal his various ugly expressions, and remembered that Yang Qingshe might be lying in Ling Tian's arms now. Finally, Yifeng shed tears of sadness again. Even if he ends up being so miserable now. Didn't expect your own white moonlight to become someone else's shape. What? Why? Yifeng shouted madly in his heart. At this time his heart was full of despair. As a rebirth, I didn't expect to be so powerless. Damn it. Could it be that everything I've been through is Ling Tian's black hand? Yifeng suddenly felt that he was shrouded in terror, and there was a hint of enlightenment in his heart. He found that everything was not going well for him, and it all started when he sent his mother to Ling Tian's manor. Ah, damn it. Damn Ling Tian. Yifeng was in great pain at the moment, and he felt more and more that his guess was correct. As long as he thinks about it like this, everything he has experienced can be explained very well. God thief. You are playing with me. Ah. But soon Yifeng became incompetent and furious again. Because he thought that he actually sent his mother to the door himself, and then watched his beloved Yang Qingshe and Ling Tian enter the hotel. This should be the worst rebirth in history. At this moment, in the master bedroom in the presidential suite, Ling Tian was quietly enjoying the two-person world on the sofa with Yang Qingshe in his arms. Master, didn't you say you want to watch the luminous watch? Yang Qingshe blushed as she lay in Ling Tian's arms and asked awkwardly. What's so good about a luminous watch? Master will take you to see more interesting things. A wicked smile appeared on Ling Tian's face. He reached out and gently rubbed Yang Qingshui's long black hair. What? What is that for? Yang Qingshe obviously didn't hear the ambiguity in Ling Tian's words. Her face was full of curiosity, and she was very interested in Ling Tian's words. However, Ling Tian did not respond to Yang Qingshui's words, but directly hugged her. What? Yang Qingshe was startled by Ling Tian, who suddenly stood up and hugged her, so she hugged his neck tightly. Hee, don't worry, let's take a shower first. Afterwards, Ling Tian chuckled lightly and walked towards the bathroom with Yang Qingshe in his arms. I hate it, that's not what people mean. After hearing Ling Tian's words, Yang Qingshe was embarrassed and immediately started acting like a spoiled child. The blush visible to the naked eye on her pretty face also became more obvious. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully winning the heroine Yang Qingshe. The protagonist's luck is -200, and the host's villain value is +30000. The next day, the dazzling sunlight came in directly from the window. Ling Tian also slowly woke up from his sleep. He turned his head to look at Yang Qingshe, who was still sleeping beside him. This little girl. Ling Tian shook his head and laughed a little. Now she is sleeping in a very indecent position. However, Ling Tian did not choose to disturb her, but let her continue to fall asleep. Then Ling Tian quickly got off the bed and entered the bathroom to wash. Soon, Ling Tian finished washing up and came to the living room to notify the hotel butler to deliver breakfast. The Yellow Emperor's inner cannon is really powerful. I didn't expect that I would break through to the late stage of the Profound Order so quickly. Ling Tian's face was full of surprised smiles, and he lay lazily on the sofa in the living room, secretly admiring the extraordinariness of this exercise. However, Yang Qingshe has also gained a lot of benefits from it, and her current physique has greatly improved. Now it has reached the physical strength that a martial artist can achieve in the later stage of body quenching. I wonder how my brother Feng is doing now. But he must have been very tormented last night. A wicked smile appeared on Ling Tian's face, and he thought of Yifeng again, thinking that they should have entertained this boy well yesterday. So Ling Tian decided to wait a while to see his dear brother Feng. Oh no, maybe it's time to change the name. A playful smile appeared on Ling Tian's face. Call Fenger. The delicate face of Sun Liu, the housekeeper of Ling Tian Hotel, was full of excitement. She felt that her heart was about to jump out of excitement. You must know that the person you are about to serve is the eldest son of the Ling family. He is the only son of the big boss behind this hotel. Liu, come on. Wait a while, you must perform well, and you must make Ling Xiao satisfied with yourself. Sun Liu smiled and stretched out her little hand, clenched her fist, and cheered herself up in her heart. This is her first time to go to work. If Ling Xiao is not satisfied with her service, then she may have to leave immediately. I finally got this job myself. As young Master Ling's exclusive butler in this hotel, my treatment is top-notch. Sun Liu doesn't want to lose such a good job. Her family conditions are very average, but she needs money very much. Listening to her sisters, Ling Xiao is not only very handsome but also very gentle. Hopefully wait for a while, everything will be very smooth. Sun Liu recalled the conversation she had just had with other colleagues, and prayed again in her heart. Then she quickly sorted out her clothes and makeup again, and waited to give Ling Xiao the best impression. Chapter 44 The appearance of the new heroine. At this moment, it was still in the room from yesterday, and the expression on Yi Feng's face was like a mask of pain. His eyes were bloodshot, the dark circles on his eyes were also very obvious, and his face was extremely haggard. And Yi Feng's mouth was still blocked by the toilet sucker. Right now, that video is still playing on the ceiling. Yi Feng didn't sleep all night last night, and seriously appreciated his various wonderful fencing operations before. He even saw very clearly the expression of enjoyment he was enjoying at that time. When he saw the back, Yi Feng even began to think that these pictures were not so difficult to accept. Do not. Damn it. How could I have such a thought? Yi Feng's face became more and more tangled at that time. He began to curse himself in his heart, and even he began to have self-doubt. Could it be that he is gay? In this way, he spent the whole night in a tangled and painful mood. Soon, Ling Tian's door was knocked on. After getting permission, the hotel housekeeper Sun Liu took the waiter and pushed the dining cart into the restaurant in the presidential suite. While Sun Liu directed the waiter, she secretly looked at Ling Tian who was sitting on the sofa and playing with his phone. Is this Ling Xiao? It seems that what they said before was right. Sun Liu's face was blushing looking at Ling Tian's handsome profile, coupled with his extraordinary and unique temperament. Sun Liu can be sure that this is definitely the most attractive man she has ever seen. She felt that her originally calm heart was also bursting with ripples at the moment. Master Ling, do you have any other orders? The table was quickly filled with breakfast, and then, Sun Liu asked Ling Tian again with a sweet smile on her face. Hearing this crisp and sweet voice, Ling Tian turned around at this time and looked at the beautiful hotel butler seriously. I have to say that this woman looks exquisite, with fresh and light makeup on her face, and her graceful figure is even more perfect. And the most impressive thing about her is that pair of natural fox eyes. Although wearing a professional uniform with a white shirt and a short skirt that wraps the hips, it inadvertently gives people a charming and enchanting charm. System, immediately find out this woman's information for me. A meaningful smile appeared on Ling Tian's face. Generally speaking, such a superb woman is likely to be a heroine. Now that he has encountered it, Ling Tian naturally cannot let it go easily. Target close black lens bracket, Sun Liu. Age close black lens bracket, 23. Strength, ordinary people. Charm close black lens bracket, 98. Air luck, 800. Sure enough, it was not what Ling Tian had expected. With such a high level of luck, she was definitely a heroine. System, is her male protagonist appearing now? Ling Tian continued to ask the system in his mind. Dear host, the plot has not yet started, and the male protagonist has not appeared. After hearing the news, a smile appeared on Ling Tian's face again. Wouldn't it be better to do this? Even the male protagonist has not yet appeared, how could this woman escape from his palm? It seems that when the time comes, I can be in front of the hero again. Ha ha. Thinking of this, Ling Tian's heart began to agitate again. I have to say, this feeling is very exciting. Just try it once and you'll be instantly addicted. Seeing that Ling Tian didn't answer her own words, Sun Liu's face suddenly became a little nervous. Master Ling, do you have any other orders? She thought that Ling Tian didn't understand what she said just now, so she cautiously asked another question. No more for now, save your contact information. I'll let you know if anything happens. Ling Tian had a smile on his face, and then handed over his mobile phone to Sun Liu. Anyway, she is an employee of this hotel, or her own hotel housekeeper, so Ling Tian is not in a hurry. After all, he still has to take into account Yang Qingshui's feelings. Ling Tian still prefers this little girl. Okay, young Master Ling. Sun Liu's face was full of happy smiles, and she quickly saved mutual contact information on both mobile phones. Since Ling Tian is willing to do this, it means that he is quite satisfied with himself. Sun Liu gradually felt relieved, it seems that her job can be stabilized. Afterwards, Sun Liu respectfully handed the phone to Ling Tian with both hands. Well, you go down first. Ling Tian ordered to Sun Liu, and then he was going to call Yang Qingshui out and have breakfast together. So he doesn't want others to stay here. Okay, young Master Ling, I wish you a happy meal. If anything happens, let me know at any time. With a smile on her face, Sun Liu bowed to Ling Tian, revealing her career line. Looking at her actions, Ling Tian revealed a playful smile. He could see that this woman's movements were still relatively jerky, and it was probably the first time she had done it. And Sun Liu's face turned a little crimson at the moment, because the moment she looked up, she saw Ling Tian's weird smile. Obviously, Ling Tian had discovered his little move just now. Yeah, I'm ashamed. I don't know what Ling Xiao will think of me now. Sun Liu felt that her body became very hot at the moment. She knew that her face must be very red now. I didn't know why just now, but suddenly made that suggestive move. Ling, young Master Ling, then I'll go down first. Sun Liu blushed slightly and lowered her head slightly, not daring to look directly at Ling Tian, she said with some hesitation. Go. Ling Tian had a smile on his face, and said casually to the woman in front of him. Afterwards, Sun Liu hurriedly left Ling Tian's presidential suite with the waiter. She is very shy now, and she just wants to get out of this place that makes her blushing. Inside the large master bedroom, Yang Qingshe also opened her eyes in a daze, and there was still a little seductive blush on her face. She stretched out her hand and groped to the side, and soon found that Ling Tian was no longer by her side. Immediately, Yang Qingshui's heart became tense, and she was worried about gain and loss. Master, where are you? Yang Qingshe called out urgently, but received no response from Ling Tian. Then she quickly got up from the bed and walked towards the living room wearing slippers. Her only thought now is to quickly return to the warm embrace of the young master. However, as soon as she opened the door to the bedroom, Ling Tian appeared in front of her with a smile on her face. What? Yang Qingshe suddenly exclaimed, and then Ruyan threw herself into her arms and hugged Ling Tian tightly. Master, where did you go just now? Feeling Ling Tian's warm embrace, she breathed the familiar man's breath greedily, and then asked Ling Tian in a delicate voice. Master is going to prepare breakfast for you, let's go, since you just got up. Ling Tian fondly rubbed the little girl's messy hair, and then directly stopped by the waist and hugged Yang Qingshe in his arms. Hee, young master, you are so kind to others. Yang Qingshui's face was filled with a happy smile, and a pair of white and tender hands tightly wrapped around Ling Tian's neck. Chapter 45 Qingshui's Dependence, Earth Spirit Pill. I saw her staring at Ling Tianying's handsome face, her eyes full of admiration and infatuation. Mwah. Then she kissed Ling Tian's face very intimately. Regarding Yang Qingshui's reliance on him, Ling Tian just shook his head and laughed. After all, she just transformed into a real woman. But Ling Tian still likes this little girl very much, because her kind and gentle temperament is so lovable. Of course, there is another very important point, that is, Ling Tian is an LSP. You shouldn't wash up yet, right? I'll take you to wash up first. Ling Tian's face was filled with a gentle smile as he whispered in Yang Qingshui's ear. Yang Qingshe was lying in Ling Tian's arms and replied lightly. Soon, Yang Qingshe finished washing up. Okay, now you sit here obediently. Afterwards, Ling Tian carried her to the restaurant, and prepared to put her on the seat gently. After all, the little girl was seriously injured last night, of course she should take good care of her. But at this moment, Yang Qingshe seemed very unhappy. No, master, can you hold others? I saw her little hands tightly wrapping around Ling Tian's neck, pouting her cherry mouth and acting like a spoiled child at Ling Tian. Yang Qingshe doesn't want to leave Ling Tian's arms for a moment now. Hearing this, Ling Tian could only helplessly hug her for breakfast. Afterwards, Ling Tian hugged Yang Qingshe and sat on the seat. At this moment, a happy smile appeared on her face. Master, open your mouth. Yang Qingshui's face was full of sweetness as she happily fed Ling Tian. After the whole breakfast, Yang Qingshe didn't eat much but instead fed Ling Tian breakfast. However, Ling Tian enjoyed it quite a bit. To be honest, this feeling is not bad. Are you going to eat that much? Ling Tian was a little surprised. This little girl's appetite was too small, right? That's right. People have to keep in shape. With a smile on Yang Qingshui's face, she looked up at Ling Tian and said seriously. Ling Tian smiled slightly and didn't say anything more. After all, girls have extra perseverance to keep their figure. Master, people found that my physical fitness seems to be much stronger now. After eating breakfast, Yang Qingshe wrapped her arms around Ling Tian's neck tightly and said to Ling Tian with a sweet smile. Remember the Yellow Emperor's internal classic that the young master taught you last night? Ling Tian had a wicked smile on his face. He reached out and gently combed Yang Qingshui's messy hair. What? Yang Qingshe exclaimed, and when she heard the exercises that Ling Tian said, she remembered those shameful illustrations again. Her fair and delicate face was once again dyed with a seductive blush. Is it because you practiced that? That's why people's bodies have undergone such changes. Afterwards, Yang Qingshe continued to question Ling Tian in surprise. After all, for an ordinary person like her, these things are really unheard of. Of course. Otherwise, why do you think you have such a change? Don't you think I taught you this exercise just for fun, young master? Ling Tian smiled wickedly and stretched out a finger, gently lifting Yang Qingshui's delicate chin. Hearing Ling Tian's words, Yang Qingshe became even more shy, her cheeks flushed like a tempting apple, making people want to take a bite. Humph! Yang Qingshe snorted a little arrogantly, and then fell into Ling Tian's arms. She really thought that way last night, thinking that Ling Tian was doing something bad. But she didn't even think about rejecting it. Because her heart is already full of Ling Tian's figure, if she refuses, Yang Qingshe can't say it anymore. Ha ha ha. Seeing Yang Qingshui's shame and anger, Ling Tian couldn't help but laugh. I will practice with the young master often in the future, you know. Then he stretched out his hand and squeezed Yang Qingshui's hot little face, and then said softly in her ear. Bah! As soon as these words came out, Yang Qingshe buried her whole face in Ling Tian's chest even more shyly. Master, you are a big villain. Just know that you bullied me. Then she let out a faint whisper. To be honest, if Ling Tian was not a martial artist, he would never have understood this answer. Ling Tian hugged Yang Qingshe quietly, not teasing this shy little girl. Then he searched the system for items that could enhance his strength. Soon, he found something useful to him. Profound Spirit Pill, the price is 3W villain value. After taking it, the warriors of the late yellow stage can be perfectly promoted to the mysterious stage. Earth Spirit Pill, the price is 10W villain value. After taking it, warriors in the late stage of Zon rank can be perfectly promoted to Earth rank. Ground level combat experience card, the price is 3W, and after use, you can get the combat experience of the ground level powerhouse. System, exchange for a mysterious spirit pill, an earth spirit pill, and an earth rank battle experience card for me. Dear host, the exchanged related items have been stored in the system space. Ling Tian decided to exchange these things for the time being, but these alone consumed most of his villain value. However, he feels that these are still very useful. The medicinal pill can enhance his strength, and the experience card is to enrich his combat experience. After all, although he has great strength now, he basically has no actual combat experience, and he relies on the realm to crush the enemy. Among them, Xuanling Pill he intends to take for Qingxi. After all, his current strength is almost unable to keep up with his own footsteps. After Qingxi's strength has broken through, many of his things can be directly handed over to him. After all, he is a big villain, how can he do everything himself? That would be too cheap. Qingshe, young master has something to do now, will you continue to stay here and wait for me, or go home and accompany your mother? Yesterday your mother was very worried about you. Ling Tian grabbed Yang Qingshui's snow-white and tender little hand and caressed it, and then said to her with a smirk. Yang Qingshe also slowly raised her head at this time, but her face was still very blushing. Master, don't mention your mother. You were dead yesterday. Hearing Ling Tian talking about her mother, Yang Qingshe said with shame and anger, she remembered the scene when her mother called last night. At that time, he was enjoying the scenery with Ling Tian by the window. Originally, she wanted to answer the phone first, but the bad boy didn't want to. Ha ha ha. Okay, master will make up for you next time. Looking at the little girl who was a little ashamed and angry, Ling Tian stopped teasing her. After all, her skin is still very thin now, so she has to take it slow. Master, let's go back to the flower shop to see mom first. No one was at home last night, he must be very worried. Yang Qingshe pouted, and her face showed a sad expression. I don't know how to explain it to my mother this time. Chapter 46 Breaking Through the Ground, Powerful Strength. Well, then I'll wait for the bodyguard to take you back. Don't worry, Auntie will understand. Ling Tian's face was filled with a gentle smile, and he fondly patted Yang Qingshui's little head. I hope that when I go back, my mother won't keep asking people. Listening to Ling Tian's consolation, Yang Qingshui smiled again and leaned into Ling Tian's arms again. No matter what happened, she can always find a full sense of security in the arms of her young master. Lying in Ling Tian's arms for a while, Yang Qingshui reluctantly got up from him, and then she packed up her clothes. Ling Tian took Yang Qingshui directly to the garage. Master, that person is gone. You have to remember to think of others. Yang Qingshui's eyes were a little red, she couldn't help but hug Ling Tian's neck again and kissed him on the face. When you get home, contact the young master again. Ling Tian also hugged the little girl again for a while. Afterwards, Yang Qingshui was sent to the car driven by the bodyguard. Master, goodbye. The car gradually started to move. Ling Tian's face was full of smiles. Watching her with a face full of reluctance, he waved to himself in the car. Afterwards, Ling Tian returned to the hotel's presidential suite again. Then he took out the earth spirit pill, which exuded a strong fragrance. Just smelling it made Ling Tian's infuriating energy start to stir. Afterwards, Ling Tian swallowed him, and a huge energy burst out from his body, making him let out a groan. After that, Ling Tian felt that his body was constantly being strengthened. The infuriating energy in the body also began to be violent. Boom! Then, an invisible air wave burst out from Ling Tian's body, causing a dull sonic boom in the room. Fortunately, Ling Tian had controlled the energy in his body in time, otherwise it would have just exploded with his breath after his breakthrough. It is estimated that this floor will be directly overturned by him. Powerful. What a powerful feeling. A proud smile appeared on Ling Tian's face, and now his strength has been strengthened several times. He felt that he could easily stab a late-stage cultivator to death with just one finger. I saw Ling Tian stretched out his right hand and gently shook it forward. Bang! In an instant, the air caught in the hand was continuously compressed, and finally it was directly squeezed out of the explosion. It can be said that Ling Tian is now a walking strategic weapon. If he unleashes all the power in his body, he can destroy the building under his feet in an instant. Besides, other than the super large range of lethal weapons, it is extremely difficult for any other hot weapon to cause any damage to the current Ling Tian. Ling Tian then used the battle experience card again. Then, a huge memory merged into his mind. The effect is good. Ling Tian said with a smile, now his mind is full of the corresponding combat experience of the Earth-level masters. Even his body is full of relevant muscle memory. Ling Tian casually tested his skills in the spacious room. Good. As expected of an item produced by the system, the effect is so powerful. The smile on Ling Tian's face deepened, and he praised again. He is now equivalent to a battle-hardened master. Coupled with the powerful true qi condensed from the Yellow Emperor's inner cannon, Ling Tian's strength far exceeds that of his peers. It's almost time to send my Fenger on the road. But let's find a scapegoat to do it. At that time, I will kill this murderer again. A faint smile appeared on Ling Tian's face. He was not going to send Yi Feng on the road by himself this time. After all, he still cares about Yi Wanru's feelings, and he will just avenge her Fenger. Presumably she will give up even more to herself. Thinking of this, the smile on Ling Tian's mouth grew even more. Although Ling Tian is a villain, he still decided to be a villain with a little emotion. And it just so happens that Ling Tian has a very suitable candidate. Afterwards, he informed Qingxi to come up immediately, ready to give him the pill. Master, what are your orders? With a respectful smile on Qingxi's face, he asked Ling Tian in front of him. He also recently discovered that the current young master seems to be more and more different. The young master now exudes the unique temperament of a peerless powerhouse from the inside out, making Qingxi even more awe-inspiring. Qingxi, this medicine pill can help you break through to the profound level, you can take it directly now. Ling Tian smiled and directly took out the pill, and then threw it to Qingxi in front of him. Okay, thank you sir. Qingxi also respectfully stretched out his hand and grabbed the pill that Ling Tian threw, and then swallowed it. However, he was still very puzzled. He had never seen such a powerful medicinal pill. Qingxi thought it was the young master who was joking with him. But he didn't think too much. What? However, after the elixir entered his stomach, Qingxi felt the powerful medicinal power of the elixir in his body, causing him to exclaim unconsciously. Soon, Qingxi broke through to the early stage of Xuanji. Thank you, sir. Qingxi's face was full of excitement, and he bowed respectfully to Ling Tian again. At this moment, his loyalty and gratitude to the young master became even stronger in his heart. Unexpectedly, the young master is willing to directly reward himself with such precious ammunition. Ling Tian just smiled and didn't say much. With a pill like this, as long as he has the system in his hand, Ling Tian can exchange a lot at any time. Let's go. Let's go and see how Yifeng is doing now. Speaking of Yifeng, Ling Tian's face showed a playful smile again. Okay, young master, please come with me. This kid, we served him well last night. Qingxi smiled wickedly, and respectfully led Ling Tian's way in front of him. Soon, Ling Tian came to the room where Yifeng was imprisoned. As soon as he entered the door, he saw Yifeng lying on the ground like a dead dog, staring blankly at the fencing video on the ceiling. Bang! With a wave of Ling Tian's hand, a burst of infuriating energy burst out of his body, knocking the toilet sucker out of Yifeng's mouth. Haha, Fenger, it looks like you had a good night last night. I wonder what you think of your wonderful fencing video. Ling Tian smirked and read the new name for Yifeng, especially when it came to the word, he strengthened his tone heavily. Seeing Ling Tian come in, and hearing him tease him, Yifeng's face turned green. He remembered his mother and Ling Tian unexpectedly. After that, the expression on Yifeng's face became extremely ferocious, and the bloodshot eyes stared at Ling Tian. Of course Yifeng heard Ling Tian's address to him clearly, and understood the deep meaning contained in it. Ah, Ling Tian, damn you. Ling Tian, wait for me, I will kill you sooner or later. Yifeng's body struggled violently, roaring wildly towards Ling Tian. A wicked smile appeared on Ling Tian's face, and he stretched out a foot and stepped on Yifeng's head ruthlessly. Ha ha ha, Fenger, do you think being a father will give you this opportunity? He once again ridiculed the incompetent and furious Yifeng in front of him. Yifeng's miserable situation at this time made Ling Tian feel extremely comfortable. Chapter 47 Knowing the truth, Yifeng collapsed. Ah! I am Nima. Hearing Ling Tian's words, Yifeng's eyes were completely split, his limbs struggled frantically, and he cried and howled again. He also thought that now his mother was even more partial to Ling Tian, and the anger in his heart was hard to contain. Ha ha ha, Fenger, don't worry. Your mother will be taken care of by me in the future, and my father will definitely treat her well. Ling Tian smiled wickedly and looked down at Yifeng on the ground. Then he swayed his legs and used the soles of his shoes to rub Yifeng's head intimately. Yifeng's face was extremely ugly, and at this moment he felt an unprecedented humiliation. Now everything has been taken away by Ling Tian, and this person is still insulting himself. Later, Yifeng thought of his share. Ling Tian, you bastard. What did you do to my share? He turned his head and roared wildly at Ling Tian again. What do you say? A single man and a widow live in the same room. That must have been a spark of love accidentally. With a look full of aftertastes, Ling Tian shared his happiness last night with Yifengkai in front of him. What? Ling Tian, damn you. Hearing Ling Tian's words, Yifeng's face instantly turned green. He is mad with hatred. If he has enough strength at this moment, Yifeng will torture all the people next to him to death. And Yifeng felt that his forehead was full of green at the moment. My share. How could you be deceived by this shameless villain Ling Tian? Yifeng felt infinite sadness in his heart. He watched his fencing video last night. And the goddess in my heart also took the shape of other men last night. Ling Tian looked at Yifeng's frantic appearance and decided to give him another fire. Let this kid enjoy a more sour taste. Fenger, I want to tell you one more thing for my father. The person who broke all three of your legs before, and the person who arranged to have a fencing competition with you in prison. That's what the father ordered them to do. Are you feeling particularly surprised? Ha ha ha. Seeing Yifeng's complexion changing at the moment, Ling Tian laughed again. To be honest, the feeling of this kind of dark arrow hurting people is really cool. Especially at that time, the other party didn't know who did it, so he could only endure it in his heart. Ling Tian, damn you. You hypocrite, I knew it was all yours. Ah. Yifeng's face at this moment became extremely ferocious, and his eyes were full of endless hatred. It was as if he wanted to swallow Ling Tian alive to vent the inhuman torture he suffered recently. He never imagined that all his previous guesses were actually true. Ling Tian, a hypocrite, actually had his eye on him a long time ago. Ha ha ha, I have to thank my Fenger. Otherwise, how could I meet such attractive women as Wanru and Qingshe? Don't worry, they will all belong to me in the future, and I will definitely take good care of them both. I definitely won't be like you, Fenger, being played like this by me. Ling Tian didn't care at all about Yi Feng's anger and cursing, instead his face was full of smiles. Treat Yi Feng as kind and gentle as chatting with an old friend. Ah, Ling Tian, don't give me a chance, or I will definitely let you experience the pain. Yi Feng felt extreme pain in his heart at the moment, but still swears fiercely at Ling Tian with gritted teeth. Although he has experienced these painful tortures, Yi Feng believes that as long as he can escape this time, with the experience and memory of his rebirth, he will soon be able to rise again. Then, when the time comes, I will settle the account with the hypocrite in front of me. Ha ha, Ling Tian still smiled and looked at Yi Feng's gritted teeth, and did not continue with him. He'll be dead soon anyway. After all, Yi Feng's luck has been almost consumed. If Ling Tian wanted to kill him now, it was very simple. Qingxi, you did a good job yesterday. Ling Tian turned his head and smiled and praised Qingxi. It seems that when it comes to torturing people, this group of bodyguards is still very capable. If you encounter other protagonists in the future, it seems that you can hand them over to Qingxi. Thank you for your compliment, master. Qingxi said with an apologetic smile, and he scratched his head a little embarrassedly. Qingxi, now you look for the old man named Zhang Feng. After finding that old man, don't act rashly. When the situation is clear, let Zhang Feng send this kid on the road. Ling Tian said to Qingxi with a smile, and then he told Qingxi the address of Zhang Feng. He planned to let Qingxi find this Zhang Feng first, after all, he didn't have to spend so much time on such trivial matters. Then Ling Tian explained some things that had to be paid attention to. Don't worry, young master, I will definitely do it. Qingxi responded with a smile. At this moment he was standing very straight next to him, with his head raised and his chest raised, looking full of confidence. After all, he is now also a powerful warrior in the early stage of Xuanji. Ling Tian also nodded in satisfaction. These things were naturally left to Qingxi to do. And he finally came out and slaughtered that Zhang Feng. After that, he fulfilled his responsibility as a stepfather. Ling Tian, what do you want? If you dare to hurt me, my mother won't forgive you. At this time, Yi Feng, who was next to him, heard the conversation between the two, and also made Naren's mouth open and threatened. And he was starting to get scared. Although Yi Feng has a tough head, it does not mean that he is not afraid of death. And he is a rebirth, how could he be willing to die so miserably? Chapter 48. Desperate Yi Feng, rushing to Master Ling Tian, the new protagonist appears. Ha ha ha, don't worry, son, after you are slaughtered, my father will avenge you. I will comfort her on your mother's side, so you can go. Ling Tian's face was full of wanton smiles. He stretched out a foot and rubbed hard again on Yi Feng's face. Give him the love of an old father. What? Ling Tian, you are shameless. After hearing Ling Tian's words, Yi Feng's face turned black, and he immediately opened his mouth to curse again. He can't imagine that there are such shameless people in this world. Ling Tian didn't care about Yi Feng's incompetence and fury. Qianzi, it's over to you. After giving another order, Ling Tian turned around and left. Hey, boy, come here. There was a sinister smile on Qingxi's face, and then he raised Yi Feng in front of him. He plans to lock this kid somewhere else. After all, a hotel is not a suitable place to imprison people. Let me go. Damn it, let me go. Yi Feng was also roaring at this time, and his body began to struggle. Crack, crack. Be honest, or I will break both of your hands. In the face of Yi Feng's dishonesty, Qingxi will not be used to it. His face was very impatient, and he slapped Yi Feng's face with two big mouths. You dare, wait for me too. I will definitely. However, these two big mouths twitched, and Yi Feng cursed even more frantically. Qingxi's face darkened. He wanted to directly interrupt the boy's two hands, but he suddenly saw the toilet sucker. So Hadron changed his mind again. He took the toilet sucker and plugged Yi Feng's stinky mouth again. Well, Yi Feng, whose mouth was gagged, tasted the smell of feces again. And he's speechless now. Ha ha ha, you kid keep calling. Qingxi's face was full of relief, looking at Yi Feng's ugly expression as if he had eaten shit, and sneered with a smile. Afterwards, Qingxi packed up the things in the room, and then carried Yifeng to the underground garage. Since it was the young master's order, Qingxi would definitely do everything dutifully. At this time, Yang Qingxi had already driven to the door of her mother's flower shop with her bodyguard. Zhang Yaqing also heard the sound of parking at the door, so she walked out of the store unhurriedly, planning to see what was going on. Is it a guest? Thinking of this, her face brightened. After all, there are often customers who drive here to buy flowers. 900 Shui'er, are you back? Seeing that it was her daughter getting out of a luxury car, Zhang Yaqing's face showed a complicated look of happiness and some worry. After all, my daughter didn't come back last night. She called and heard some strange sounds during the call. As a past person, how could she not know what this is? To be honest, she was blushing when she heard it, but she still pretended not to hear anything. Lest the two young people be embarrassed. Mom, people are back. A shy and sweet smile appeared on Yang Qingshui's face, and she threw herself into her mother's arms. How about it? Have you had a good rest last night? Zhang Yaqing asked with concern. She reached out and patted her daughter's back gently. Then he looked at the seductive blush on his daughter's face with some distress. But as soon as these words came out, she felt that the question she asked was not particularly appropriate. This is not the same as not arrogant. All right. Hearing her mother's question, Yang Qingshui's face became even more ashamed, and she answered her hesitantly. Ah. Zhang Yaqing sighed in a complicated mood. She reached out and held her daughter's little face. I didn't expect that my sweetheart baby would be eaten by someone like this. However, the only fortunate thing is that man Zhang Yaqing is still very satisfied. Mom, what's wrong? Yang Qingxi looked at her mother's face a little strange, so she asked curiously. But at this time, her heart was also up and down. Did your mother find out about yourself and the young master? Thinking of this, Yang Qingshui's face became more and more red, and she even lowered her head and dared not look at her mother again. Her cute appearance now looks like a little cat who was caught stealing food. Shui, you have to remember to protect your own safety. Remember to take the medicine after the injection. Zhang Yaqing took her baby daughter's hand and patted it gently, then said softly to her. What? Mom, what are you talking about? Yang Qingxi let out a tender cry, only to see her face turning blood red, and then her little head lowered. Hearing what her mother said, no matter how simple Yang Qingxi was, she now knew what she meant. Ah, it's all my fault, master. Mum must know everything now. I wonder if she heard anything last night. Yang Qingxi was extremely embarrassed and angry at the moment, knowing that she would not let the young master come here last night. Otherwise, the mother will not find out. She decided that the next time she meets the young master, she must teach him a good lesson. Humph. Young master Smelly, next time you punish you not to kiss me. Yang Qingxi secretly swears in her heart. Shui, did you hear what mom said? Zhang Yaqing raised her daughter's head gently and said to her seriously. She didn't want her daughter to have a big belly when she was young. After all, young people are very impulsive, and as a mother, she must remind her daughter well. I know. Mom. Yang Qingxi felt that her body was constantly getting hot. She didn't dare to look her mother's eyes directly at this time, she just responded a little shyly. You. Don't let mom worry so much in the future, you know. Zhang Yaqing pinched her daughter's cheek a little angrily. There is not much she can do about this little girl who is in love for the first time, after all, things have already happened. She can only wait for a while and teach her daughter more about all kinds of things that need attention. As for the rest, she can't do anything, after all, her daughter is so old. I see, thank you mom. A happy smile appeared on Yang Qingshui's face. She felt her mother's deep concern for her, so she hugged her again. Yang Qingxi felt extra peace of mind in her mother's arms. All right, now go in with mom. I'm going to teach you something, you should listen carefully after a while. Afterwards, Zhang Yaqing took her daughter's hand and walked into the flower shop. Yang Qingshui's face was blushing, and she let her mother hold her hand. In the Ling family's manner, Ling Tian was lying on the reclining chair on the balcony, enjoying the maid's meticulous massage comfortably. Soon his phone rang. Ling Tian didn't really want to answer it, but his phone kept ringing. So he instructed the maid next to him to bring the mobile phone on the table. Master, your phone. Ling Tian casually reached out and took the mobile phone handed over by the maid, then flipped the answer button. Hello, is this classmate Ling Tian? I'm the new head teacher of your class, Li Shuiyan. After that, Ling Tian heard a very pleasant female voice, and her voice seemed to be very young. Immediately, Ling Tian became interested again. After all, for men, this is also a dream of the school days. Hello, Teacher Li. Is there anything you need to call me? Ling Tian also asked directly. After all, he doesn't have so much time to accompany others to chat here. He still doesn't know what this female teacher is like. Ling classmate, I hope you can go back to school as soon as possible, there will be an important exam soon. I hope you won't be absent then. On the opposite side of the phone, Li Shuiyan warned very carefully. However, she was a little surprised to hear Ling Tian's magnetic male voice just now. It's definitely the most captivating sound I've ever heard. Okay, all right. Ling Tian also dealt with it casually, it was not up to him to decide whether to go back or not. However, Ling Tian has a feeling that this teacher is very likely to be a heroine. Because Ling Tian is now a big villain, the appearance of women of the right age around him is basically not a coincidence. System, is this woman the heroine? Vibe? Then, Ling Tian asked the system in his mind. Respected host, after systematic investigation, it is determined that this woman is one of the heroines who descended from the mountain. After getting the answer from the system, a playful smile appeared on Ling Tian's face. It seems that he needs to go back and have a look now. Tiandu University is his own territory. I didn't expect that there will be a protagonist there. In this case, how could Ling Tian let him go? Now he has tasted the huge benefits of the villain value. Naturally, the more leaks like the protagonist, the better. Especially now, there is actually a teacher heroine. Are you rushing to master and rebel? Haha. Ling Tian's face showed a look of anticipation, and then he instructed the maid next to him to call the housekeeper Fu Bo. Master, what are your orders? Soon Uncle Fu rushed over and respectfully asked Ling Tian. Uncle Fu, look up the new head teacher in my class. I need all her information. Ling Tian's face was filled with a gentle smile, and he said softly to Fu Bo who was in front of him. Okay, young master, I'll send it to you right away. Afterwards, Faber resigned. Ling Tian continued to close his eyes and rest. With the help of the Ling family's intelligence network, this information is expected to be delivered soon. So Ling Tian was not in a hurry, but patiently waited for Uncle Fu to come back with the information. Soon, Ling Tian was filled with all the information about Li Shuiyan. Ling Tian also looked at it with great interest. Tisk tisk. As expected of the heroine. Not only is the figure and appearance top-notch, but also a doctoral graduate who is only 26 years old. A playful smile appeared on Ling Tian's face. To be honest, he was becoming more and more interested now. System, transmit the plot of the new protagonist to my mind. Ling Tian instructed the system. Then, a huge memory flooded into Ling Tian's mind instantly. However, to the current Ling Tian, it was nothing at all, just in an instant, he digested all his memories. Ha ha. After watching this new episode, Ling Tian was a little speechless. In this new plot, he is actually being beaten in the face. Can this be tolerated? Let me know, I'll go to Tiandu University in a while and let them get ready. Ling Tian told the maid next to him that today was the day when the new protagonist Chen Fan and the other female protagonist went to school. In this case, Ling Tian would not miss it. I just stepped on the new protagonist and relieved the inner pressure. Dare to use yourself as a stepping stone, this protagonist is bold enough. Okay, young master. The maid next to her responded with a smile, and then hurriedly went down to find someone to arrange. Afterwards, Ling Tian also opened the class group on his mobile phone, and then announced in it that he would go back to school today. After all, he must be surrounded by a group of younger brothers. Some things are too low-key, and they will do it at this time. Like those protagonists who have their own aura of ridicule, of course, let his group of younger brothers go first. What? Young Master Ling is going back to school today. Welcome young Master Ling back. Today, a group of us personally went to the school gate to welcome young Master Ling. Soon, Wang Long sent a message to the group with a look of surprise. Yes, I haven't seen Ling Xiao for a long time. I haven't seen you in such a long time, young Master Ling, this time I will definitely win the first place in the grade easily. It's not necessary. We Ling Xiao can easily get full marks even with our eyes closed. Quote. Afterwards, the class group was lively again, and a lot of people sent various messages to please. Basically, all kinds of praise for Ling Tian. It's a pity that Ling Tian didn't see it, even if he did, he wouldn't care. Not long after, the second generation gathered at the entrance of Tiandu University, and they even held a grand welcome ceremony. I found a bunch of full-time etiquette teams at the school gate, attracting passers-by to watch. Give me some energy. Young Master Ling will be back soon, don't make any trouble. Wang Long told everyone that although everyone was in the second generation circle, his status was still relatively advanced. Therefore, everyone will give him a bit of thin face, and will not refute anything in public. This is a Pagani function whizzing, and then a drift stopped in front of everyone. This shouldn't be Ling Xiao's car, right? One of the second generation asked the crowd with some doubts. After all, you can't see the inside of the car from the side. Probably not. Just when everyone was wondering, the rear door of the car opened, and a short-haired girl with big sunglasses but a face as delicate as a doll stepped out. The girl was wearing a hip-hop style outfit, revealing 2 slender legs. At first glance, this girl gives people a youthful and lively, but eccentric feeling. But it doesn't look like she's in a good mood, and her beautiful little face has been tense. Wow, this girl is so pretty. All of a sudden, everyone around them focused on this girl. Some people are even ready to start a conversation. Yan Yan, wait for me. At this time, another very loud male voice came from the girl's car, obviously speaking to the girl who had just gotten off the bus. Then, a swarthy teenager with a shaved head giggled and got out of the car. I saw that he was wearing large white flared trousers on the lower body, a dark white vest on the upper body, and a pair of tattered flip-flops on his feet. A lively image of a soil turtle. Don't follow me. I can't possibly love you. Su Zian's face was full of impatience, she didn't want others to know that this bastard had anything to do with her. Just a few days ago, the man in front of him came to the door with a tattered marriage contract and said he wanted to marry him. At that time, she was very angry, and she wished to kick this person out directly. Isn't this toad wanting to eat swan meat? But I didn't expect my grandfather to agree. Chapter 49 Slap the protagonist in public, I'm just insulting you. Hey, Yan Yan, you will fall in love with me one day. Chen Fan's face was full of simple and honest smiles, he reached out and scratched his head, he said with a smirk, a harmless appearance. Originally, the beautiful master on the mountain asked him to marry a strange woman, he was very unhappy. After all, he is very envious of his master, and there are so many widows in the village. But when he first saw the woman in front of him, Chen Fan changed his mind. And he swore that this woman must be his own. Whoever dares to rob him, he will kill anyone. Humph. Su Zian snorted coldly, and ignored the bastard. Since he can't get rid of it, let him follow him if he wants to. Beauty, is this turtle harassing you? Do you need my help? This is a rich second generation coming over. He is full of high-end luxury goods, and his face is full of confidence and calmness. Can you beat him? This turtle is very capable of fighting. A trace of expectation appeared on Su Zian's face, but although she hoped that someone could drive away this turtle that was entangled in her. But she knew that the Chen Fan in front of her was a warrior, and her strength was very powerful. Ha, don't worry. The second generation laughed, he was still proud of his strength in the later stage of body tempering. He feels that he can deal with the turtle in front of him, isn't that easy? Snapped. As soon as the second generation wanted to do it, he was slapped and slapped out by Chen Fan in front of him. That's it. I thought you were so strong. Chen Fan's seemingly simple and honest face also showed a proud smile, and mocked the second generation who fell to the ground. He only used a little bit of strength just now, because he was afraid of killing this kid. Damn you. The second generation also got up from the ground in embarrassment at this time, and roared at the turtle in front of him. Now his right face is swollen high, and the slap just now caused a great insult to his personality. He was actually slapped in the face by a local turtle in front of the second generation. Oh shit. At this moment, Wang Long's face was also full of anger. This turtle who came from out of nowhere was actually making trouble here. If he collided with young Master Ling later, even if he killed him, he wouldn't be able to relieve the hatred in his heart. Just when he wanted to rush up to quickly solve this turtle. A top-of-the-line Rolls-Royce sports car drove towards the crowd, and Wang Long recognized at a glance that it was one of Ling Xiao's cars. Young Master Ling is here, hurry up to welcome the ceremony. Wang Long was not in the mood to deal with the turtle at the moment, so he hurriedly urged the etiquette team next to him. Then, with a flattering smile on his face, Wang Long ran to the side of the car and respectfully opened the back door for Ling Tian. Young Master Ling, welcome back. Wang Long's appearance at the moment, if placed in the ancient court, he would definitely be an eunuch at the general level. Ling Tian also smiled and nodded with satisfaction, but at the moment his attention was firmly on the protagonist next to him. The protagonist's strength is not bad, he has actually reached the late yellow stage, and he is already on the verge of breaking through. However, this protagonist is easy to deal with, but it is the powerful master behind him that is difficult to deal with. What just happened there? Ling Tian restrained the smile on his face and pointed to the embarrassed second generation beside him. Wang Long also paid attention to Ling Xiao's expression all the time, and found that Ling Xiao seemed a little unhappy. Suddenly, his heart skipped a beat. This turtle who ran out of nowhere just now actually beat our people. Young Master Ling, I'm going to teach this kid a lesson now. Afterwards, Wang Long walked towards Chen Fan angrily, just as he wanted to do it before. This kid almost ruined his own business. Ling Tian showed a playful smile on his face, quietly watching the development of the situation. Boy, do you know who you just beat up? Wang Long walked straight to Chen Fan and asked with an angry look on his face. Ha ha ha, isn't it just a beam-jumping clown who has no strength and likes to pretend? Chen Fan responded with a laugh, his face full of disdain and contempt. Just now this kid dared to stare at his fiancée like that, slapping him would be considered cheap. If it wasn't because he didn't want to cause trouble, he would have just trampled him to death. Court death. Hearing Chen Fan's words, Wang Long was furious and punched him directly in the face. Unbelievable. Chen Fan smiled contemptuously, and punched Wang Long, but the latter came first. What? The two fists collided, and Wang Long was directly blasted out, and then fell to the ground in a state of embarrassment, with a painful expression on his face. His hand is now broken, and he never thought that the strength of the turtle in front of him would be so strong. You must know that he, Wang Long, is a warrior at the early stage of the yellow rank. You are courting death. You bastard, wait for me. Although Wang Long couldn't beat the boy in front of him, he didn't have much fear, and once again let out ruthless words in anger. Ha ha ha, it seems that the lesson I just taught you is not enough. Chen Fan had a ferocious smile on his face, he decided to break this kid's legs. Finally, give him some medicine, so that the boy can't be a man for life. I saw Chen Fan slowly walk in front of Wang Long, and then he would step on his leg if he lifted it up. How dare you? My Wang family will definitely kill you. There was also a hint of fear on Wang Long's face, but even if he was injured, he couldn't lose face of the family. So start threatening again. Hey hey hey, just rely on you second generation waste, do you think I will be afraid? Chen Fan directly showed a crooked smile and sneered again, but his feet did not stop. Clap clap clap. The sudden applause from the side made Chen Fan a little puzzled, so he stopped and turned to look. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be an extremely handsome man. He smiled and walked towards him slowly. This man is so handsome that Chen Fan starts to be jealous. Wow, so handsome. When Su Zian next to him saw this man, her eyes also showed a splendor. She was instantly attracted by this man with a handsome face and a gentle temperament like jade. Comparing with the turtle standing next to her, Su Zian felt that if this man came with the marriage contract, she would have agreed. Boy, what do you mean? Do you also want to come over and try my strength? Chen Fan questioned Ling Tian in front of him with a displeased face. At this time, he also noticed that the fiancé next to him looked at this man with a good impression. Chen Fan instantly felt that the top of his head was green, so he looked at Ling Tian even more unhappy. Young Master Ling, leave us alone. Just keep yourself safe. Wang Long was also struggling to speak at the moment, but he knew that Ling Xiao did not have any martial artist cultivation. Usually he is surrounded by a large group of warrior bodyguards, but today there are only a few bodyguards present. So Wang Long didn't dare to let him take the risk. If he was injured, the whole city would be turned upside down. Ha ha ha, snapped. Hearing Wang Long's words, Chen Fan instantly burst out laughing proudly, and just wanted to sneer a few words. And then he was directly slapped by Ling Tian and flew out. Wow! After falling to the ground, Chen Fan vomited a mouthful of blood, and when he looked closely, it was actually full of teeth. Ah, damn you. Chen Fan immediately struggled to get up. He was actually slapped by other men in front of his fiancée, and he also showed such a messed up appearance. At this moment, Chen Fan felt endless shame. So he decided to kill the man in front of him. Snapped. As soon as Chen Fan's cruel words were spoken, he was slapped by Ling Tian once again and flew out. He hit the ground heavily. Chen Fan felt that his brain was buzzing, and now he was forced by fans. But he also reacted, the man in front of him is not his opponent. You said that our second generation is a waste, and I taught you the 2 slaps just now. I hope you don't look down on others in the future. Ling Tian's face was full of gentle smiles, as if it wasn't him who had just hit someone. I saw that he walked unhurriedly in front of Chen Fan and taught him carefully. You. Chen Fan only felt a surge of anger welling up in his heart. When had he ever been insulted like this? But he didn't dare to say harsh words again after being beaten up just now. I am a very magnanimous person. I don't care about what you said just now. But you hurt my brothers, let's calculate the compensation now. A playful smile appeared on Ling Tian's face. He would not let this protagonist go easily. Don't deceive people too much, they just wanted to attack me first. I was forced to fight back. Chen Fan's face was full of anger, his blue veins were exposed, and he felt that Ling Tian was forcing himself. But although he couldn't beat the man in front of him, he didn't have any fear. After all, he has a powerful master. No matter what he does, the master will give him the bottom line. Ha ha ha, you're right, I'm just bullying you, be you. Chapter 50. Intimidate the protagonist, put on the green hat, and stand at attention when being beaten. Get down on your knees now, and confess to my brothers first. Ling Tian laughed wantonly, but he was serious about suppressing the protagonist. What's more, there is a female protagonist next to him, which makes Ling Tian feel more and more exciting. Don't think about it, it's impossible. I will never apologize to these bastards. After hearing Ling Tian's words, Chen Fan's eyes widened angrily and roared directly at him. How could he possibly do such a shameful thing? Don't say kneeling, he can't even apologize. What's more, his fiancée is still watching, it is even more impossible for him to confess in front of other men. Haha, since you don't want to kneel down and admit your mistake. Then I will reluctantly help you. Ling Tian still had a smile on his face, as if Chen Fan had been his good friend for many years. However, as soon as his words fell, Chen Fan felt an incomparably powerful aura from 900 enveloped his whole body. What? Damn it. No. Chen Fan roared wildly, he felt that his body was constantly being pressed down by a powerful force. His knees are slowly bending, Chen Fan's face is full of pain, and his heart is even more humiliated. He actually wants to kneel in front of his fiancée and face other men. No. Thump. Chen Fan roared angrily, and then his knees thumped, and he fell to the ground directly, with his hands firmly supported. However, that power still did not dissipate, and once again enveloped Chen Fan's body. Bang! Chen Fan's arms could no longer support him, and his head hit the ground heavily. At this time, he was like a dead dog, kneeling on the ground, his posture extremely shameful. I saw that Chen Fan's face was full of endless humiliation, and his eyes were fixed on Ling Tian, which was full of icy killing intent. Damn it! I will definitely kill you. Chen Fan roared wildly in his heart, he now knows that harsh words have no effect. Doing so will only be madly humiliated by this smiling man in front of you. Well, this gesture of admitting mistakes is good. I just asked you to kneel down and admit that you didn't do it. If that's the case, then give them more kowtows. Ling Tian looked at his work, nodded with satisfaction, and commented on Chen Fan with a smile. At this moment, a happy smile appeared on Su Xian's beautiful face next to her. PFF'd. Seeing the miserable appearance of this turtle, coupled with Ling Tian's ridicule, she couldn't help laughing out loud. After all, this person usually haunts her all day long, and Su Xian has long wanted to teach him a lesson, but the bodyguards around him can't beat him. I heard a crisp and sweet woman's laughter coming from the side. Ling Tian turned his head to look, a playful smile appeared on his face. It was the heroine who was actually laughing at the hero. Haha, it's funny. But Ling Tian thinks about it too. In the original plot, the heroine has always looked down on this earth turtle hero. On the contrary, she was full of affection for Ling Tian, and it was precisely because of this that she became the stepping stone for the protagonist. Thinking of this, Ling Tian suddenly had an interesting method. Fanzi, I hope you can wear this green hat obediently. This laughter naturally reached Chen Fan's ears, and his face turned black as he lay on the ground, and his heart was full of shame and anger. Of course he was very familiar with this voice, it was the laughter of his fiancée. Ah, damn bastard, I will definitely kill you. Chen Fan's hatred for Ling Tian deepened. Okay, now that you've kowtowed and apologized. Then let's do the math again, other compensation. You injured both of them just now, right? Since this is the case, then use the way of the person and treat the person's body. A playful smile appeared on Ling Tian's face. Next, let these little brothers teach this iron-headed protagonist a lesson. After that, Ling Tian turned his head to look at the two people who had just been beaten. I am very fair. Come here you two. How did this kid do it just now, how can you return it? Ling Tian smiled and said to the two of them. After hearing Ling Tian's words, Wang Long and the other second generation showed hideous smiles on their faces. Although they were very surprised why Ling Tian had such a strong strength, it doesn't matter now. Snapped. The second generation rushed directly in front of Chen Fan, exhausted all his strength, slapped him all over the ground looking for his teeth, and vomited blood. This face is so tough. But it's still pretty cool to smoke. Brother Long, I'll leave it to you next. The second generation had a revengeful smile on his face, and then he quickly stepped aside, leaving his position to Wang Long. Jia Jia. Wang Long let out a weird laugh, and then his right foot stomped on Chen Fan's arm. Crack. Chen Fan's arm was directly stepped on by Wang Long, and the severe pain spread through his mind in an instant. What? You two are dead. I will definitely kill you. Chen Fan frantically roared at the two of them, his face was full of pain and humiliation. Under the pressure of Ling Tian's terrifying aura, he couldn't move at all. He could only lie on the ground obediently and be beaten by two people in such an extremely shameful posture. Oh, this young master is so scared. Why don't you get up and kill me? Wang Long's face was full of mocking smiles, and he stepped directly on Chen Fan's head, making his mouth come into close contact with the ground. Ding, congratulations to the host for insulting the protagonist in public. Chen Fan's luck value -100, the host villain value +10000. Ling Tian looked at all this indifferently, but the protagonist's powerless and struggling appearance made him feel very comfortable. And more importantly, there are still a lot of villains worth accounting for. Hello, young Master Ling, I'm Su Zian from the Tianai Su family, nice to meet you. At this moment, Su Zian walked to Ling Tian's side, with a smile on her pretty face, she greeted him. She had already asked the people around her just now, and she knew that this man was actually the eldest son of the Ling family, the head of the four major families. So she became more interested in Ling Tian. Hello, Miss Su. A gentle smile appeared on Ling Tian's face, but his eyes were full of deep meaning. He looked at the slight blush on the girl's face in front of him. Obviously, the charm of her reaching full value made her heart flutter, and she didn't even dare to look at her blatantly. Miss Su, do you know this person? Looks like he got out of your car. For your sake, I can spare him this time. Ling Tian and Su Zian looked at each other and asked her with a smile. He did this naturally to make the protagonist's mentality, after all, the heroine hates Chen Fan very much now. There is no way that he would beg for mercy for the protagonist. Chapter 51. The protagonist invites the heroine in front of the protagonist, Chen Fan's beautiful teacher. Young Master Ling, I'm not familiar with him, you can do whatever you want with him. Sure enough, Su Zian glanced at Chen Fan kneeling on the ground with some disgust, and directly distanced herself from him. Yan, you. Hearing Su Zian's words, Chen Fan's face instantly turned green. He never thought that his fiancé would actually say such a thing. To know that you are her fiancé. Suddenly, Chen Fan's heart also had a trace of resentment towards Su Zian. Ha ha ha. Ling Tian laughed unceremoniously, looking at the protagonist with contempt. To be honest, he is also very speechless, the protagonist obviously has enough financial resources to package himself. At least this way the heroine won't hate him so much. However, he just dressed like a turtle in his words and deeds. He was called low-key. In the final analysis, he is self-inflicted. Miss Su, are you free later? Why don't I invite you to the hotel for a meal? A playful smile appeared on Ling Tian's face, and he invited the beautiful girl in front of him on a date. Good. Su Zian's beautiful face also showed a happy smile. After all, she also has enough goodwill towards Ling Tian. But she didn't expect Ling Tian to actually invite her, but at the same time she was happy, she started to feel shy again. No, Yan, you can't go with him. Isn't he a good man? Just as Su Zian agreed, Chen Fan protested loudly. At this moment, there was a constipated expression on his face. He didn't expect that this man would actually want to soak his fiancée in front of him. If he bears it any longer, it is estimated that he will soon wear a green hat on his head. Shut up you. Who do I want to have dinner with and what does it have to do with you? Hearing Chen Fan's words, Su Zian's heart was full of anger, and she scolded him angrily. What she is most afraid of now is that Chen Fan will reveal that she has a marriage contract with him. She didn't want Ling Tian in front of her to misunderstand her. Yan, I'm your fiancé. You go to dinner with other men, of course I can handle it. Chen Fan's face became more and more ugly, directly exposing the relationship between the two in public. As soon as these words came out, everyone around them also talked about it. What? This beautiful girl is actually the fiancé of this turtle. It's fake, I don't believe it. Ha ha, this kid is definitely a toad who wants to eat swan meat. Quote. At this moment, Su Zian was furious, her pretty face was flushed, but she was angry. Unexpectedly, what she was most worried about happened. Young Master Ling, I have nothing to do with this turtle at all. He took a broken engagement contract and said I had a baby kiss, but I hated him so much. But I didn't expect my grandfather to agree to such a ridiculous thing, so he kept pestering me. Su Zian anxiously explained to Ling Tian that she was very concerned about Ling Tian's opinion of her now. It doesn't matter, since you don't like him, I will give you justice. Really? Thank you Ling Xiao. Hearing Ling Tian's words, Su Zian's face was full of surprise. She hugged Ling Tian's arm a little excitedly, and now she has a deeper affection for him. If the eldest young master of the Ling family is willing to support him, he doesn't have to worry about this nonsense engagement at all. Of course it's true. Do you think I have the spare time to joke with you? A faint smile appeared on Ling Tian's face, he turned his head and glanced at the excited girl next to him. Great. I can finally leave this turtle alone. Su Zian's face was full of happy smiles, after all, this matter has been bothering her for a long time. Damn it. Yan, our marriage contract was approved by Grandpa, this man has no right to control it. Damn it, get away from my fiancé. Chen Fan's face was full of humiliation, and he aimed at Ling Tian again. He looked angrily at his fiancé hugging the man's arm tightly, the two of them looked intimate. At this moment, he felt that the top of his head was green. Oh, it seems that you care about your fiancé. Ling Tian looked at Chen Fan who was lying on the ground playfully, he was a villain. How could he possibly listen to the protagonist? So not only did he not stay away from this girl, but instead he directly reached out and hugged Su Zian into his arms. Bah! Su Zian's face was blushing at this moment, and her body froze instantly. Feeling Ling Tian's warm embrace, she did not resist in the slightest, but her heart was full of sweetness, shyness, and even excitement. Ah, damn bastard, I will definitely chop off your hand and feed it to the dog. You wait for me. Seeing Ling Tian proudly hugging his fiancé, Chen Fan's hatred for him at this moment is simply not enough to express from all corners of the world. His eyes were full of crazy killing intent, but he had never touched a single hair of Su Zian's hair. Unexpectedly, Ling Tian had a taste of it. Ha ha ha. Seeing Chen Fan's incompetent and furious appearance, Ling Tian laughed outright. Ding, the host is embracing the heroine in public, the protagonist Chen Fan is furious, his luck value is -50, the host villain value is +10000. It seems that the protagonist is really in a hurry, but he doesn't have the strength to scream loudly and fart. Bold, how dare you threaten our young master Ling? Seeing this, Wang Long immediately rushed up and stepped on Chen Fan's head. Pressing on the ground is another frenzy of friction. What are you guys doing here? At this moment, there was a 900-year-old voice suddenly coming from the side. Ling Tian turned his head to look, it was an old man with silver hair, but with a strong spirit. This person also knows himself. He is a very famous old professor of Tiandu University, Pu Jialing. Wang Long also looked towards Ling Tian, his intention was very clear, just to ask what to do next. Ling Tian smiled and nodded to Wang Long. Professor Pu, we are playing games here. With a respectful smile on Wang Long's face, he walked towards the old professor. Explain to him what happened here, of course, he will not tell the truth. Young Master Ling, let's go. Su Ziyan smiled and said to Ling Tian next to her, she didn't want to see Chen Fan now. Especially when he just revealed in public that he was his fiancé, which made Su Ziyan even more disgusted with him. Then let's go. Let's have lunch together. After that, Ling Tian smiled and hugged Su Ziyan and walked towards his car. As for the protagonist of Chen Fan, Ling Tian naturally wanted to squeeze his value out, and finally send him on the road. There is also his master Lu Rumeng. This is an unworldly powerhouse, and he is also good at medicine and poisoning. Moreover, with her peerless medical skills, she holds the favor of many powerful people in the Kyushu kingdom. Moreover, according to the description of the original plot, this woman is as beautiful as a fairy. His apprentice has always wanted to be an apprentice, but now Chen Fan has no chance. Chapter 52 Face to face with the green protagonist, the heroine kisses Ling Tian. Fanzi, your master will be taken care of by me in the future. Perhaps she can personally send your apprentice to the west, and it's not in vain for you to be a teacher and apprentice. Ling Tian suddenly had a better idea, that is, to subdue this woman, and finally let them experience the joy of master and apprentice killing each other. Otherwise, the powerful strength of this woman is still a very big threat to her. After all, Ling Tian is not alone. At this moment, Chen Fan also crawled up in embarrassment, the power that had just shrouded him has disappeared. Ah, damn it. No, I have to follow. Otherwise that bastard doesn't know what to do to my Yan Yan. Chen Fan's face was full of hatred, staring at Ling Tian's back. Even though Su Ziyan had a very bad attitude towards him, he still had the confidence to win the heart of this woman. So Chen Fan wouldn't give up his marriage contract with her so easily. And how could he just watch himself being cuckolded? Ha ha, it seems that these protagonists have the potential of Torrent. I love peeping around while wearing a green hat. Ling Tian naturally noticed Chen Fan's every move, and felt a little emotional in his heart. However, this Chen Fan is still a little brainy, and he didn't choose to continue to find fault. But Ling Tian didn't care either. If he dared to run over to find something, he wouldn't mind giving him a good lesson. Soon, the two got into Ling Tian's Rolls Royce and chatted in the car. Young Master Ling, thank you for what happened just now. And I'm really lucky today to meet you here. Su Ziyan's beautiful face is full of gratitude. This man is not only willing to help him break that absurd engagement. And she also taught the turtle who was pestering her severely. To be honest, she hadn't been so happy for a long time. After all, his grandfather basically said nothing about family matters, and he also prioritized sons over daughters. So she doesn't have any right to choose at all in her marriage. But if you want to thank me, don't just use your mouth. The corners of Ling Tian's mouth twitched slightly, and he stared at the girl with a blushing face in front of him with some playfulness. Ah, Ling, young Master Ling, then how do you want people to thank you? Su Ziyan asked hesitantly. Although Ling Tian's eyes made her blushing, she was still very curious. Even though her usual behavior is bold, Su Ziyan still can't let go in front of this man she likes very much. Then I did you such a big favor. It should be a big favor so that you don't have to marry that turtle, right? In ancient times, women in this situation were generally unrewarded, and then directly promised each other. A wicked smile appeared on Ling Tian's face, his eyes were staring at the graceful curves on Su Ziyan's body, he had no restraint at this moment. He knew very well in his heart that Su Ziyan's favorability to him was actually very high, and there was a high probability that he would not reject him. In addition, he wants to use this to stimulate the protagonist of Chen Fan. So Ling Tian didn't plan to waste any more time and chose to directly showdown. What? This is too sudden. Don't you give people a little time to prepare? After listening to Ling Tian's express words, Su Ziyan's face immediately turned red, and she even lowered her head, not daring to look at Ling Tian again. However, she knew from her words that Su Ziyan had no objection to Ling Tian. Otherwise, she would have already refused because of her temperament. Are you sure you still need time to think about it? You know, even if I want to stop you from marrying that turtle, I have to be famous. Otherwise I'll end up with a notorious reputation for bullying. And your grandfather may not buy it. Ling Tian's expression gradually became serious, and he carefully analyzed how to deal with this engagement. Of course, the most important thing is to give this girl a step down. After all, this kind of thing is still relatively sudden. So Ling Tian needs to find an excuse for her to convince him. Otherwise, even if Ling Tian directly presses people with power, the Su family still has to be obedient, otherwise the consequences are not something they can bear. Seeing Su Zian's blushing face showing a moving look, Ling Tian's mouth twitched slightly. He directly stretched out a finger and gently lifted Su Zian's chin, and then the two looked at each other. But if you're my woman, none of this is a problem at all. In Kyushu Kingdom, no one can bully my Ling Tian woman. I saw him continue to speak word by word, and his tone gradually became domineering. Hearing Ling Tian's unquestionable words, Su Zian only felt an electric shock all over her body, and her body began to heat up gradually. Moreover, he experienced an unprecedented sense of security in Ling Tian. Soon, Su Zian had her own answer in her heart. Anyway, she doesn't even want to marry that turtle. I want to. Su Zian shyly glanced at Ling Tian's handsome face, and then stammered out these words. Ha ha ha. Seeing her shy appearance, Ling Tian couldn't help laughing. But it also made the beautiful girl next to her a little jealous. Otherwise, Ling Tian noticed that Chen Fan was looking into the car from outside the window, so Ling Tian hugged Su Zian into his arms. Young Master Ling, what are you doing? Ling Tian's sudden movement made Su Zian a little uncomfortable. She stiffened slightly but didn't dare to move. And she was a little unclear at this time. Yan, it's time to change your tune in the future, call me Brother Tian, you know. Ling Tian slowly moved his head close to the shy little girl and said softly in her ear. Heaven Brother Tian. Su Zian lowered her head shyly and responded softly. Yan, your fiancé seems to be watching the two of us from outside the car. Why don't you give me a kiss on the face? I suddenly felt that doing this would be very exciting. A wicked smile appeared on Ling Tian's face. He reached out and grabbed Su Zian's fair hand and played with it gently. Brother Tian, you. As soon as these words came out, Su Zian was a little speechless about Ling Tian's eccentricities, but she did not directly refuse. And she found that this seemed to be a good idea, just to make this turtle outside give up on her. Su Zian glanced at Chen Fan outside the window in disgust, and then shyly kissed Ling Tian's handsome face. Chen Fan's face, who had been watching the situation of the two outside the car, turned green. He didn't expect his fiancée to kiss another man in front of him. What? Quote, damn it, Su Zian, you shameless woman. And that damn bastard, I will definitely kill you. Chen Fan madly cursed the couple in his heart. This is definitely a green hat directly on his forehead. Oh no, this is a green prairie directly overhead. He felt that his chest was now filled with anger, ready to explode at any moment. Ha ha ha, Yan, do you see it? The fiancé seems to be pissed. Looking at him, it looks like he's wearing a green hat. Ha ha ha, it's so funny. Ling Tian's face was full of teasing smiles. He pointed at Chen Fan outside the car, and said to Su Zian. It has to be said that these protagonists seem to be almost the same in their anger and dare not speak, but Ling Tian is also enjoying it. Nose. Brother Tian, don't mention this annoying person. Don't say he's my fiancé. Su Zian shyly hugged Ling Tian's arm directly, and then started to act like a spoiled child, and she was a little dissatisfied with Ling Tian's bad taste just now. Because after she kissed Ling Tian just now, Su Zi already regarded Ling Tian as her man. Of course she didn't want to mention Chen Fan's fiancé again. All right, then don't talk about him, let's go to lunch now. Ling Tian said to the beautiful girl next to him with a smile, and then instructed the driver to rush to a nearby high-end restaurant. At this time, Chen Fan saw the car slowly driving away from the school gate, and he didn't care to vent his anger, and immediately chased up. If he doesn't keep up, he can't imagine what will happen to these two people next. Maybe he wants to be a father directly. Damn it. I must stop Yan, she must be deceived by this damn guy. Chen Fan kept comforting himself in his heart. He didn't believe that Su Zian was such a frivolous woman. You know, it was the first time they met this guy called Ling Xiao. Chapter 53 Playing with the protagonist, Chen Fan is furious. Soon, the driver drove the two to Yijing Garden. This is a private high-end restaurant for the rich and famous, and it is also one of the gathering places for many upper-level people in Tiandu to expand their contacts. Of course, Ling Tian rarely comes here. After all, he doesn't need to make friends with anyone. Some people just need to curry favor with him. His willingness to condescend to be here is an honor for this restaurant. Young Master Ling, you are welcome. At this moment, there are already several people standing at the entrance of the restaurant waiting for Ling Tian to arrive. As soon as the car arrived here, a slightly fat middle-aged man in his 40s flattered and opened the rear door of the car for Ling Tian. This is the owner of Yijingyuan restaurant, Yu Bin. He just learned that Ling Tian was going to come here for dinner, but he was very excited. After all, this is an important opportunity to curry favor with the Ling family. Hello, Boss Yu. As the saying goes, stretch out your hand and don't hit the smiling face. Today, I also greeted the restaurant owner with a gentle smile. Ha ha ha. Young Master Ling, it is our greatest honor to be able to come to our restaurant this time. Welcome again to you and this beautiful lady next to you. 900 inches. As a person who can make the restaurant so brilliant, of course, Yu Bin is also exquisite in all aspects, touting Ling Tian crazily. Afterwards, he saw the girl who got off Ling Tian's car again, so he spoke again to welcome the two of them. Master Ling, we have prepared the Tianzi number 1 box for you. Please come with me. Yu Bin's face was full of ingratiating smiles, guiding the way for the two of them in front of him. Ling Tian stretched out his hand to hold Su Zian next to him, and followed Yu Bin's pace unhurriedly. Soon Ling Tian came to a private room with luxurious and elegant decoration and antique flavor. Young Master Ling, if you have anything, just notify the waiter at the door, and I'll come over and arrange it for you right away. Arriving in the Tianzi number 1 box, Yu Bin said with a smile on his face, and then he was very sensible and prepared to retire. After all, Ling Xiaoming is going to have dinner with the girl next to him, so he won't stay here to spoil the fun. Ling Tian calmly nodded to Yu Bin, then Yu Bin turned to leave. Yan Yan, sit next to me directly. A gentle smile appeared on Ling Tian's face as he spoke to the beautiful girl beside him. Afterwards, Su Zian also sat beside Ling Tian with an obedient expression. She can be said to be obedient to Ling Tian's request now, after all, her favorability is placed there. Soon, at Ling Tian's special request, the two began to feed each other, and the relationship between them quickly warmed up. Get out of here, lousy. I'm going in to find my fiancé. Chen Fan said very impatiently to the bodyguard at the door. He has also come to the door of Yijing Garden now, but these bodyguards will not let him in. Stop him stubbornly at the door. Boy, get away. This is not a place for homeless people to go in. One of the bodyguards immediately scolded the boy when he saw this arrogant appearance. After all, Chen Fan is dressed like a turtle, but he is not much different from a homeless man on the street. You are looking for death. Hearing the bodyguard's ridicule to him, Chen Fan was furious and even wanted to do it. Originally, he was concerned about the official institutions of Tiandu City, and didn't want to cause trouble. But I didn't expect these bodyguards to look down on me. And he was in a hurry to find Su Zian, lest she and Ling Tian put a green hat on himself in the restaurant. Wait, I dare to ask that you are the apprentice of Dr. Immortal Lu Rumeng, Dr. Chen. However, a loud male voice suddenly came from behind, and he seemed to recognize himself. So Chen Fan stopped his hand in embarrassment, turned his head and looked behind. Ah, I think it's really you, Dr. Chen. A surprised expression appeared on Xia Yang's face, but he didn't expect that he would actually meet this genius Dr. Chen. A few days ago, my grandfather gave a photo to everyone in the family, telling them that they must make good friends when they meet this person. Who are you? Chen Fan asked the man in front of him, and there was an embarrassed smile on his face. After all, it was very embarrassing to be stopped at the door. I'm from the Xia family in Tiandu City, you can just call me Xia Yang directly, Chen Shenyi. A flattering smile appeared on Xia Yang's face. After all, this was the order of the old man in the family. What's more, it's not difficult at all. After knowing the identity of the man, Chen Fan just nodded expressionlessly. After all, he doesn't have much affection for this second generation. He was beaten and humiliated by a second generation just now. Chen Shenyi, do you want to enter Yijing Garden? Come with me, I'll take you in directly. Although Chen Fan's attitude made Xia Yang a little uncomfortable, he didn't care too much. And Xia Yang also saw that Chen Fan wanted to enter this restaurant, so he invited him directly. Thank you then. Hearing Xia Yang's words, a smile instantly appeared on Chen Fan's face. After all, he can enter in an open and honest way, and he doesn't want to force his way in. Master Xia, is this your friend? The bodyguards at the door asked tremblingly. After all, they just scolded the turtle. This is my honored guest. Apologize to him now. Sha Yang said to the group of bodyguards expressionlessly. Of course, Sha Yang wants to make good friends with the genius doctor in the mouth of this grandfather. As for these bodyguards, of course they became victims. I'm sorry, sir. It was all our fault just now. After hearing Sha Yang's words, several bodyguards bowed and apologized to Chen Fan in fear. After all, their jobs are very well paid, and no one wants to lose their jobs because of it. Humph. Chen Fan snorted, not much to say. After all, these bodyguards have apologized, it would be too cheap if he cares about it, and he is in a hurry to find Su Zian. Afterwards, Chen Fan hurriedly walked inside. His goal was very clear, that is, the Tianzi number 1 box where Ling Tian was. Sir, it's a private area, and trespassing is not allowed. Soon, Chen Fan came to the door of the box, but was stopped by the bodyguard at the door. Get out of the way. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless. Bang. But how could these bodyguards be Chen Fan's opponents? Soon he broke through the door. As soon as Chen Fan entered, his face turned green. Because he saw his fiancée lying in that man's arms. And was kissing that damn bastard. Ah, damn you. I'm going to kill you. Chen Fan roared again at Ling Tian who was holding his fiancée in front of him. Chapter 54 If you kneel down, I don't care about it. Yan Yan, your fiancé seems to care about you very much. Look at how angry he looks. Ling Tian's face was full of wicked smiles, and he stretched out his fingers to gently lift Su Zian's smooth chin. He just did it on purpose. With Ling Tian's powerful perception, he naturally knew that Chen Fan was following him. Brother Tian, you are dead. You said you would never mention him again. Su Zian's face blushed as she stretched out her small hand and patted Ling Tian's chest. It's no wonder that my brother Tian forced me to kiss him just now. It turned out to be Chen Fan, a turtle, who came after him. However, she has a better understanding of Ling Tian's eccentricities. He seems to like to make out with him in front of Chen Fan. Ha ha ha, excited for a while. The main thing is that it's very exciting, don't you see it? Ling Tian continued to flirt with the little girl in his arms. He didn't care about Chen Fan, whose face was ashen, as if this person didn't exist. Seeing the gestures of the two of them, Chen Fan couldn't hold back the anger in his heart, and rushed towards Ling Tian. Snapped. However, Chen Fan's strength is too different from Ling Tian's. He was slapped and slapped out again before he got close to Ling Tian. Wow. After falling to the ground, Chen Fan spit out a mouthful of blood, lying on the ground like a dead dog, without even moving. Because Ling Tian used a bit of junqi just now, and directly beat him into a serious injury. Wow. Brother Tian, so your strength is so strong. Su Zian's rosy little face was full of surprise. She knew that Ling Tian was a martial artist. But I didn't expect that his strength was so strong that he slapped the turtle out of the air with a slap. Of course, otherwise how can I protect you? Under Chen Fan's hateful eyes, Ling Tian kissed Su Zian's little mouth dotingly again. Thank you, brother. You are so nice to people. Hearing Ling Tian's words, Su Zian was both shy and sweet. So she could no longer control the love for Ling Tian in her heart, and hugged his waist tightly again. Does it look good? Oh, it seems that Yan Yan is still your fiancé now. But you can only look at it at most. If you dare to entangle, I will break your dog's legs. Ha ha ha. After kissing Su Zian, Ling Tian looked at Chen Fan, who was lying on the ground, and spoke again with a mocking expression on his face. Ah, that damn bastard. Chen Fan is mad at this moment. He wants to directly kill Ling Tian who kissed his fiancée in front of him. However, he still did not give up on Su Zian, instead he blamed all the faults on Ling Tian. Yan Yan, this person is not a good person. Don't be deceived by him. Chen Fan's eyes were full of pain, and he persuaded Su Zian again. Hope she can change her mind and stay away from this dangerous man next to her. Shut up. Don't let me see you again. I don't want Brother Tian to misunderstand. Su Zian glanced at Chen Fan who was lying on the ground in disgust, and said to her very indifferently. Afterwards, she stretched out her arms tightly around Ling Tian's neck, and then shyly kissed him on the mouth. Do not. Chen Fan roared out in grief. At this moment, he felt that his heart was about to be broken. His fiancée actually hated him so much that he took the initiative to send kisses to other men in front of him. He really became a green-haired turtle this time, from head to toe. Ding! Congratulations to the host for humiliating the protagonist Chen Fan in front of the heroine and giving her a green hat in person. The protagonist luck -100, the host's villain value +10000. Ling Tian looked at the reward given by the system, and a smile appeared on his face again. This leak is really durable. Through this heroine, I actually harvested so many villain values back and forth on the protagonist. Tap tap. At this moment, the sound of footsteps came from the door, and then a handsome young man suddenly walked into the Tianzi number 1 box where Ling Tian was. That's right, he is Sha Yang. At this moment, his face was full of smiles, but his heart began to worry. Is there something wrong with this Chen Fan? To actually break into Ling Tian's box without authorization, you must know that he is not easy to be with. Sha Yang began to complain about this genius doctor in his heart. If it wasn't for Grandpa's order, he would have left long ago. Because the Sha family and the Ling family don't deal with each other, they have fierce competition in many fields, and it is estimated that this time it is not easy to deal with. Young Master Ling, this friend of mine accidentally bumped into you just now. He's my grandfather's best friend. Can you spare him this time for the sake of our Sha family? Sha Yang pretended to be polite and said to Ling Tian, and even carried out his grandfather. I only hope that Ling Tian can reveal it this time. After all, he also beat Chen Sheni just now. Thinking about it, it's almost out of breath, right? Oh, it's not impossible to let him go. A playful smile appeared on Ling Tian's face. How dare he bring out his grandfather to press him? Does this kid think he is a soft persimmon? Then I will thank Ling Xiao for grandpa. Sha Yang's face lit up with joy, and he breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. Originally, I was worried that there would be more twists and turns, but I didn't expect Ling Tian to agree so easily. You don't need to thank so quickly, I didn't intend to let this kid go. Since your Sha family is begging for mercy, then I will give you a face. Now you two kneel down and apologize to me and this kid's fiancé. This matter is revealed. The playful smile on Ling Tian's face was even worse. He didn't know how Sha Yang would choose. Do you like doing this yourself? Otherwise, even if he kills these two people directly, he will be fine. What? Young Master Ling, are you kidding me? Sha Yang forcibly suppressed the anger in his heart, but the smile on his face disappeared, and asked Ling Tian in front of him. Ha ha, you want face, I just gave you face. If you don't do it, you're hitting me in the face. I don't mind breaking all your limbs, then stripping you naked and hanging it to the gate of Yijing Garden. I want to see what your Sha family can do with me. Ling Tian's eyes were full of coldness, and he said directly to Sha Yang in front of him. He is not going to waste any time. You must know that he is a master of the earth rank now. If he hadn't been concerned about the official organization and reputation, he would have easily moved the entire Sha family to the ground. After hearing Ling Tian's words, Sha Yang's whole body turned cold. He knew that if he dared to refuse, Ling Tian would definitely do it. And even if Ling Tian did this, there is a high probability that he would really have no trouble, because he is the only eldest son of the Ling family. And there are many peers in his family, even if his limbs are broken, he will be beaten for nothing. The family will not necessarily stand up for themselves, but will persuade themselves to be patient. It's all to blame for this goddamn stupid doctor. It's no wonder that the fiancé is held in his arms and cuckolded in public, so damn well deserved. Sha Yang cursed in his heart and hated Chen Fan at the moment. If it wasn't for this kid, he wouldn't have to suffer such an insult. Predict. Chapter 55. The protagonist with a tough mouth and soft legs, kneels like a dog. Young Master Ling, I kneel. Sha Yang's face was full of humiliation, and then with a plop, he knelt down toward Ling Tian. Anyway, if you kneel down here, no one else will know. It's better than waiting for someone to cut off your limbs and hang at the door. Yes, I'm sorry, please forgive me. Then he lowered his head and said these words in shame. Well, good attitude. Kneeling upright. It seems that old man Sha taught you very well. Ling Tian looked at Sha Yang Tieching's expression, a smile appeared on his face again, and he spoke in admiration. But what he said was actually cursing. Yes, yes. Young Master Ling, you are right. An ugly smile appeared on Sha Yang's face, and he casually echoed Ling Tian in front of him. He didn't dare to provoke this guy anymore, and he would break his limbs at every turn. This is no matter who encounters, 900, they will be afraid. And that kid. It is estimated that he can't move now, you go and help him. Ling Tian said to Sha Yang with a smile, then pointed to Chen Fan who was lying on the ground. Of course he would not let the protagonist go. After all, Ling Tian was very happy to humiliate this kid. Hearing Ling Tian's words, Sha Yang had an embarrassed expression on his face, but his heart was darkened. Ha ha ha. Damn boy, let you taste my pain too. I saw that he came to Chen Fan's side because of the difficulty. Damn, don't touch me. I can't kneel down to him. Chen Fan was about to roar, although he could barely move his body, but his mouth was very hard. After all, the protagonist is a donkey temper, stubborn cannot. It's not impossible if you don't want to kneel, Sha Yang, just break this kid's limbs. Then strip it off and hang it at the door of Yijing Garden for a day, and you can take him back. Seeing the protagonist's uneducated appearance, Ling Tian smiled and spoke again. After all, he is quite tolerant and willing to give a second choice. Dr. Chen, did you hear that? Let's endure the calm for a while. Sha Yang snickered in his heart, but he still persuaded Chen Fan very politely. Hearing Ling Tian's words, Chen Fan's face was full of humiliation and unwillingness. In front of kneeling and breaking his limbs, he still decided to choose the former. After all, he couldn't bear those beautiful women. Ha ha, bah, wasn't it arrogant just now? I'm still cowardly now. Sha Yang has been paying attention to the changes in Chen Fan's expression, and soon learned that this kid must have chosen to kneel. There was also a burst of contempt in his heart, and now he is more and more confused. Why does Grandpa value this kid so much? Is he really a genius doctor? Dr. Chen, I am offended. Sha Yang's mouth is very polite, but his heart is getting more and more happy, and the movements of his hands are also very fast. Although it was the first time for him to do such a thing, he had an inexplicable sense of comfort. Chen Fan's face was ashen, and he let Sha Yang's movements move, and soon, he knelt on the ground. Clap clap clap. 878, yes, that's right. How bad it is to fight and kill. Or this kneeling posture is more suitable for you. Ling Tian clapped while laughing at Chen Fan, who was lying on the ground. The protagonist is basically an arrogant look every day. But when they kneel on the ground, it's not a lot of fun. At this time, Sha Yang, who was standing beside him, also showed embarrassment on his face, but he didn't dare to interrupt Ling Tian's words. He just waited slowly for his orders. After all, without Ling Tian's consent, he didn't dare to take Chen Fan out of here rashly. How is it, Yan Yan? Do you think this kid looks like a dog lying on the ground? Ling Tian asked with a smile at Su Zian who was in his arms again. The purpose, of course, is to humiliate the protagonist to the greatest extent. Brother Tian, when you say that, I feel the same way. Su Zian's beautiful face also showed a smile, and she should agree with her man's words. She didn't have any good feelings for Chen Fan, and naturally she didn't care about his feelings. What's more, she found that Ling Tian seemed very interested in insulting this Chen Fan, so she naturally didn't mind cooperating with him. I must take revenge. Damn it. This damn bastard, don't let me take a chance. Hearing the conversation between the two, Chen Fan's heart was full of hatred. He lowered his head and gnashed his teeth for a while, and his face was even more exposed. You know, he has never been insulted like this before. And he was insulted, and he was wearing a cuckold face to face. In the end, he had to endure it all the time, or he would suffer even more insults. Chen Fan's heart also felt a sadness at this moment. Ding, congratulations to the host for humiliating the protagonist again, the villain value plus 5000. However, the villain value of this leak seems to be getting less and less. Suddenly Ling Tian felt that he should slow down a bit. If the one-time blow to the protagonist is too great, it may affect the speed of his subsequent harvesting of the villain value. Okay, you can take this green turtle and get out of here. Ling Tian's face was full of disdain, and he said to the two in front of him. Although Sha Yang felt a little humiliated, when he compared the kid next to him, he was secretly overjoyed. If there is no comparison, there will be no harm. Thinking about this kid next to me, I seem to be very lucky. What's more, he is also very upset to see this kid now. Of course, as a descendant of a big family, he naturally wouldn't be so brainless. Dr. Chen, I'll take you away now. Sha Yang politely said to Chen Fan, and then helped him to leave this ghost place. Now he is also very scared. What excuse is Ling Tian looking for to humiliate himself? At this moment, Chen Fan's face began to become lost. He originally thought that after he went down the mountain, he should have been madly ingratiated by many high-ranking dignitaries, soaked in all kinds of beauties, and embarked on the pinnacle of life. But I didn't expect that even if I was insulted in public, now my fiancé actually cuckolds me in person. And that man is still the enemy who insulted his 1.4. This is just so miserable, it couldn't be more miserable. No, do I still have a master? If it really doesn't work, I'll ask master to do justice for me. Suddenly, thinking of his master Lu Rumeng, Chen Fan's eyes slowly regained their brilliance, and even revealed a deeply hidden greed. You must know that your master is very powerful. No matter how strong that kid's background is, in front of his master, he can only submit obediently. Damn bastard, wait for me. The pain you gave me, I will double it back to you. Chen Fan's eyes were full of hatred, and he secretly swore in his heart. Brother Tian, in the future, that turtle shouldn't harass me again, right? Su Zian put her arms around Ling Tian's neck and asked, blushing. If he dares to harass you again, he will break his dog's legs. Ling Tian smiled and responded domineeringly. Chapter 56. Don't get me wrong, I have no ill intentions. Well, thank you, brother. Su Zian's face was full of sweetness, and her eyes were full of admiration for Ling Tian. This is the man she wants. Not only can she give herself a full sense of security, but also satisfy all her fantasies about men in her heart. Brother Tian, are you also from Tiandu University? Su Zian asked curiously. After all, she didn't know any specific information about Ling Tian. Ling Tian responded with a smile. Brother Tian, I'm also your classmate from today. I just went through the transfer procedures. Su Zian also happily chatted with Ling Tian. After all, if the two were in the same school, they would be able to be together often in the future. Afterwards, after the two of them finished their meal, they rested in the box for a while, and Ling Tian was ready to send Su Zian back. Brother Tian, goodbye. Su Zian reluctantly waved goodbye to Ling Tian in the car. Ling Tian smiled and watched her slowly go away. Afterwards, he went back to the manor, ready to go back to his manor. 18 At this moment, in a huge manor with extravagant decoration in the city center, Xiaoyang is helping Chen Fan to go inside. Originally, he wanted to send this kid to the hospital first, but unexpectedly, Chen Fan looked down on other doctors. Said that their inferior medical skills are not worthy of their own treatment. Just tell Xiaoyang to find a place and let him settle down temporarily. So, he took Chen Fan directly to his Xia family's manor. Hey, are you Xiaofan? At this time, a spirited old man with a rosy face walked over with a smile. Grandfather. Yes, this is Chen Shenyi, I happened to meet him on the way. Xiaoyang saw that the person who came was his grandfather, and a respectful smile appeared on his face. He hurriedly explained the whole story, trying to win the old man's favor with this. However, when Mr. Xia slowly walked into Chengfan, his face gradually became ugly. Who did this? It's just too deceiving. Mr. Xia noticed that Chen Fan was severely injured at the moment, and he needed someone to support him when he walked. And it seems that even the arm seems to be interrupted. Immediately, he felt anger welling up in his mind. After all, this is the apprentice of his benefactor, Yixian Lu Rumeng. Even if we don't talk about this, Chen Fan is a young man with great potential, and according to her master, he has inherited nearly 70% of her medical skills. As a shrewd old man, Mr. Xia will of course choose to befriend this young man. Grandpa, he was beaten by Ling Tian. An embarrassed expression appeared on Xiaoyang's face, and then he began to explain to his grandfather the reason for what happened. What? This kid Ling Tian is too deceiving. Not only did Xiaofan get seriously injured, but he even forced you to kneel. The old man was furious at the moment, but he really had nothing to do with Ling Tian. What's more, this is a matter between their young people. If this old man rashly intervenes, things will get worse and worse. Xiao Fan, how are you? The old man Xia showed a kind smile and asked Chen Fan's injury with a smile. Grandpa Xia, I'm fine. Wait a while, you can collect some medicinal materials for me, this injury will heal soon. There was also a smile on Chen Fan's face. The old man in front of him, he had met with Master a few years ago, and even their relationship was relatively good. So he didn't have many strangers, and he called him directly and affectionately. Did you hear me? Wait a minute, Xiaofan will collect everything he wants. Mr. Shaw put on an unhappy expression and glared at his unsatisfactory grandson. In his eyes, Chen Fan is much more important than his own grandson Sha Yang. Got it, Grandpa. I will definitely do it, don't worry. Sha Yang also patted his chest with a smile, and assured Mr. Shaw. However, he was very unhappy in his heart. He had to know that he was his own grandson. Does it need to be treated differently? This is the terrifying part of the protagonist's halo, which can make people deny it. Don't say that Mr. Shaw is only treated differently. Even if his family is ruined, he must first protect the interests of the protagonist. Xiaofan, if you have something to do, just tell them to do it. Take this place as your own home, don't be polite. The old man Shaw showed a wrinkled smile. Thank you, Grandpa Shaw. Chen Fan also showed a grateful smile on his face, and he even had the urge to cry. You must know that he has been slapped and ridiculed in the face for a long time. For Mr. Shaw, this is a long-lost concern for him. As soon as Ling Tian returned to the Ling family's manor, Qingxi immediately came to report the previous incident. Master, the person you asked me to inquire about has already been confirmed. This old boy is currently living in the place you said. With a serious face, Qingxi reported to the young master who was sitting in front. Well, in that case. Then let's go straight to the door. A smile appeared on Ling Tian's face, and it was time to send his Fenger on the road. Okay, young master. Then, Qingxi hurried to prepare. Soon, he drove to the front of a small remote courtyard in the suburbs. Master, do you want to go in together? Qingxi respectfully asked Ling Tian, who was sitting in the back seat of the car. Ling Tian naturally also came with Qingxi. After all, with the strength of the strong sun, there is no way to take the old guy Zhang Feng. So only Ling Tian did it himself. Go directly. I'll be there when it's over. Ling Tian smiled and said to Qingxi, he is not so interested in talking nonsense with that old guy Zhang Feng. 900 after all, that old guy has a very weird temper and personality. So Ling Tian was prepared to appear at the end, and when he appeared, he would kill Zhang Feng directly. Afterwards, Qingxi respectfully nodded to Ling Tian, then went to the trunk of the car and took out Yi Feng, who was like a dead dog. Afterwards, Qingxi was very arrogant and swaggered to the front of the small yard. Bang! I saw Qingxi kicked out, and the powerful true qi burst out in an instant, directly blasting a big hole in the wall of the small yard. Later, an old man with silver hair but a ruddy face appeared in the yard, looking like a 50-year-old man. He is Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng angrily looked at his destroyed yard, and then he looked at the arrogant-looking Qingxi next to him. Who are you? How dare you come to me to make trouble? Zhang Feng's face was full of anger, and he questioned Qingxi rudely. However, Zhang Feng also saw that the strong man on the opposite side was a warrior in the same realm as him, so he did not make a rash move. You are Zhang Feng. Don't get me wrong, I'm the bodyguard of the Ling family, I'm here with no malice. Qingxi's face is full of arrogance, his head is raised high and he looks at Zhang Feng, his tone is very rude. Anyway, the young master also said that this old man will definitely be killed. If that's the case, what will his strong brother be polite to this old man? Chapter 57 The Death of Yi Feng. Use your head, bring it to you. After listening to Qingxi's words, Zhang Feng's face darkened. This strong man kicked off his own wall as soon as he came, and his expression was very arrogant. Now I tell myself that he has no malicious intentions. Is this fucking playing with me? Then what are you doing here? However, although Zhang Feng was very unhappy in his heart, he did not choose to tear his face with the strong man in front. Of course, the Ling family is very clear that this is also a powerful martial arts family, so under normal circumstances, Zhang Feng is still not willing to offend them. Ha ha ha, I'm here to make a deal with you. See this kid next to me? Qingxi laughed loudly, and then pointed to Yi Feng next to him. Who is this person? It seems a little familiar. After confirming that the other party was not malicious, Zhang Feng breathed a sigh of relief. He looked at the boy next to Qingxi who was beaten a bit badly. To be honest, it was very familiar. You should know Yi Chuan, right? This kid is his son. Qingxi also answered his question slowly. Of course, Ling Tian asked him to say these things. What? Are you sure you didn't lie to me? Zhang Feng was also secretly taken aback, but looking at the boy in front of him, he was indeed very similar to Zhang Chuan. No wonder he felt so familiar just now. Ha ha ha, do you think I came here just to lie to you? My Ling family doesn't need to do that at all. Qingxi laughed a few words, his face was full of ridicule. Zhang Feng looked at Qingxi's unpleasant face, and his heart was also filled with anger. But he thought about it carefully, this strong man was right. Give it to you. Just kill him now. I think this kid is also very upset, don't mind me taking pictures. Qingxi directly grabbed Yi Feng in front of him with one hand and threw him in front of Zhang Feng. Ha ha ha, don't mind. Zhang Feng also politely said a few words, after all, everyone sent the son of his enemy. Just taking a photo, Zhang Feng doesn't care at all. Boy, do you know who I am? Zhang Feng's face was full of a grin, and he stepped on Yi Feng's head. Who are you? Yi Feng is also a little unclear at the moment, but he only feels that the old man in front of him is very disgusting. Ha ha ha, I am your father's enemy. Zhang Feng laughed happily, and she looked at Yi Feng, who was very similar to Yi Chuan, with murderous eyes. He originally wanted to kill the Yi Chuan family, but under the cover of Zhang Chuan's desperate efforts, Yi Wanru took Yi Feng to escape. Unexpectedly, the son of this enemy was sent to the door today. What? Yi Feng's face was also full of anger, but he didn't expect this person in front of him to be his father's enemy. And Ling Tian, this shameless villain, actually sent himself here, wanting to die at the hands of the enemy who killed his father. This is murderous. In an instant, Yi Feng felt that his whole body was shrouded in terror, and his body shivered. Ha ha ha, kid, aren't you feeling very scared? A gloomy smile appeared on Zhang Feng's face, he slowly lowered his body, reached out and patted Yi Feng's face. That's how your father died.